มีครับแอตลิกไวเปอร์เดมอนเหมือนกันฝากด้วยฝากด้วยเข้าน้ำแป๊บโอ้แล้วไม่กินยังไงอ่ะอร่อยไม่ได้เอามาก่อนหรอไม่ได้หรอต้องโรยเขาเรียกว่าอะไรเฮ้ยไข่กรอบไข่กรอบต้องมีข้าวร้อนๆอ่ะต้องมีข้าวร้อนๆดีป่ะดูมันไม่รู้ว่ามันต้องดูก็ตีสองตีสามนอนน้อยคนเดียวไม่เป็นไรชาร์จก่อนนอนก็เต็ม ยังไม่ได้ส่งของให้น้องเลยเขารอ BBL ผมปฏิพล
I'm a little worried we have to wellness check Professor Permutations. It got a little hectic there at the end.
Hold
The
on.
sombrero and the mustache.
I don't know. You have to ask the professor.
I got a question. What is that professor? And why is he dropping my Spanish team to the floor?
Well, I think the
I
teams
think that
dropped
wasn't the
themselves to the
professor.
floor.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to back the professor on that one. But yeah, it's great to see that we have 3 days left of this stage before we go into play-ins, and we still have a couple of matches that matter so much. We
Yes.
were not only the one that we have, the first one, very well explained, and the stakes and how important
ใช่
it
ครั
is.
บ มาร์ตินอยู่ M8 ครับ
Going down to the maps, but also seeing. Heretics and Fnatic being the last game that we're going to have in the entirety of the stage, and that probably will define if Fnatic can make it or not based
ตอน
on all
นี้
the results. But it's good to see that we're still
M8
in
เหมือนกำลังจะ
this moment.
ค้นพบทางสว่าง
We are, and I mean, even in that
หลั
second
ง
game,
จาก
right,
สั
it
ม
does
ภาษณ์
have many implications
นัด
for
ที่แล้ว
playoffs, but especially for Heretics, the champions points, every
เฮ้ย
single point
BBL
that
ดิ
they get at this point,
BBL กำลังจะค้นพบอะไรบาง
it's
อย่างห
gonna
ลังจาก
come
สัมภาษณ์
right
นัด
down
ที่แล้ว
the wire with those. But let's focus on the game that we have in front of us. Let's dive into this matchup because the last time Mate and BBL met, it was a barn burner. We're talking way back in the upper finals of kickoff. It was 108 rounds, if my math's right, over 5 maps, Bea. That was crazy.
That is something I actually don't know. I don't know the exact number of rounds, but you are right. That this is the
สวัสดีครับ
best
ต่อ
of
ปี้
three that solidified BBL in our region and the place
พร้อม
that
หรือยัง
they were
ค่ำ
going to
คืนนี้
have
ที่
in
ยาว
every
นาน
year. Because this was, as you're saying, the first super grand final that we had in kickoff. Remember that we had 3 of those. They were all
เดี๋ยว
of
ตั้
them
งกันหน้า
very
ทีไม่
intense,
เจอ
but
กัน
they wouldn't have been as intense or felt like that if this wasn't the first one, Uli.
ยังไงก็ไม่เจอกัน
We had
สตรีมเหมือนกัน
BBL
นี่นะ
dispersed. Yes, BBL proving that they were the team to shine. Most of the time it was like
หมายถึง
ah,
2 แมปรวมกัน
tier
3
two,
ติปใช่ไหม
yeah,
น้องเม
this
ฆ
was it. But hold on, when they get into BCTMA, it's not gonna be the same. They did it. They did the same. They still play the same style, and they managed to win it. And also playing against the gentlemen, that was a surprise for everyone.
Yeah. And also, we were keeping an eye on it because of something that Starkso had said beforehand, and we were like, oh, finally we're going to get to see how they face off against each other. He actually last week was also speaking about it.
เอ้ย
We saw interviews and
เราไม่เถียงเลยเหรอ
he really
เราเชียร์ทีมไหน
wants
ใน
to
วัน
go
นี้
up against BBL again. The last one was a very close encounter. I bumped into him outside Starkso, and he said, I said, are you ready for BBL? And he said, I'm going to them. That's all I'll say.
Indeed. Stark's so excited about this one. I've been waiting to play against BBL since kickoff. I want to smash them. And to stand up, I'm looking forward to this.
Starchu just bringing everything. I mean, he did it just at the moment.
อ๋อ
he got everything
หลอด
on
พี่มัน
attention
ไม่
there.
ขยับนี่หว่า
I
มัน
will
ค้าง
come
อยู่
back. I will play against Wolf. I can play
Fuck.
against Pacific. I will win against them. He has to prove it. He has to win. He didn't manage to it, but he's willing to, and I really like to see this kind
เฮ้ย
of.
ตอนนี้เขาใช้หิว
I love
หิว
when
โด
players
กันเหรอ
don't downplay this,
เพราะไม่ใช่
right?
Easy
'Cause
Donate
sometimes
ใช่ไหม
you go into the
มี
game,
ใครพอรู้ไหม
doesn't mean anything more than another opponent. No, he's like, I've been circling this on my calendar.
I think that also because of the stakes that we were talking about, mates cannot even drop a map. The
No.
moment that they drop a map, they are out of contention for that. So not only they have to win, they have to do it convincingly. And against the BBL that we keep singing the praises of.
It does set a very challenging scenario for them, right? And I mean, the question I think for us has been sort of the depths for mates, right? We know that the highs are very high, especially on the scoreboard. Martine's been incredible for them, but it's that overall picture that we still maybe have some questions about at times.
Yeah, you're speaking about Martine, right? It was in that best of 3 that he broke the kill record
Yes.
for best of 5. My apologies. And he's been delivering even when he's been sick. So go Martine.
Nothing can slow him down. We'll see if anyone was slowed down in our skirmish as a 1v1 between Loita and Mavera sorts out the veto.
First round Odin? No. He's scared of playing Sheriff against Odin.
ไอหลอดมันเอาจริง โคก็ชวนโอดินไม่เอา
I Knife. Knife.
No, no, no, no, no, no, no, no.
Noita.
Where are you?
Where are you?
It was so close. Yeah, it was close. Oh, this is powerful.
Victory early there for BBL, but maybe victory on the server going to be more what they're chasing, right? It's all going to come down to the actual matchup here, and for BBL as well, right? Just getting that first map is going to be such a difference maker.
Yeah, both teams has to try to make the best and try to.
Okay.
Oh, I like this.
Yes.
Lotus Ascent and Sunset.
Coming into
นึก
today, I
ว่า
was
จะมี
like
ซับมิ
thinking,
ดให้
man,
ดู
like there is so many, like there's like 3 maps that I believe we still have not seen for mates, so it's good to see that BBL have gone for that. Lotus, what do you think?
And also I like that Gentleman is making a step up. During every single wave they will just ban in Summit, and they know they cannot ban Summit this
ได้
way. Not
คู่นี้
against
มันก็
Vitality, not
เอาจริงก็
against BBL. They have to try to resolve them and try to force them to go.
มองได้
into
สอง
it or
สอง
either
มุมอ่ะ
ban
คู่นี้
it. I like it.
อยู่ที่คน
just
ชอบ
they force BBL to ban it.
Yeah, I mean, Summit is a map that we also have not seen from either of the teams.
Yeah.
To me, coming into this week, I'm also looking at the teams that actually need the play-in. You need reps on certain maps before you get to playoffs, so sometimes it's too late to make some changes. So I think that it is good that for Gentlemates, we're going to see Lotus.
We're going to see it. Indeed, we're going to find out what they've got going on here. Early thoughts, having seen the veto. Where are you leaning with this? Who do you think's got the edge?
I just hope that this is not a 2-1 for mates.
BBL.
Well, we'll have to find out. For now, we turn our attention to the stage as we're ready for the face-off.
Esports versus Gentlemates.
โลตัส
The kickoff
Ascent
rematch
Sunset
set
Cup.
to kick off once
Lotus Ascent Sunset.
more. This is a match that we've been waiting
Yeah,
to
Lotus
see
Ascent
for a
Sunset.
very long time here in VCT EMEA.
And I'm not gonna lie, I'm really
อ่า
happy to see
กลับไปเล่นยูรู
BBL
ครับ
is gonna choose
มาตินยังไม่ชัวร์เพราะว่าวีคก่อนมาตินยัง
Lotus
สแปม
is
ฟินิก
from
อยู่
Gentleman's soft
แมปที่เล่นยูรู
play
ได้
and
แต่ว่าเลเวอร์เริ่มละ
go into this cave
เริ่ม
and
ขยับ
be
ไป
just a
ยู
mass
รู
cave
แล้วก็
and you
ตอน
need
ให้
to
สัม
really
ภาษณ์ก็เหมือนแบบ
I have
อยากจะเล่น
my
ยูรู
wonders.
ทุกแมปอะไรอย่างเงี้ยเริ่มละ แต่พอโยรู้มา มันทีมที่มีปัญหาเรื่องบุกมันจะแบบมันจะแบ่งเบาเรื่องบุกหลายวินมากอะนะวินสำคัญแบบวินสำคัญหลายวินอะเพราะว่าวินสำคัญที่แบบต้องปูบายสำคัญเจอกันอะไรเงี้ยมันในเกมมันมีไม่กี่วินหรอกถ้าเกมมันสูสีอะนึกออกปะแล้วพอมันมีโยรู้มาแม่งมันอิมแพกอะ เกมมันเปลี่ยนได้เดือดจัดครับคู่นี้ อืคิดว่าอาจจะมี3นะ คู่นี้มอง2ยากอยู่
I would like to be sitting there, really. Okay.
Well, wherever you're sitting, I'm sure there's going to be some sweaty butts in those very comfortable Razor chairs because there is a lot
ทำไม
on the line,
ยาหยด
and
ตา
it's very
ไอ้
warm
สตาร์
here
โซ่
in
มันโคตร
Berlin
ใหญ่จังวะ
today. We're diving into the agent select here. Is this
นี่ไง
the reason
นี่
that
ไง
this team should be getting a little sweaty? We got Lovers Rock back on that Yor. That was expected.
Yeah, it's expected. Also, I like it because on Lotus is one of the maps that they like to commit into over-rotating, and having Yoru is going to save them of overcommitting, of maybe making a misstep on it. But my biggest worry is if they're using Martin on defense to make some pressure and get some information into the other side, are Gentlemates gonna manage the weak side? Because normally they suffer on it.
To me, for Lotus, I
BBL
was
เลยครับ
hoping that maybe we would see Martin also
น้อง
jumping on
PP
the Euro and just them
Yeah.
rolling back the years. They want to stick with this. To me, BBL has been so
คู่แรก
incredibly smart.
BBL
in
ก่อน
some of the mid-round polls that they've had. I feel like in Gentleman's feels like they cannot control the pace. They will start going on these aggressions, and I hope to see a BBL that is ready for that and is going to be waiting for them. I wanted to see a resourceful BBL.
นี่กรรมการจะมายึดน้ำยาหยดตาว่ะ
And to bring us on this journey, we have none other than Haza and Cairo to take it away.
Yes, that's right. For both of these teams, they started the year with Santiago success, but have since drifted into the midfield and missed out on the second Masters. The story is very much the same about getting back into form when it matters.
Yeah, I think for both of these teams, this match is about keeping matters in your own hands, not letting anybody else take control of your fate. And what better way to start this best of three on Lotus? Surprised that Gentlemates allowed BBL to get this map.
ฟูเซนต้องรุด
have not shown it yet.
เลิกดูสมการฟูเซนไปเพย์ออฟแล้วนะครับ ตอนนี้ลุ้นถ้าจะเชียร์นะ สิ่งที่ง่ายสุดตอนนี้ลุ้นให้2 นัดที่เหลือ ชนะหรือแพ้ไม่รู้แต่ว่าขอให้ฟอร์มมาดูทรงดีขึ้นนึกออกปะเพื่อไปเล่นรอบเพย์อิน แล้วฟอร์มจะแบบสเต็ปอัพ เพราะว่า
Yeah, the Cypher set up towards
ลุ้นยากเลยครับ ตอนนี้ลุ้นให้แบบว่าตัวเองแบบฟอร์มดีขึ้นดีกว่าครับ
scared here. No, just seems like they're going to hit it straight away. So
ใจเกเรดีวะสวัสดีครับผม เลือดสูงโอ้โหคู่นี้เลือดสูงภาพไม่โคตรชัดครับ วันนี้โอดิซี่ดูแล้ว4 โมง แล้วปล่อยซีรีเทคครับ ทางด้าน M8 ครับเลเวอร์ดันสูงสตาร์โซยังเพลินอยู่และเรียบร้อยเลเวอร์ซัดไปก่อน1รีเทคเหลือ4 คนนะลำบากแล้ว BBL จะมาเทควอเตอร์ฟอร์คืนแล้วบายพารานอยมาตอนนี้โอ้โหมาตินเซฟไว้เก็บอยู่มินนี่ในเชลเบรกไปดอทแรกเราหลอกได้1ปึ๊บเราหลอก2 3 4แล้วหลอกกันเป็น4เชียส
BBL on the board first. Fantastic round overall by
ใช่
BBL's
คิดเหมือนพี่เลยครับเสียราวที่คนได้เยอะเกินไป
isn't what sets up the round, it's the individual.
เฮ้ยลาหลอกยิงอย่างนี้
This is just like what a warm up for LaRock here. Nobody challenge him whatsoever.
ตัวยิงมันยิง
The round started well.
BBL ใช้สูตรเอมนาติกไม่ได้ BBL ยิงก็ยิงไม่มาเรื่อยๆลาหลอกช่วงนี้มาตลอด ถ้าเราชนะเซต้าใช่ครับอันนั้นเรามีสิทธิ์ได้ลุ้นไปตอนแรกแพ้ GE ก็ยังพอได้ลุ้นพอแพ้เซต้าปุ๊บอาจจะต้องเปลี่ยนสมการความคิด mindset นิดหน่อยเพื่อจะไปแชมเปี้ยน
A little bit worried there, and Lovers Rock is taking the easy option out by using his TP. Yeah, and it's a very easy go.
ไม่ยอมให้ BBL เทคหน้า A ครับ M8 ใช้จ่ายสกิลค่อนข้างหนัก แล้วก็แกมเบิลโอเวอร์โรเทตเลยอ้อม CT ไปแตก C กำสกิลรอจังหวะแรกจะเข้าหรือเปล่า BBL
Yeah, they need to be careful.
เหมือนจะไม่เข้าพาวเลอร์เคลียร์หน้า A อีกทีถ้าเคลียร์แบบนี้เดินน่าจะกลับมาเดิน A แล้วเปล่าแต่ว่าคัดน้อยนะตอนนี้ BBL พอคัดน้อย M8 ไม่มีอินโฟปุ๊บปั่นป่วนไปหมดตอนนี้กลัวว่า B จะเข้าเดินกลับมาเช็ค B เปิดตูหลอก A 1 ทีครับเหมือนจะหลอกได้ฮะเฮ้ย BBL แพ้ตอนเนี้ย
I mean, with utility to work with
ดูดิ
as well. I don't think this is as clear cut as you
มีสิท
think.
ธิ์แพ้
15 seconds remaining.
สำนักดีซีอุสดู
They've
เอ้ย
thrown it.
วันนี้เข้ายันตัวเลขบอกดูหลงทางเกตคืออะไรเนี่ย
Yeah, I think case in
ไม่ได้
point
เรา
is probably
โอ้โห
how it's
ใส่ร้ายอย่างงี้ไม่ได้
There's literally half a second in it, but BBL will get the plant in. A great demonstration of sometimes.
Yeah.
วันนี้จัดให้แบบตัวเลขเน้น
We can say
2021
that for Sasso
โหบอกสำนัก
and Rose
ซีอุส
looking
ส่ง
at
ทาง
recent results.
อะไรวะ
Yeah, and I think the big thing that I want to say here, though, is a lot of people are saying that BBL were aggressive. They've been forced to retreat a little bit as it ends up being an in-zone flawless and nice shooting overall from BBL. But we've seen this BBL try and reinvent itself. We've seen them have to go through hard times when it was back in Tier 2, when
เกือบ
they
แพ้ไพ่
were
ตัวเอง
BBL Pacific. And what they did there
BBL
was they tried to mess around with their style, kind of see where their weaknesses lie. And then when they hit that
แม่งหลอกกันไปกันมา
kickoff this year, they showed a new side to themselves, back to that aggressive style.
Yeah. Something which we
ดูจากปืนแล้ว
in Tier 1, I think it's
BBL พร้อมที่จะไปต่อ
the other teams in and around them starting to figure it out a little bit. The reason for the adjustments that we've seen in recent times, of course.
มันมาเทสหน้า C ว่ะ แล้วเคลียร์หน้า B เลยตอนหน้า A ก็4อยู่ M8 บินนี้ปุ๊บเอาละเคเว่นวิปครับ มือปืนเป้าสะอาด ไม่โดนสักนัดนี่ลาหลอกอย่างเราเร่งต่อเนื่องว่ะ แล้วลาหลบมีโชว์ซอปเปอร์ พร้อมเบิกวินสำคัญด้วยอันนี้
You know, lost that control from B main though, so it's a question of what BBL want to do with this minute remaining. They've left players behind, Rose notably.
Yeah.
TNT ก่อนไม่มี
Can't take as long as they did in the last round.
เลยจะเข้า A อุ้ย เอาละ
in towards spawn. Should lovers rock try and go for that? But both players fall on the A site.
แยกกันเล่นเฉยนะ แทนที่จะรีกรุ๊ปนะ เข้าไปวางลาหลอกเปิด ได้วางชนะแล้วครับผม
So BBL given a little bit of breathing room to set up the post plan. It's Loiter and Larok, this
ทำไมวะ
dangerous duo which has
ทำไมต้องทำให้เกมมันเล่นยากขนาดนั้นวะ
from a back-footed position. But
ไม่เข้า
Larok's
ใจ
almost got to over-deliver here with the showstopper.
I mean,
Boom.
Loiter has yet to get a kill. That's his first so far.
แล้วหล่อยรอบายจังหวะสวยๆครับ
They're not gonna check it.
เราไม่เช็คก็เรียบร้อยครับ เปิดโชว์ซอปเปอร์เลย พี่โปยังไง
It would have to be something monumental. He's going to give it a go for the most part, but time is not there for him. This one is completely done. It's so well played from the remaining BBL players, most importantly from LaRock, and he's going to finish it off with his nade. I mean, he's 10 and 0 has a 10 and 0.
Yeah, it's
2-4 ได้เฉ
ridiculous
ย
for someone who it feels like has been stretched out across
สวัสดีน้อง
multiple
ชิช
different
นะ
roles.
ไม่ได้ดูนานทำไม
You
ใบ
wonder
โปร
how
ไม่ดู
BBL
เอล
can
อ๋อ
best utilize him.
ใบโปรผลงานดูเอลมันไม่ค่อยดีครับ
Really nice 2 versus 4. And all things
พอส
considered,
ลับเอา
I
มิน
felt
นี่
like
ตอนแรก
Justin's had a
M8 ส่ง
great
ไม่ค่อยดี
read
นะหรอ
this
ปะ
round with their proactivity
พอแค่สลับ
outside.
มินนี่มาดูลิตอะใบโปรไปเซนติเนลอะ M8 แม่งเหมือนเป็นทีมใหม่อะแล้วฟอร์มก็แบบก้าวกระโดดเลยครับ แล้วก็สลับยาวเลย แล้วพอบีโปมันมาเล่นเซนติเนลอะฟอร์มดีขึ้นนะครับ มีบางแมตช์ที่แบบไว้ใจได้ เพราะว่ามันมีความคมอยู่แล้วอะพอมาเล่นตัวขาตายอะแต่ก็มีเกมที่แบบหลุดบ้าง แต่พอมินนี่มาตัวบุกกับมาตินอ่ะโอ้โหทีมแม่งแบบลงตัวจัด โอ้ยไว้จัดอ่ะแล้วโดดน้อยด้วยนี่โพใช่ปะมันใช้กฎเดิมกับที่ซาอุปะที่คาซักอ่ะแล้วปั้นครับวินหน้าวินสำคัญเนี่ยที่เมื่อกี้พูดก่อนเริ่มเนี่ยโยรุเนี่ยวินหน้าวินสำคัญเนี่ยเดี๋ยวโยรุมีอันติวินหน้าเนี่ยพร้อมไหล 50 มินนี่นานแล้วครับผมนานแล้วครับผม มินนี่อยู่ M8 อยู่แล้วมาตินเพิ่งมาสมทบกับ KC มีทั้งหมดเท่าไหร่16 โดดปะ มาปั่นป่วนเฉยๆนะตรง A มันจะกลับมาชิปหายแล้วทลีฮิตซีนะเป็นเรื่องโอ้เจอ3ยังไงเลี้ยว
You can see Prox close by to try and stop anybody getting that spike down.
แล้วเข้าเลยเจอ3
Huge, should it hit? Nice
เนต
nade,
เบรกจังหวะ
delay coming through. Nobody able to get out.
ได้วางครับ โรสมาตัดตัวห้อยจะเป็นเหลี่ยมใคร
Starzo's timing's perfect. Should he get in through the door? Rose
เรียบร้อย
finally he does. And well, from
ต้อง
here
บอกว่า
on in,
ไทามมิ่ง
should
ดี
be easy enough. Right
แล้วบาย
up
สวยๆ
against
ช็อตนี้
pistols. And BBL do not miss, or they have not missed so far in these rounds. It's Martin and Mini,
เรียบร้อย
Outlaw and Guardian.
สวัสดีน้องแซกเหรอ
Not
แซก
on their
48
side. Yeah, it's Mini to try and deny an end zone flawless. He does so, but he's already low, and it's a hunt for the orb.
เฮ้ย
City
40
up towards Steels.
แล้วเดวินหน้า
For BBL.
เลเวอร์มี
Yeah, BBL
อันติครับ
Pretty good so far, but I
เดี๋ยวดู
gotta say, Gentlemates will feel hard done by, especially when they watch back.
ความชิบหายของ M8
Quite a few of these rounds have gone so late, and it's just Rose biding his time before making a decision. Very spread on the map, playing a lot of rounds where they're, 4-1, maybe 3-2 at best on
โอ้เขา
either
โดดกัน 5 เก
extremity.
มเลยเหรอ คือ 5 เกมคะแนนรวม
And
จบ
when
เลย
we
ใช่ไหม
look at, this clash between the callers, Starso on the other side.
เนิร์ฟ
with
โย
his
รู้
own
ทำให้
personal
อย่าว่า
reasons
แต่
to
มี
want to
หลาย
win
ทีมอยู่
this
ครับ
one in a
เนิร์ฟโยรู้
rivalry
พร้อม
that
ต
he
กหลาย
very
ทีม
much
อยู่
started.
เนิร์ฟตอนแรกทุกทีมก็ต้องปรับตัวครับ
On the BBL side now in
ใคร
just a
ปรับตัว
moment.
เร็วก็กลับ
As we
มาไว
dive into their comms for this round.
ท่าเดิมเลย เหมือนสมัยแพทโยรุเลยดูดิปั่นป่วนปะมันทำให้วินที่แบบอึดอัดแต่วินนี่มีสำคัญอะทำให้ได้วางแบบง่ายๆครับแต่มันเลือกจะไม่วางไปตัดก่อน ยังอีก ผมโอ้ลาล็อก ลาล็อกวันนี้ไวจัดเอาแล้วเหลือยังไง โอ้โห แล้วมาตีมีโชว์ซอปเปอร์ปูไวเลยทีนี้ วอลลูนเริ่มเรา5ว่ะ
Well, Gentlemates finally get their first round. And it's an important one. 2 players alive though. An ultimate starting to come online.
คาซักมันไม่ค่อยได้จัดเกมเป็นเรื่องปกติ โอ้โหสตาร์โซ่เยี่ยโคตรเดือด
And you can just kind of hear from the comms on the BBL side specifically how chaotic it is. It's always really,
สตาร์โซ่วันนี้กลับมาเป้าบวกนะ
And I think where you see that the
น้อง
micro
สโลว์เลยครับ
in some of these rounds, that's where
อีมี
you
ป่ะ
wanna
วัน
see
นี้
those improvements.
เห็นว่าถึงขั้นยกเลิกเหรอ
Seems like
ฮะใช่เหรอ
Lotus Rock will be the first one to take contact here, and Martin with a showstopper in the back pocket. Should he need that? Should he want to use it?
Yeah, Lovers Rock has heard that Mini's
ก็
cross.
คือยังไงตอนนี้
should know about the
จะยกเลิกถ่ายทอดสดได้ไงอะก็
Lovers
แข่ง
Rock with that operator.
กลับมาถ่ายทอดสดแล้วเงี้ยตอนแรกจะยกเลิกแบบ
And unfortunately, Mini's getting
เอ้า
no chance. Not up
โหเหลี่ยม
against
นี้
Lovers
แม่ง
Rock.
เช็คได้ไงวะเนี่ยเลเวอร์
Yeah, audio given away immediately. Mate's trying to take map material of their own.
Yeah, Martin doesn't hit though. And Proc somewhere else has found Larock at C Mound. A fight lost in map space.
ยังไงตรงนี้
Smaller for BBL. And it looked to be a C
ถ้าไหลไปเอนี้เข้าแก๊ปนะ
Yeah. I mean, they're playing on a timer now because of the neural theft, but BBL have got this guess correctly. They're going to react towards A off the early
โอ้ย
and
โอ้โห
Starso can't do anything to stop them. Prox can. He's TP'd here ahead of time.
First on the lane. And that is just a fake out that he will hit. It's a response through the neural theft of BBL. Information got.
เฮ้ยสตรีมอยู่เนี่ยซาโลไวเปอร์เดมอนเลยครับ ตกใจพิมพ์ตกใจคิดก็ได้พิมพ์ตกใจคิด
Yeah, BBL want a kill here, but they're not
อ้าวแล้วตอนนี้ต้องไปดูช่องต่างประเทศเหรอ
aggressive line held, but Lovers Rock's off is the danger.
นักพากย์น่าจะดึกเกินไปเลยไม่อยู่ภาคนานเกิน
Health pool in favor of Gentlemate. Oh, sorry, in favor of BBL. Gentlemates have no chance, and Rose is flanking. Their options starting to
อ๋อเอา
decrease.
ปิด
The chance
บอยได้ปิดแบบ
starting
ปิ
to
ด
go
เงียบมา
in
ภาค
to
เหรอ
get onto that spike, and they're baiting players out. Rose's
หมด
spray down wins the round, and BBL are back to winning ways.
Rose didn't often find himself in clutch positions on this roster with how they used to play, but now he does
โอ้ยซาโลเราไปกดติดตามไปด้วยนะ
everything.
เราย้ายไปที่นู่นเลยก็ได้
Feeling frustrated with the position that they found themselves in, not to convert another one of these rounds. It's a brilliant decision to go for that late wraparound, something which Rose is known for in these post plants.
That's it. BBL extra
อ๋อ
layers
ภาคอังกฤษทับ
are winning rounds.
ภาคทับอังกฤษ
That's why we're going to get our first Gentlemates timeout. But when I watch this match, when I'm seeing what's happening here, I'm getting
น่าจะยับ
to
ประ
that
ดูทรงละ
vitality game.
Yeah, and I think it's important just to reiterate what the stakes are.
BBL ส่งดีแบบนี้ BBL มาน้องซาโลสวยมากครับสวัสดีฮะแสดงว่าใส่ชื่อสตรีมไว้คนไม่ค่อยสังเกตอ่ะเนี่ยพี่ตั้งชื่อในไอ้นี่สตรีมไงน้องโอมาเลยครับ
Changed the way they were playing. Has BBL done the same? Are Gentlemates too prep heavy and they're getting caught?
ตอนนี้ลาล็อกกันดิน้องโน้ต
That's where these big
ลาล็อก
skill
กำลังมา
gaps
Sure.
shown.
And that's what we're sort of waiting to see, I think, as well, because as you say, and as it has felt, Gentlemates are getting themselves in decent positions, but BBL going the extra mile right now. They've got the full bite.
เขาไม่เอาปาตีนกลับไปจับตัวลูกวะตอนนี้เขาเริ่มกลับมาจับกันแล้วเว้ย
Martin with a Guardian has propped up round solo before, as he did in the previous series, but it can't just be him.
I mean, Gentlemates do need a hero at this point, right? That's why you've got Martin in the sides, but BBL so far are given so much real estate.
So maybe looking to get a little bit active behind the smoke here on A. TP will have been heard from Lovers Rock and the op sighted, of course.
But was it the solo player like it was last time?
That's the question which mates are going to have to try and answer here. Door opens up, Fade Prowler through. So based off of that conditioning and those VODs you were talking about, you're thinking BBL
มันยากมากอะเจอแบบ
towards A more than anything else. No real change up in terms
อุ้ย
of how
สวยแล้ว
eventually finds the tree player through the ultimate, but the
ได้เล่นครับ
Big
มินนี่
coming through.
And that's a big paranoia.
Oi.
Bippo and Brock's combined.
พรมโอ้หมด
An absolute
เหลือมินนี่คนเดียวแล้วโล
Mini with the
6-1
rifle
ว่ะ
he collected from his ultimate with such low HP. You can't help but
ร้อย
feel
ฮะ
this one is over, and it is. I mean, only 2 players lost. BBL, the momentum cannot be stopped.
Yeah, and just with how
เอ้ย
reaction
บีโปปีหน้าไปแน่
on this attack
ทำได้ทุกอย่างซาโล
Gentlemates don't really want to overstep. You can see the position
ที่นี่ทำได้ทุกอย่าง
Martin
เมืองเสรีครับ
passive on sand. You're not seeing any extension there to really dig out some concrete information in
ให้ BBL ฮะ
So how do you,
ให้
as a
BBL
defense,
2-1
play
แต่
play
คู่
low
นี้
just with the
BBL
proactive?
BBL
It feels like
เฉยๆ
there's
ก็
a little bit of a
หวานเจี๊ยบเลยไหม
conundrum. It's something that you really struggle to figure out.
It's like on the ecos, they were gambling, they were trying to play heavy for different areas. Here you can
ได้ยิน
see
เสียง
Vinny
สไลด์
sliding out
เค
of
วิน
the operator as the funds are back on side.
ดูว่าภัยร้ายกำลังมา
Perhaps just hoping to guide BBL towards the cipher of Bippo playing A. Look for a late retake, something of the sort. You considered the position of this spy cam, for example, out in grass, and that would lead you to believe that it's just an early tool for information.
สีทรง
Leaned
ผ
a
ม
lot heavier on this
ของ
side
BBL นะ
now, though, Cairo, as you can see.
Yeah, but they're playing completely for retake. Nobody on site. I mean, Starzo and Bippo trying to take up position, but they're pretty late here.
รอบนี้มารอใน A2 โคตรปั่นป่วนอ่ะตอนนี้แม่งนวดแบบหลอกแล้วหลอกอีกอ่ะดูดิปั่นป่วนไปหมดแต่ตอนนี้กดดันจัด M8 ไอ้หลอยก็ไม่รีบครับ มีอันติครับ อุ้ย แล้วมินนี่ไม่สนใจไม่หันไม่อะไรเลยเหรอเมื่อกี้
I mean, creating delay,
เฮ้ย
manages to dodge the seas, but he's asking for support.
ดู
He's
จบเลยฮะ
screaming
ดู
for
จบเลย
support. And it's 20 seconds left. Gentlemate's in position to deny the spike. I mean, you're looking at Loiter's position. He's very late to this to try and play a joker on towards B. It's a nice call, but Gentlemate's, it's not a far rotation.
No time.
It's a big paranoia indeed.
ต้องเล่นเลยครับผม เฮ้ย
Gentlemate's go out.
โอ้โห
BBL have overcooked this one.
And not for the
แม่ง
first
หลอก
time.
อะไร
This
ข
is
นาด
just
นั้น
the
วะนะไอ้
only
เหี้ย
occasion where they actually get punished. It was the satchel from Martin which wins the round. When the plant came in initially, there was a fraction of a second to spare. But, I mean, even there, I would prefer BBL to just fully commit to this C play. It feels like they're so indecisive at moments. And there's just the replay to show it to you in actual fact.
เฮ้ยขอบคุณ Subscribe นะครับ น้องมิววิลลี่ขอบคุณนะครับ
They spent half the round chasing shadows.
But
โอ้โห
that did end up winning them the round. Many now. I mean, the operator hasn't bet. Many still on this line. He's played this so well, but the spam is good
เป็นอย่างนั้น
from
ไป
Lovers Rock. A player used to playing the
เพื่อ
operator.
เติมมาโลไปเท่าไหร่แล้วโอ้โห
He does, and I think Mini really struggled to
Don't
find
ต่อ
impact on the op in the
น้อง
previous
ต่อ
game
รู้เปล่าว่า
specifically.
เขาห้าม
It's vitality.
เขาห้ามไปเช็คกันอะ
And the better teams in the league are going to shut you down
ว่าเรา
from
เติมมา
those
เท่าไหร่แล้ว
positions.
อะ
You're not going to have the same kind of freedom. You've got to change things up. And so BBL now showing us a shift of the gears themselves. Lovers Rock clearing out all of the A site with this dimensional drift and spotting Starso as well. Starso wins the duel, but there's a quick trade.
Yeah, but is that a loss in utility? We'll need to find that out. But Gentlemates have taken the numbers back on side. And to come back in, they have a
เช็คแล้วเดี๋ยวหดหูครับ
and some of that raise utility.
อย่าไปเช็คฮะ
All of the raise utility plus the showstopper. Larok has
คิดซะว่า
an important part
ค่า
to
เล่น
play
เกม
in
ราย
this,
เดือน
stopping them getting back through the
อุ้ย
stairwell here. As you can see, Martin
ผม
uses
ไม่
the
เจ็บ
nade
เท่าไหร่
to try and flush out Loiter, but can't catch him. Larok looking for that timing now himself and spots that there's no one heading his way. It's coming all through the top of the site. And with the pin pulled on the nade, it's just going to delay Bippo a second longer. Play in rows from underneath. And while he's
เฮ้ย
only
เดี๋ยว
walking
เฮ้ย
away with one,
ไอ้ที่ต้องทำขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
the ult hits him
โอ้โห
directly, and Rose will find him between the
โรส
eyes. 7 for BBL, carrying that advantage into the second half.
เอ้า
He's postponed, and
ขอโทษน้องตู้
Rock having all his utilities
สับ
definitely
สนขอไป
a factor, but Starzo, sure he
ต่อ
gets to
ตู้
punish the Yoru, but I can't help but feel he's so important just for getting back and being that initiator that you want on side.
To give credit to BBL in that position, they get an extra player over. How many times have we seen them dive into a
แล้ว
site
คือ
and
เรา
unsupported?
ไปเช็คมาหรือยัง
Big brawl about to break out, and this one could very much settle the fate of this first half. Mates need around here. And as you can see,
วันนี้ผมตามเพื่อนผม
gonna
จะไป
invest a lot
จัด
of
ไป
utility to keep
ถ้า
BBL
ตามตั้งแต่หัววันแล้วก็ได้โอ
out
มากาเสร็จแล้วเนี่ย
The BBL buy into that.
CS คู่สองใครนะครับผม
As they move towards C.
คู่แรกจบแล้วเหรอ
That's the cipher setup.
คู่แรกนี้แบบ
Fact
เฟ
of
ส
the
สอง
matter
สูตร
is,
อะ
mates have invested
มองโกทีม
two
เพิ่งรวม
players to hold on to Rubble here because BBL are so passive in the early round. A much faster tempo to this follow-up take, though. It's into Bippo's C site, and he's the only one here.
A real test of Bipple's role change. He couldn't do it against Foot, but BBL is just as hard a challenge. The players are already up. He has the information and drops all the way back to backside. Nobody really swinging.
น้อง
Still alive.
เลิฟไอเลิฟสวัสดีครับ
And still comes away with one. That's big for Bipple.
Yeah, great work from Bippo. And Martin finds the next. That's the showstopper now online after the early AORB. BBL looking to dig out another kill here, and it's allowed Rose to get right through.
Oh, but he's on the knife and many punishes.
โอ้โห
So that's 4 versus 2. It's Craven and Loiter now. Loiter part of the last 2 versus 4 that they won earlier on in this half, but I don't think that's going to happen. Gentlemates
แพ้กับ
find
แอส
their
เตอรี
third.
And it's a very well put together round from the mates here
เฟส
as
จบแล้ว
well.
สัก2-1เหรอ
Martin with his own part to play, the showstopper confirming
ไล
it.
ฟ์อยู่4ครับตอนนี้ รู้ป่ะตอนแรกพี่มาสมัครคลิกอ่ะ มีคนเอาชื่อพี่ไปใช้ครับผม พี่ก็เลยต้องใส่ไวเปอร์เดมอน1337 แต่ตอนได้พาร์ทเนอร์เขาก็รู้ใช่ป่ะว่าเราสตรีมมา เขาก็เอาชื่อกับคืนมาให้ โคตรโชคดีเลย
You're thinking what that duel's going to look
โอ้
like
เฟส
between
ไม่
him
หลาด
and
หรอวะ
Lovers Rock. Well,
แอตเตอรี
he's
แพนนะครับ
delivering.
น่าจะแอตตาลีแล้วผม อันนี้มันรอบลึกแหละ
Obviously being in that 4-on-4.
And just very quickly, I say delivering. He is 5-9, but it's a good start.
Yeah, it is.
Mates only need one more round, maybe
ที่
two
มองโกมัน
here,
ยัง
and
ได้
I
มา
think
แมปหนึ่งแล้วนะ
they'll have
นึกว่า
confidence they
นึ
can
กว่าจะ
turn
ไม่
this
ได้
around in the second half.
เฟดมิลานนี่คือหนักเลยเหรอ แพ้ได้ไงวะ
The plan worked on the last one to fight for A. They
มอง
haven't
โก
done
เด็ก
it
ทั้ง
this
สองคน
time, and instead conceded that space. But it's another B pivot from BBL, it seems, as they start to send utility that way. And it seems as if Gentlemates are believing them with the utility.
Yeah, you're always sort of going to expect that when Kreven is playing
Ui.
around the edge of it. The outline
ชิบ
of
หายแล้วครับ
Fox
M8
finds
เริ่ม
the
ตั้ง
first
หลัก
kill
ได้
through smoke, through a wall, through everything. Loiter goes down. It's untradeable. I think that might have been one of the rifles as well. So
12-4 ลงคัมแบ็ก
much behind this buy for BBL.
ยาวๆคู่นี้เลยยาว
To be
น่า
shown
ลุ้น
the curtain. Larok doesn't look too far behind. He did have a Vandal, so with him now dead, it's just Kreven and Lovers Rock left to try and piece this back together.
But Lovers Rock's
เนี่ย
able to
ตอนนี้
pick
ท
up
รง
a rifle, it
ทรง
seems,
ยาว
just
เลยครับ
outside of the door. No, it's just the Sheriff now. So I think from now, Gentlemates with control of that spike.
Oh.
And
Oi.
a little bit of tech
Oh,
here from Lovers
wee.
Rock that does not get him the kill. So an end zone
แม่งเกือบ
flawless.
ตัดได้อีกหนึ่ง
We're back within a couple rounds.
Yeah, I mean, look, this final round of the half means absolutely everything for Gentlemates. A win here, they bring it within 2, and they move on to the attack side. Haven't had the best of times on their own defense, so actually looks like we are going to get a timeout coming through here from them into the following round.
โว้
Some big
ช็อกกันหมด
odds
อะ
for mates to try and play
นี่มัน
around
ติด
with here,
2-0
and
นะ
I
โดน
think
2-0 นะ
that's going to lend into their own planning as they check back in with their coaching staff. Interesting fact about Mavera, actually.
เอเวอร์ติก 2-0 ไม่เท่าไหร่ ตัวยิงกันเกือบ32คนนะแพ้อะมันเหลือเชื่อปะยิงเกือบ32คนแพ้อะ
User disconnected from your channel.
แม่งไม่ใช่เรื่องจัดๆอะวาโลกับ CS อันไหนคัมแบ็กบ่อยกว่ากันนะครับ CS ไหมวาโลมันคัมแบ็กยากอยู่มันมีอันติไงบางทีทีมมันไปค้างอยู่สูงนานๆอันติเต็มปุ๊บแม่งปิดเกมเลยน้องพิมานยองครับผม
Important one that could be a 7-5 half in favour of BBL, or 8-4, which feels like a massive gap to try and bridge. This time it's just Rose faking towards A. This is a large scale on C. That camera going to be so important from Bippo.
Ooh, and I think Starso might just have been spotted there by Rose in transition
Yeah,
as
you
well.
look.
Mates have an idea of what's going on right now, and you can see the rotation arriving at the C site.
ไม่ไหวทุกที่อะ
Once
ข้อมูล
again
มันต่างกัน
looking to play for the kill and get
เกมมันหลายปีแล้ว
Locked on, who has been the phenom. Mini's ultimate firing back in, and it's Kreven, as you say, who fires away. Both players knowing about it.
Ooh,
BBL
wee.
will
8-4
get their advantage.
BBL looking much better. They were in their shell at the start of the half, but it feels like as it's gone on, they've realized they needed to up the ante a little bit to get that 8th round. They've managed to take it now, and so all eyes on Mates to see if they can flip the script. We're going to head towards an interview with Kundi from before the game to see what he thinks about this rematch.
เปลี่ยนละตอนแรกตั้งไว้ลืมเปลี่ยน
Big rematch for you guys against BBL. That was the Giga Banger in kickoff. How are you feeling about this matchup?
Yeah, I'm excited to play them. I think it will be a banger match.
And for you guys, the scenarios are a little bit tight for making it directly into playoffs. I think if you 2-0 here, the chance is still alive. Is that something you're focusing on, trying to maybe manipulate the veto to secure the 2-0?
I mean, I think more you think like we need to win 2-0, harder it will be. So it's kind of like thing we quickly talk to. We have a chance. Yes, we do. Okay, that's it. Let's play for the win, and then let's see what happens.
And we're coming to the end of the first stage where you're full head coach. That didn't make much sense. You've been head coach now for a few months, right? Moving up into that role. How has it been overall with the team?
วาโลจะดังเท่า CS ไหม ในอนาคตเป็นไปได้ครับในอนาคตเป็นไปได้พับจีวิดข้าวคือลองจินตนาการภาพนะเคาน์เตอร์อยู่มานานคนดูก็เป็นคน FPS รุ่นแรกๆมันก็เป็นฐานสังเกตในงานแข่งเคาน์เตอร์ออฟไลน์ครับคนที่มาดูจะเป็นแบบผู้ใหญ่ซะส่วนใหญ่จะเป็นแบบ30 บวกอะลองดูดิแบบดูโตๆหน่อยอะไรอย่างเงี้ยแล้วพอตัดมาวาโลมันจะเป็นอีกเจนหนึ่งใช่ไหมไอ้ฐานคอมมูเคาน์เตอร์มันโตมากแล้วมันเลยสามารถทำแบบจัดใหญ่บัตรขายไม่พออะไรอย่างเงี้ยหรอปะแต่เด็กเกิดใหม่ในเซตน้อยที่มั่นใจรับประกันเลยว่าน้อย
Yeah, I think we have sticked more to our identity maybe what before, and that's at least what has
วาโล
changed, but like we have
เจนใหม่ว่าเลือกวาโลเยอะกว่าแน่นอน
Look forward to seeing that identity in the server today. Good luck.
So questions to be answered by mates in this
ใช่
second
ยูเกมมันต่างกัน
half. Trailing by 4 rounds, but they've done well to make up some ground here between them and BBL, who came flying out of the gates.
ถ้าจะถามว่าในอนาคตมันมีสิทธิ์ไหม
The opportunity
มี
to
สิทธิ์นะ
stay
เป็น
alive
ไป
in
ได้
the race for playoffs hinges entirely on which one of these teams wins and how cleanly.
Yeah,
โอ้ย
I think Gentlemates
ไม่เอานักแข่งติ
becomes even
เอา
more
ยูเซอร์คน
important
เล่นติหมายถึงคนเล่นติ
for them. Usually Pistol
เรามองใน
is
มุมคนเล่น
flippy,
ไม่ใช่มองมุม
but
นักแข่งดิ
has to be full focus, especially when you think of how that first half started.
I mean, look, they've had to bounce back many times in their recent games. It's asked of them here again. BBL the ones to notch the first blow, though. And as we were saying, this series must be
จะไม่สูงเอาเนี่ย
for the French club, or they slip into play-ins just like that. And so Bippo has managed to find them an outlet. It's a kill on C, which opens up the map.
BBL have been so good at pistol rounds. Bippo, though, needs to step up. We need to see the goods. He's first here, but he's
ก็
seen
นั่นแหละ
others wrong.
อย่างที่เข้าใจอะมีแต่หน้าเดิมๆครับผม
Holding the line, but with that nade dropped into the site, the C's not too far behind. It'll catch Prox round the ankles, and he's got nowhere to go. Mates on the back foot, pushed to the bend wall. As BBL are closing up the distance. Plenty of damage on these defenders, and so Martin cuts through them with ease. One bullet left in the gun, needs to reload. Else he can't find Rose left on just 7.
แต่เหมือนโซนอเมริกากับโซนยุโรปเรื่องแปลกๆเขาก็แบบ
Same time,
จะ
though,
เริ่ม
BBL
ยอม
just
เปิด
as quick.
ยอมรับมากขึ้นนะ
They're on the line first.
ให้เรื่องสปอนนะ
Position, but it's no foul. What's he doing? Prox to punish, and now a 2v1 to take this pistol. Much needed for mates, and so the hopes of BBL laying on Loiter. One smoke left in the spam that collects the kill instead. Martin 10 HP on the opposite side. Loiter with the most clutches in the league this stage, and he's looking to add a 9th here. Walks back in. Martin should have an idea. As that first smoke fades, he's dropped up above it. He's playing from the platform and still looking to clear him out. Martin now in behind. They've traded places, and Loiter, well, he hasn't got an idea. Not the foggiest. Martin right above his head. Drills on down, and with that, mates make the pistol work.
Loiter might have the most clutches, but he does not have just the aura that Martin has at this point.
ยกตัวอย่าง
It's fair enough at this point.
ดูในจีนก็ได้ไม่ต้องไปดูไกล ในจีนตอนนี้แบบเคาน์เตอร์แม่งไม่มีเป็นหมดแล้วอะดูแบบว่าซูเปอร์สตาร์จีนเวลาแบบออกงานเวลาแข่งดิวาโลตอนเนี้ยแม่งแบบโหอย่างกับดาราแค่นี้ก็น่าจะเห็นภาพแล้วแต่ว่ามันต้องใช้เวลาอีกนาน ก็เราได้ตามแข่งช่วงปีแรกๆเลยตอนก่อนมีเฟรนไชส์ครับมันจะกลับไปอย่างนั้นแหละครับมันจะมีคอลิฟายเป็นลีกเกียนนะ
He does confirm the kill, and Creven is on death's door. Mates sweeping in to take the C site, and despite the damage, they've done a pretty good job, but there's a chasing pack in sand.
Not too far away, both will split up.
แล้วเขาชอบเพิ่มอายุให้จริง
This bonus round possible, a clean anti-eco. Already quite a lot of damage.
At the same time, it's most important that the Bulldog and the Vandal get through.
Yeah. Loiter and Rose split up from one another in this position here, and actually all of that noise could have given Loiter away.
พี่หลอย
He's going to take it
พี่หลอย
anyway
แม่ง
by
เดือดจัด
force this time. Bippo's still on 7.
เฮ้ย
He can find that kill, traded out by Starso, and as I was saying, it's messy, but the mates make it work.
Yeah, I mean, that anti-eco, you can see why Loiter is considered the most clutch player in this league. Two very important kills towards the end that put Gentlemates by in the bonus round and a trepidatious
เพิ่ง
position.
ต่อสัญญาพี่นาวสิ
Crazy thing is, Loiter has been doing this since he
ซี
was
ไนท์
16.
น่าจะต้อง
The
ดึง
top
แบ
end
บ
of challengers
ผู้
as
เล่น
well, and he's still in his
สดๆ มา
rookie year.
มาเติมป่ะ
On the other side, though, as you said, the heavy hitter Martin starting to get active. Conversation we've had all year since
ดูเกมต่อดีก
Santiago.
ว่า
Team looking a little top heavy with
เมื่อ
the
กี้
kill
ถือว่า
records that
กู
he
ดีโค
broke.
จัดๆอ่ะ
And part of the charge, which is
BBL.
now making its way towards B here for mates in this bonus.
That was a nice cam.
เฮ้ย
actually,
ร้อยโอ้โห
and it
ชิป
actually confirmed
หายแล้วครับผมตอนนี้
Gentlemates switch, head towards A, and an extensive post
ถึง
plan.
แพ้ได้เลยครับ
Holding down the foundation,
BBL.
and many looking to go in front.
Bippo's still fighting this, but only 7 bullets and position fully
เฮ้ย
condemned.
ทอนคืนมา
That's all back, 4 on
1 4 4 เท่ากัน
And Mel, a double up and
เวลา
trying
ดี
to
อยู่ครับ
call out anyone
เวลา
through
ดีอยู่ไม่ได้ช้ามาก
where the gap is, and I mean nobody really looking to deny this Gentlemates fight.
โอ้โห แล้วแม่งจับคู่ซัดเลยครับ
He's upgraded to a rifle.
แต่
This
เบลเทคืนมาได้ฮะ
cleared that,
กลายเป็น
but it's all
3-2
about
แต่เวลา
the
โหเวลาน้อยไปแล้ววะ
because it's starting to get low.
ไม่ทันแล้ววะ
BBL need to get the
บล็อกยังมี
defuse,
บาย
no
มาตินยังมี
utility,
บลัสแฟกอยู่
so it has
ไม่
to
ทัน
be
แล้ว
the fights. It
ไม่ทันแล้ว
has to be heads up, and well, unfortunately, Martin
หมดเลยเจอบาย
he brings it within one.
And so Martin puts mates on his back yet again. Stages to that round where BBL were playing hands in pockets.
พี่
It's
มา
a
ตินมัน
paranoia
โซคลีนอะ
into a smoke. I really don't know what Loiter is doing here, and as I say, it's not the first time they've looked a little bit casual about this. Martin on the other side, though, crisp as always on low sense.
โซคลีน
0.06 in game, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, it's insane.
1600 DPI.
Yeah, that's the difference.
Not like I wrote his stats down or anything, thinking that's gonna improve my ranked performance.
Yeah, mate, whatever. Lovers Rock going for the jump TP for information and seeing a couple bodies on the other side. Gentlemates don't want to give anything away, don't want to walk into a stack. Don't want to
เริ่มไม่มั่นใจ
take the
จะเป็น
bait.
มาตินตอนนี้
So Martin, do you play stretched res?
Yes, I'm good. What about
What's your
this?
hair care routine, man? I
hair
want to
care?
be just like you. You know, we had a player in tier 2 who copied Tenz's settings.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
Everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've heard.
It's mad. Imagine you got an official and then you just.
ไอ้หล่อยเลยวินนี้หล่อยเลยหล่อยแม่ง
To see if there's been an
แจกไป
Anyway, BBL are on an eco here in case you couldn't tell. The round's got an element of dead rubber
เป็น
to it,
เรื่
but
อง
in saying that, Rose has found a couple of kills here on site defense with only a classic, and BBL with a man advantage for now. Can
เอา
it
แล้วไง
get any better?
แล้วบอมตก
Can Rose has got another and a vandal in his hands. Surely not like this, mate.
กลับมาอย่างไวครับ
Thrifty, and just when you thought that was
อย่าง
a
นี้ดับเบิล
shoo-in,
อัพนะ
the captain
การเงิน
stands up
BBL
and his presence is felt.
Yeah, you can stop talking about Martin's sense and all that and actually lock in because
Okay.
BBL have
That should never have been a round win.
No, it shouldn't have, but it's such good utility. And I mean,
นี่เราพี่โรส
you
เอา
allow
ให้วิน
that
นี้
gap to come through, you allow BBL to
วินที่ไม่
extend
ควรเกิดขึ้น
it.
ใช่
It almost feels
เออ
like, again,
ไม่เกิดขึ้นอีกแล้ววินที่ไม่ควรเกิดขึ้น ชนะโบนัสมาแพ้อีโคอ่ะ
Rose, but it almost feels like Vitality yesterday. And in the same way that we saw the Thrifty come through on round 4.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it, right? I know exactly the round that you're talking about. It was on Ascent, the A push, that blind
เนี่ย
call from
ไอ้
Starso
3-4
just
วัน
to
วัน
hit
นี้เรา
the
นั่ง
site.
ดูกันเนี่ย
Um,
คุยกัน
as
อยู่
this
ว่า
one
สิ่งที่ไม่ควร
progresses,
เกิด
you
ขึ้น
really
น่ะ
got to be thinking
ไอ้เคีย
about
มันเกิดขึ้นให้ดูทุกแมตช์ทุกคู่ทุกคน
the right calls are being
มัน
made.
ใช่เรื่อง
But
ปะ
to
วะ
build on our
ได้
Martin
โบนัสมาแพ้อีโค
conversation,
เนี่ย
he is
ใช่ไหม
well and truly starred in every performance we've seen from this team so far in the stage. Cairo, highest for ADR at 177, 2 aces versus Vitality, putting him up to 11 lifetime in the
ใช่ไหม
VCT.
เป็นทุกลีก ถ้ามองตามความเป็นจริงมันต้องไม่เกิดขึ้น
that
เว้ย
we've seen him on recently, but Raze on this map
ไม่เข้าใจเหมือน
specifically.
กันว่าผม
And I think the big thing for me is
ไม่
what that
ไม่
partnership looks
ไม่ส
like
คริปต์ไม่
between
สคริป
him
ต์
and Mini.
โหเรื่องนี้ลืมไม่ได้เลยเรื่องสคริปต์อ่ะ
We've seen the way
เขา
that
ต่อ
the
ต้านขนาด
interaction
นั้น
works with the
ในขนาด
curveball,
นั้น
the Phoenix Flash, and also Mini sliding round the corner. I think overall it's a bit harder to do that with a Raze, with the Neon.
It's different, right? You're satcheling in instead, but the dive capability is certainly there. I think more than anything, it looked way better when they were paired at the hip. At least for Mini specifically on that last map than it did when he was trying to play solo. On this round, it is all 5 Gentlemates players creeping up towards A, scaling behind the
หลาย
smoke,
อย่างมัน
but
ประ
into
มาท
Lover's
ด้วยส
Rock,
กิลด้วย
his neck of the woods with this op.
I mean, there's almost 4 players here. Rose walks away and will
เฮ้ย
stopper used.
เอ้า
Lover's Rock so
โอ้โห
good.
ว้าไป
Martin gone as
ว้า
well.
ไปเจอ
BBL have just collapsed on this execute. Starzo with a quick spray down has put this into a winnable spot. The information huge on the last 2 players.
Now you're looking at how mates want to manufacture this post plant. A stairwell fight is one which they're willing to take as 2
แล้วใบโพไม่ได้ยิน
players,
2 เลย
even with this plant.
Trying to
โอ้โห
backfill the space.
สวยว่ะ
Does not gain anything. So the question on BBL
เชื่อ M8 แม่งเดินสวยครับปีนี้
from behind, and they'll get that answer very quickly as they see Kreven. He's gone. Only the Cypher scene though. Starzo still playing from heaven. Rose destroying the cam. He's giving himself away, and a haunt to try and destroy. He's trying to get these fights. Starzo jumps. Rose only on 8 bullets and cannot connect a single one. Back within 1 are Gentlemates.
That is purely a Starso round, and it's fantastic to see mates get value from it. Lover's Rock hits a really tricky shot at the start. You can see Martins working the space on the right side of the neon wall, Mini on the left. But the big thing for me here is just how heads up they are when it gets to the later stages of the round with that neural theft. Bippo checks first with the cam. Starso checking second with the horn. Layers to the way they're playing this at a micro level.
ไม่น่าไม่น่า
And now they want to go back to back on this A push.
Interestingly enough, this is an equal round with a half buy, but that half buy has an operator in play.
Yeah.
ต้องมีคนวิเคราะห์การตัดสินใจ
Can sort of be
หรือ
here,
เล่น
there, and
ราว
everywhere with
เซฟ
that TP. Timer is about to run out, as you
หมาย
can
ถึง
see.
ราว
in
ที่เรามี
sport,
ปืนเขา
whether
อี
he
โค
makes
ใช่
this
ไหม
rotation or
แบบ
not.
มันต้องมีวินมันต้องมีราวอีโคมันต้องมีเซตอัพวินอีโคอะไรอย่างเงี้ยไหม
Very deep. Doesn't go
ถ้าอย่างนั้น
for
นะ
it.
ใช่เลย
Yeah, just lets it run out. Look at this angle now that he's got on C.
Yeah, and that defense now leans so much heavier on the A side.
มันต้องมีช้อยที่ดีที่สุดเว้ย
Really enabled by Lover's Rock, and it's another one of these eco overloads which could catch mates off guard.
Well, that's a big kill through the smoke. A B pivot, not really viable until we see Bippo take up that B main space.
And that's where
แล้วแวน
now
เดล
Kreven has
เขา
a
บอกเดียว
decision
ของ
to
ร้าน
make.
หลอก
Does he want
ทำ
to
เรื่องครับ
fight into B main and give himself an outlet? No, just asks for a smoke instead and now plays around it.
Yeah, a Bulldog and a big 1 versus 1. I mean, distracted by the utility. Kreven drops back into
แล้วเช็ค
Now
โอ้โห
seen
โซ่
big
แม่ง
kill from
ละเอียดว่ะ
Starzo. Makes things even, and
จบเลย
Gentlemates hold on to this side well. Starzo gives himself up. Lover's Rock running for the hills and keeping himself alive.
Yeah,
มันจะไป
mates
วาง
wondering
ซี
if they maybe misinterpreted this one a little bit. Now they're heading straight into this operator.
That's good utility. Brings
เฮ้ย
Lover's Rock away, but that dimensional drift will give
เจอในซ้าย
room
สอง
for
ครบ
Nate
สาม
for
ครบ
the
สามยังไงเพื่อนยังไง
coming back through. All 3 players though completely disconnected, whereas Gentlemates are all playing together
โอ้โห
like
แม่ง
a pack of
เห็น
hungry
วะ
wolves that know that their prey is near.
ไอ้เหี้ยจ่ายอันตีไปด้วย
And they've done what they needed to. 9-9 is the scoreline that will be done after this round because Lover's Rock wants nothing to do with this. Has a
สวยละ
Gentlemates have done what they needed to.
Yeah, and it looked a little bit chaotic there, but I like that mates follow through with the call onto the C site. Not the first time you've seen Starso playing selflessly. The pinata call as Pacific deemed it. Just baiting out the early shots to get a trade. Lover's Rock nearly punishes. And to be honest, for how this one ends, you save the operator on the BBL side and you knock down a couple targets in the process. It's not the worst for what they came in with. I think the way they were trying to enable Kreven in the corner there was nice, but Starso just far too diligent.
And well, it seems like we will be getting the last timeout of this first map. BBL pulling the trigger and wanting to speak to their teammates, just especially with how bad that things have gone recently.
เนี่ยบี
on
โป้
this
แม่ง
attack
มัน
camp.
ก็ยิงได้
In fact,
พอ
as
มา
a-
เล่น
if
ตัว
we
แบบว่า
actually
ยิงอย่าง
look
เดียวอะ
at
ไม่
the
ต้อง
round
อยู่
count, it's pretty much
ตัว
similar to
ทำเก
that
มอะ
first half.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's an early. แย่ละ
I mean, Gentlemates, we've seen how their performances can find an uptick on that map.
Also comes back to the thing with BBL. Sometimes they just don't make those adaptations. But what we're seeing here is 4 players ready to fight Rubble at the start of the round before the barrier drop. Is this the adjustment which makes the difference for them, though?
A big brawl, a powder keg of a round. As everybody sends it forward, and Gentlemate's happy to give things up. Minnie's actually fighting forward to try and support Pro.
เอาว่ะไปหน้าเอชนะว่ะรอบนี้ลองทอนคืนมา1
At least gets one back.
ได้อยู่
And the round is offered a bit of reprieve here, as you can see mates moving through the map towards C. Starso the second layer, looking for a late lurk and maybe catching a rotate. They're not going to win the foot race here, so BBL will have bodies to defend C.
There's a gap in which to work for Starzo. He doesn't understand that yet, as the bodies of Gentlemates that are on the C try and work this site. And it has grabbed the attention of the defense. And here's the pivot, now straight in.
Straight back towards B instead, but as mates continue to trail in this position, they are hunting down an extra kill. It looks like Starso will be the one to try and offer that relief.
เรียบร้อยฮะ เหลือ 2
So 4 versus 2.
It's a hard one.
ต้องได้วินนี้
one off of the showstopper, and that's
อุ้ยทำไมมัน
ideally what you could try and walk through. But BBL give
ทำไมมัน
nothing.
ช้าขนาดนั้น
It's
น่ะ
complete space right now, a void
เชี่ย
which is
ช้าไป
about to be filled. The players coming out of heaven. I mean, this is a fake. Nobody looking to bite on this. Gentlemates come out. It's all up to the guns, and Gentlemates do well. It's Martin again. He just cannot miss.
Forget the opener, forget the closer, the supporting act, throw it in the bin. Martin is the headliner for Gentlemates.
ทำไมมาร์ตินไม่เป็นคนตายคนแรกวะ ทุกคน
First kill found him a nade and a showstopper, but he only needed the gun in his hands. And mates have the lead in what is now a 1-round game.
Did he just emote after getting that 4K? That's insane. Mate, that's insane. You can't see this guy doesn't have aura.
No, I completely agree. I just disagree with the use of the words. Anyway, let's hear what mates are saying after that one. And
พี่ว่ามันช้าไปว่ะเชี่ย
as we listen into the comms.
มันไปโอ้ทำไมมันถึงแบบไปเดินอ้อมหูหลังที่กำแพงขนาดนั้นหมดเลยวะ
They're rotating from B. Yeah, he's good. Don't commit. 2B. They know they're ceiling already. They're heavy.
B post C. They open there? Yeah, I opened.
You open. Yeah.
B pop, play B still. You will play B again.
B, okay.
Let's do B split here? Listen, we will take K in maybe B split if B pockets.
พอๆในเรื่องการเสพ
Yeah, I have prowler for this.
เฮียสั่นกลัวไปกลัวอะไรขนาดนั้นนะขี้โคตรตัวถ่ายแล้วน่ะเฮีย
Check Rabu. Yeah, go. Smoke him too. Actually, no, smoke stairs for fake.
ดีเทค2 ก็ได้นี่แบบทำไมมันต้องอ้อมไปขนาดนั้นงงจัด
Come. We might fake B split. Let's
เรี
open
ยบ
3.
ร้อยเลยฮะ
Can hobbit.
It might be clear as
Open
well.
3.
Come B. Hold this ceiling.
Wait,
Come B.
spacing.
Okay, Cypher, dead. Hobbit, play together.
Hold hobbit, please.
Yusuf, hold a bit.
เฮียจุ๋มว่ะพี่เปียว
You're good like this. Pick up mini, pick up.
One of it. Yeah, with me.
I'll try to play.
I'm holding ceiling.
And realistically, the only thing that you can put your hope in is a Spectre recovered of Lover's Rock, and he's already taken damage.
I actually fancy Loiter's chances with this Sheriff a little more, if I'm honest, mate. 125 HP, he can hit a head or 2.
สถานการณ์
It's outside the realms of possibility.
ย่ำแย่
We know it. Being a
แต่
little
เพิ่งแมปแรกเอง
facetious here as Gentlemates make it up to 11 rounds. That was the eco. But of course, just getting closer and closer now. The momentum of this game has well and truly changed. It's off the back of some more Martine magic.
The guy is the magician who pulls rounds out of a hat. And BBL right now are needing something like that. Lovers Rock, Operator, that's B main. But LaRock and Loiter are on C site. Gonna receive this push coming through from Gentlemates. LaRock has done so
เสกหน่อยแล้วหรอก
Maybe a little bit of magic of his own, but
ไป
Martin
สอง
once again still alive. As he goes round the long
สวย
way.
ละในสโมองตัวหนึ่ง
Loiter needs to be
Om.
careful. Of course he is. He does not even decide to blink. And Pippo, he's elsewhere on an outlaw.
ให้ BBL เหมือนกันครับน้องออม
Asking a little too much of Bippo here. Done pretty well to get himself in this game. 15-15. Second fragging behind Martin.
ไม่มีอะไรครับวินนี้
But happy with that round.
แต่ว่า M8 มันการเงินโคตรดี
Again,
ตัว
when
นี้
you're seeing them fight for these extremities early, it's tending to do well
ซื้อ
for
ได้
them.
ยาว
Constantly shifting that cipher setup. Breaking away from some of the conditioning, perhaps. What mates have looked up on them.
ๆเอเซนคู่นี้เลยยาวได้ลุ้นเลยยาวได้แบบไม่ต้องคิดเยอะ
Up first, but Operator versus Outlaw, it only really goes one way.
Yeah, the outlaw wins, right?
That's if he hits the head.
มัน
Let's
พลิก
see
กัน
it.
ไปพลิกกันมาครับพูดเนี่ย
Go on, Bippo.
น้องมิก
Nah, it's not going to be the case. We're back within one for
Yeah.
these two.
Not shifting around the corner like
No.
that, no. Unfortunate. But yeah, just the one round between these teams, and Lotus deciding a lot of this series for me in my eyes. Just not only the permutations, but how both teams want to play stylistically, an attack-sided map historically, what the approach looks like from both as we get a Nightfall or Omen and Cypher ult available on either side. They can match
เฮ้ยนี่กำลังฮิต
themselves in talent.
เอาโยรุยืนล่อข้างบน
With the op here too.
Yeah, I was going to say guaranteed value really comes through the Nightfall. The other two are more a little bit more circumstantial, although Gentlemates know from
ก็
the last
แมป
game
บุกด้วยครับผม
the
เอ้า
Omen and the Nightfall can combine pretty well.
Yeah.
นี่วัยรุ่นใจร้อนไหมล่ะเฮียร้อนจริง
The round that we get from BBL, because instead of
อยู่
playing
ดี
to
ก็
the
พลิกไปห
numbers
น้า
game,
บีแล้วโดน
it's
โยนหมวกด้วย
solo
เพื่อน
picking
เพื่อน
through,
ก็ลำบากดีอย่างเงี้ย
opening up the play for them here and giving mates a way towards the B site.
Big value from the Nightfall, and you can see a BBL player will be cheeky. They've done it again. Gentlemates have fallen for it. And I mean, the
มันจะโยกไป C มีไซเปอร์รออยู่
And luckily enough, Creven, not hit by the Nightfall, can give that information and play off his own setup. Oh, doesn't win out against Bippo though. So now it's
จบ
3-on-2 in favour of Mates.
Yeah, only a paranoia.
ไหวก็รอบคืนนี้
Be able to get interested in the spam battle is one which Loiter isn't winning.
Oh. Same time,
Peek.
Lovely Rock has
Peek.
managed to creep into backside.
Pinned in.
Bippo has no chance here.
สวยมาก
He's out 2-on-2, but the damage is
มีบาย
great on the two players on BBL. Body shots is certainly the way to go.
Oh.
Don't need to hit heads, but of course Martin will.
เซฟ
And with the time ticking away, the sand dripping down into the hourglass, I think this one is done, and Lovers Rock wants to keep that operator.
Yeah, well played from mates to get through that round. BBL punished on their
ไอ้
overextension.
เคลเว่นนะ มันจะมีเกมอย่างเงี้ยบ่อย เกมที่เงียบไปเลยบ่อย แล้วเกมที่มาเนี่ยข้อเสียมัน
A couple of times, I think it was on split that we had it from them last. And yeah, despite their best efforts, still not enough. And mates keeping themselves in front right now, one step ahead.
Yeah, I think they're. Many. At least he got
it.
kill.
Yeah, he got it.
And that's always important. I mean, luckily enough, there wasn't more bodies on that site for Gentlemate, so that round could have went a completely different direction.
One more round required for Gentlemates. They found 8 already in this half with BBL, just 2 for the defender's side to show for. Very early Omen ult coming through here. As you can see, Mates creating a whole load of pressure on the B site. It's absolute pandemonium right now, and BBL may be looking to go on the offensive through Rose.
Yeah, but they're worried about
What is this?
Yeah, Rose has got...
Another very similar play.
It is. At the same time, Loiter's going looking as well, and Starzo's aware of this. It's
GGว่ะ
freebies. I mean, at the same time, BBL are worried about
Oh
their
my
own
lord.
score because of that Omen
แพ้ได้ไง
ult. They
เนี่ย
need a little bit of chaos, but chaos does not make you make mistakes like that, Hazard.
Yeah, it's the decision making again, right? Something that the desk was discussing on the BBL side, and looking out of sorts right now. Disheveled as mates.
วันนี้ทีเฮดคิดว่าวันนี้ล่างเอาจริงทีเฮดมันดีไม่ดีดีกับไม่ดีสลับกันครับผมวีคนี้มันถึงเวลาที่มันจะต้องดีแล้วครับผมจีจีที่มาตินเสพไป2วินครับ2วินสำคัญหนอ
Everyone ready to go. Lovers Rock waiting for a cue to get himself back in here, but as Creven falls, there's no timing to play off. No hope in hell. And BBL's map pick, as strong as it started, looks to be slipping away from them now. Lovers Rock will give this one last go. But he is not the hero in this story. It's Martin and mates 13-10 as they start the rematch with success.
The second map is all eyes on for this group. BBL could be knocked out if they lose Gentlemate's pick of Ascent.
นี่ตันทายมาตินไม่ไหววะ
That they can play themselves. Really excited for how this series progresses now, Hazard.
Yeah, BBL coming into the day with
น่าจะได้
confidence
น้องเมฆ
of the
ของน้องเมฆ
previous result, the Na'Vi game, a chance to course correct and show what they're capable of. Despite mates losing the derby between the French clubs, they're the ones that strike first. So we'll hear from Starso at the sideline.
Starso, before this game, you said you
เอา
wanted to smash.
ใครไม่เอาก็บ้าแล้วเอามาก่อน
I'd say you might have done a little bit of that here on Lotus.
Yeah, you know, I told my teammates attack is on me, you know. Just get me like 3-4 rounds. I think I feel really confident
Oi,
on
get.
attack, so here it is.
มันแข่งกันเป็นซีรีส์ไม่ได้แข่ง
Here
แบ
it
บ
is
เดียวเว้ย
indeed, and I'm
โบ
gonna
สา
ask
ม
you to say
โบ
some
สาม
nice
ไม่
words
ใช่โบ
about
วั
your
น
guy Martin, because we're always talking about him. What do you like about him?
I mean, there is plenty of things, you know. I mean, he can deliver, but especially he's like
คือ
really good teammate. When he's turning into beast
คือเราจะ
mode,
เลือก
he
แบบ
can
2
manage
ใช่ไหม
out of scenarios,
ถ้า
like
สถานการณ์
himself,
แบบนี้
he can
นะ
call, he can mid round also, stuff like this, you know. So really
ถ้าจะเลือก
special
ตอนนี้
player,
เลยนะ
you know.
Really
ถ้าแมป
special indeed,
2 ต้องไป
special to watch
M8
it
ครับ
here, and we look forward to seeing it on the next map, which we'll be back with in just a
ตอน
flash.
แรกกะไว้ว่าแบบใครแมปมันครับแต่แมปแรก BBL แม่งไม่ไหวมาร์ตินแม่งเล่นกูอีกแล้วใช่แล้วน้องพิมพ์มาพี่ให้ BBL ไป2-1แมปแรก BBL ไม่เอาเข้าน้ำก่อนอะไรอ่ะอ๋อยังไม่ได้ดูงานซีซั่น3หมดแล้วเหรอจบ3ซีซั่น ต่อไปเราจะดูเรื่องอะไรต่อเฮ้เมื่อใครดูในบ้านแดงฝากกดไลค์ให้ด้วยนะครับใครเข้ามาฝากกดไลค์ให้ด้วยนะครับบ้านแดงฝากด้วยเปิดการมองเห็นเพิ่มคนติดตามถ้าเป็นแบบ2ไป M8 เลยครับแบบ M8
Tell me. I want to get all the inside and know what you're going to do.
That is the question. Let's dive into this matchup that we just saw because for a while at the beginning there, right, this was looking like the BBL show. We were all getting excited. We're building up the package. And then suddenly mates take over.
I mean, LaRock was like 10-0. I was like, oh damn, is this what we're going to be getting? We're getting to the next one. He's like 11-1, and I'm like, oh my god, it's like not looking good. The score was also telling the story that this was going to be BBL for the taken. But we just heard it from Stark. So he said, guys, I just need a few rounds here. Just get me to that attack. I will out-call BBL on that half. And he did. So props to him.
He definitely, and also not only him, I really like Beeple Larkin trying to cut rotations and adding a second layer to the team. It was great to see Beeple in a really good possessive way into the Sentinel. Also, talking about LaRock, I mean, he was playing nicely all the first rounds. He was really great. But he stopped showing off after getting 11 kills. He went down. He's still the MVP from BBL, but
we were talking about this a bit.
มาร์ตินน่าจะฟินิกซ์แบบนี้
It was so meteoric, but you
เนี่ยหนัก
have
กว่า
to
เลสอีก
remember
ฟินิกซ์
he was 11-0 at one point.
แค่มาร์ตินร่างเดียวก็จะแย่แล้วนี่มาร์ตินมี2ชีวิต
So math, not my strong suit, but that's an 8-15 split after those first 5 rounds.
เนี่ยมันเสกหมดเลยอ่ะ
Definitely went more quiet. I think that I respect what the coaches said about Martin is like one of the best Phoenix. I think that you should be more bold about it. He's one of the best duelists that we have in the MEA. And you just say that it doesn't really matter what. I don't think that there's an agent that they're gonna put Martin in and we're gonna be like, no, it's awful.
ลองนึกสภาพถ้าแบบมาร์ตินแม่งอยู่ทีมที่แม่งเก่งทุกตำแหน่งนะ
especially on that attack. I love the proactivity that Gentleman's
แม่งเสกทีมแบบ
so many of those were very necessary.
แชมเปี้ยนได้เลยนะ
People delivered, and I was telling you guys, like at one point, because we've highlighted the mini having to move away and then Bebo having to take that.
ตัวหนึ่งสวยหมด
that
ก็ไม่ขนาดนั้นนะมาร์ติน จะบอกว่าตัวหนึ่งไม่ได้มาร์ตินกับดูเอลตัวที่ไม่ได้ใช้มูฟเมนต์เยอะเก่งเจ็ตไม่เก่งเวเลไม่เก่งนีออนไม่เก่ง มาร์ตินเจ็ตก็ดีเลยแต่ต้องมาร์ตินบอกเปลี่ยนเกมให้ผมด้วย
sharing the stats maybe. I mean, it's nice to be able to give credit right to the dirty work that we see sometimes coming into these
and I feel
rounds.
like the scrutiny that we owe as a community. You know, I think that we had our reasons to put people in that situation because Mates looked so incredibly well, and he looked like in comparison to the rest of the duelists that we had in the region was lacking a little bit more. And actually, it seemed pretty comfortable for them. It wasn't perfect, but
duelist
in
แบบ
those
ไอ้
situations
movement
where the
เยอะๆ ไม่
pressure
ได้
was against them, do not forget, if mates had lost that map, that
Yes.
was it. The
Yeah.
rounds were falling in favor of BBL, and they managed to bounce back. And one of the pieces for that to happen was actually Beepo. So we got him some slack. We got him some slack in this one.
I think it's also important to, in that context, build in the fact that we looked at Lotus into this veto and said this is a really strong start for BBL, right? If you looked at this on paper beforehand, you would expect mates to struggle here, and they make it happen. They make it work.
Not gonna lie, at first when I seen Lotus, my first thought was, okay, after first map, this is gonna be, they're already on playing, they'll lock it on playing. They're not. They did great. And I also started to saying, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna outcall them. And actually doing it,
Yeah.
it's great. It's something important from someone who's claiming vengeance.
In many of those situations, you could look at the first 20 seconds of the round, and you would see mates trying to bait BBL into taking a duel that does not favor them, and BBL falling into that. I remember round 16, like after BBL loses the bonus, and they go into an eco, and they have a crazy eco onto them. They crunch them. Is amazing. Rose stands up, starts giving it, guys.
Yeah.
This is ours. And I'm like, oh, maybe it is doomed. The resilience that mates showed throughout that Lotus was great, and I really hope that they can, keep it up through Ascent, because I want to get to the final day with all the stakes still on the table.
We are diving into that Ascent, and this should maybe be a little bit of an easier road for Mate. I think it also plays into what we've been hearing from Starksaw, which is he's had this matchup in particular circled in his mind for a long time, since kickoff, right? He's been itching to get back into this one, and so you know that as an IGL, as a leader, he's been thinking about the way BBL play. He's been thinking about what they bring to the table and how he can best counter it.
Definitely, he's trying to look for the way. But my question is he going to be able to do it on Ascent? Because recently, we didn't see the Ascent from BBL. Last time we seen it was on, I think, first week against Navi.
YouTube ไม่เหลือคนเลย
I think it was last week. I don't know. We've been here for
too
so
many
many
matches.
To
Here it
me,
goes.
no.
They
no,
keep
no,
the same
no,
combo.
No. Mine. No. Keep no.
He's
No?
really going to the Jaro.
But what if he does?
I was going to say that one of the reasons to be excited about the Lotus also is it was like seeing Lovers Rock on the Euro, and Martin sat on them. 9-0 in the head-to-head between Lovers Rock and Martin, favoring Martin in that previous map, in case you were wondering. Now the question is Mini going to log that? I mean, he has hands off the keyboard.
I think he's doing it. I think he's
doing it.
Do we want to talk about the
I like
deadlock
it.
at all?
Well, I mean,
What do you want to know?
It's a good pick. I really like it on Ascent.
เฮ้ย
Larok is brilliant on him, but obviously
แล้วมินี่
when
ยูโร
he's
มาติน
playing with
ฟินิก
Larok, he's not a superstar. He's not the one who
Oh,
has to
the-
carry. And I got a question is gonna be Larok able to shine today? I mean, he has completely Martin on his head.
Yeah. I think that to me something that we saw with BBL and in the game that you're mentioning and referencing is the amount of freedom that LaRock had to do the same play over and over, and for some reason to see a team that is not ready on the other hand. We saw nets that had incredible value, but I want to see if Gentlemates is going to continue with this push and pull, and how much BBL is going to fall into it. If they keep even if they have the advantage, I feel like Gentlemates had better reads on how to move them
Map
around
สอง
the
ไป
map, and how to
M8
play
ครับ
with
แบบ
them.
ส
I
อง
think the Hassan
M8
Cairo were even highlighting how BBL were like quick rotated and how mates were very good at reading where
มินี่
where
ฟินิก
BBL
น่าจะยังไม่ผ่าน
Also, thinking about the last map, all the defense, and trying to convert it into this Ascent.
หรือไม่ก็ไม่อยากจะปรับเยอะเพราะว่ามันเล่นแบบนี้มาก่อนนะซ้อมแบบนี้มา
Sometimes there's trouble. They try to go in and throw it. And now it's a 5v4 situation. You're gonna get it.
Eyes on the openers, but as we open this
จะ
map,
M8
we'll
ของ
open
ใหม่
our
ว่ะ
ears for Haza and Cairo.
Thank you very much, Desk. Well, Hazza, the thing is, Gentlemates can't have a bad start because this time they're starting on attack. Their best side, and one that we just heard on the sideline that Starzo was very confident with.
Yeah, interesting that both of these teams, when given the opportunity to pick a side, opted in on defense for every single map that we've seen so far, including the decider, if we get there, with Sunset potentially on the horizon. But for mates, it's just about fixing up from the last time we saw them here against Vitality, a collapse towards the end of that game on the attack side, as you mentioned, and playing into this double sentinel early doors. It's another situation where you don't want to see them drop behind as early as they have done.
The second map, an important one, a reminder for you folks at home. Gentlemates lose this map, and they are submitted to play-ins, not playoffs. BBL just need to keep themselves alive, win this series, And then they have the perfect opportunity for playoffs, playing against Pacific next later on in the week.
Beginning this
เล่น
one,
ช้า
as you can see, Lovers Rock has
ไซ
the
เฟอร์
TP,
คอนโทรล
but
หน้า
he's gonna
บี
let that one expire as he moves towards A.
4 คนเดินท็อปมิด
Space
ฮะ
has been given up
M8
here as Creven places a trap just outside of market to watch for a B push. Laroc's net timing here is
เอา
going to be
ถามมิ่ง
huge,
วอ
but
ลสวย
speaking
อยู่
of timing, that's a fantastic barrier mesh.
ได้อิน
Great
โฟแล้ว
information on this A
ช็อตเยอะ
The Rock
แคปเนตไป
out, but it is only the
ส่วน
fake
เบรกไม่
code
ฝืน
from
ละ
Yoru, and this is a
ของเยอะก็
very
โรเทตกลับมากลาง
into a cipher setup.
Yeah, setup
จะ
which
เข้า
is
บีก็เซตอัพ
ready for
เทียบ
a specific market push. You're going to have Rose dropping the dart in here as well.
อุ้ย
It's a
โห
question of who can
อุ้ย
capitalize off of the info. Right now, it looks like it's Lovers Rock and
โอ้โห
Larrock. They've arrived on the scene nice and early.
เละ
Back through.
หมด
Martin cuts the arm of the supply line off and finds yet another as the walkthrough
แล้วเหลือพี่หลอย
happens.
1-2 แต่เจ็บครับ แต่มาตียังไม่ตายฮะ
Now looking to plant as Loiter has to reprise his role in this clutch.
โอ้โห เช็คไม่สุด
And mates with a pistol.
Big pistol round as well. Brings them back into this one, or into this series.
Yeah.
Starting things off perfectly.
It's exactly what you want. Attack side pistol.
ไม่มีตัวติดแถบอย่างนาน
Too much more.
เฮ้ย
You know the double senti is strong.
โอ้โหปีโป้ ดีนะเพื่อนเอาให้
All about how they're making the most of the utility, and it felt like they got the timing spot on at the beginning of this one. But mates, doing better in the duels in these team fights, where we're talking about it being so micro heavy. It's what the meta relied on at the start of the year. One of the many reasons why both of these rosters look so good in kickoff.
This also has effects elsewhere outside of these two teams.
We-
Foot could be confirmed into the playoff, top two finish at the
นี่
very
เราเขารู้
least,
เลย
right
เหมียว
into
รอ
playoffs. Should Gentlemates win in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah. More reasons than one to want to see BBL fail to succeed here if you're a Foot fan.
TMV buzzing.
When is he not? But as you can see, slow start to the round here. But BBL have got 4 players, 4 members over towards B, and
Wow.
finds the
เป็นเรื่องครับ
exception. That's Bippo gone outside of A.
เป็นเรื่องฮะ เก็บ 2 ครับ
Yeah, and it doesn't get
Winnable.
any easier as they
Winnable.
try and brawl their way through once again.
หมด
We've seen this before.
ช้อปปิ้งช้อปปิ้งช้อปปิ้ง
Gentlemates just banging their head against the wall and not getting any value from it.
It's another call which is made
Hero Boy-
off of
Hero Boy สร้างเรื่อง
almost zero information. They're blindly hitting into the site after they lose the one extra option in Bippo. And this is exactly what BBL want to do. They want to brawl you
Whoosh.
close and personal at the gates. I mean, how many times are we going to see them win rounds with classics in this series?
Yeah.
ชอบใจเข้าถูกไซส์
Gifts wrapped up in a bowl like that.
Now, in saying that, Martin does have a run it back and a Guardian in the follow-up round. They're just going to double down and go for this B hit again.
Oh, mate, he's not hit his
The
flash.
fake outs blocked the flash.
Yeah, and that looks like a good dart as well. It's actually Mini who's lost his life in the meantime.
อุ้ย
Good shots from Starzo.
Question then becomes, at what point
ส
do
วย
the
จัด
Mets feel like it's
ลาลอบ
investing a little more into this round? Specifically Martin's ultimate, because they hesitated to use it early here.
Oh,
But they've gained a little bit of ground.
เราเซตอัพไว้ไม่ได้ใช้เลยทีนี้
Starzo has walked through mid, and he'll note that there is.
มันก็ต้องอย่างนั้นอยู่แล้วน้องเมฆ
here.
เฮ้ย
Outlaw
ได้หนึ่ง
drop though, not missing, and this is falling apart for Gentlemates. Understandably so, this is an equal round. Martin tries to work a gap through tree.
มาแล้วไปแล้วครับผม
Found it. I think Creven's
มาแล้วไปแล้ว
just been alerted to his position with some shots out of the Guardian. It is confirmed Rose is here as well.
And it's a Phantom. Starzo trying to play bait. Martin given a chance. On
Oi.
the drone. Rose, oh, for a minute I thought he'd given that away. And just like that, Gentlemates will lose the round. We're back to rifle versus bonus effectively for BBL.
Yeah, mates fumbling an early opportunity here to build up a lead.
ถ้าเมื่อกี้โรสตายไม่อยากจะคิดเลยว่ะ
First time on ascent. And just looking at the setups that they've got, feels like they're inviting some of that pressure here, showing a lot more respect to their opponents. because it's a surplus of utility that they have access to. And with Lovers Rock now having an operator online, we'll see how Gentlemates deal with this.
Doesn't even connect his shot. TP about to run out. Gentlemates no. Oh, I thought for a minute, it hasn't scanned Martin.
Yeah, there's a decision to be made there.
อย่าเพิ่งไอ้นี่แมปกันอยู่ใจเย็นอย่าเพิ่งตื่นตูม
But it's the thing with Ascent, you take mains and you create that pressure, raise those question marks. You can see BBL haven't been too active in the extremities. That was a theme of the last time they played it. Now showing face in this situation. Well, only spotting procs, so a bit of an idea of what this looks like now as the B push is coming through.
ถ้าจบ 11-1 ก็ตื่นตูมได้เลยฮะ
Massively effective in terms of holding this. Martin's ultimate denied through the operator of Lovers Rock, and now this A side may be a little bit weaker, but still shown the door, and Gentlemates playing with the time.
It's a huge 1v1 in B main there though, with Starso cutting off Kreven. Martin slipped between the lines from Market. He'll catch one in transition. Loiter is the next to be shown the door. And Gentlemates wrapped a web around BBL and snared them in position.
โอ้โหเรียบร้อยครับ
Looks for a cheeky timing, but there's nothing going. And
สวยละ
Rock has now been detected with this operator as well. So it's an all-encompassing performance from the attack side.
It's fantastic, and you can see what BBL are doing when they fight for the space, leaving a body, leaving a body towards short. It's little investments which deliver value towards the end, and now it's all about finding this last operator, which Bippo will be the one to receive. Everybody alerted to the position, and it will be an in-zone flawless on the bonus. I mean, BBL can come right back in with a buy, but it's still good to make that economy pay.
Yeah, I mean, even if you speak of economy here, you've got to talk about Gentlemates because they've found an opportunity to stabilize, keeping everybody alive.
ตาจะบอดนะผมช็อตนี้ทุกคน
I did like that proactivity from BBL. One of my main criticisms when they played Na'Vi was it didn't feel like they were going for any set utility, any early engagements.
Rose looking for answers in the stars.
Yeah. And, well, you said they can offer a purchase. There isn't one beneath BBL right now.
I thought there should have been.
No.
Well, the operator's been bought.
It has.
Not something you
as
see
it was
often.
on Lotus.
Yeah, Lovers Rock fancying himself. And, I mean, fair enough, you've got the confidence. But I don't think on Ascent you'll be allowed to save, especially with the backing that Gentlemates have now. It's not a massive map.
I think the idea is that if Lovers Rock can find a kill, gets ult, passes the gun over to a teammate, and maybe they can snowball, but I do agree. You're looking at a half chance, and with that off, not on any kind of an aggressive line, it's Mini instead. With this Yoru debuting on Ascent.
เนี่ยแล้วฮีโร่บายด้วยเลเวอร์เอาอีกแล้ว
On what is now a weakened B site, Lovers Rock omitted.
Lovers Rock on A. I mean, doesn't have any TP, so his rotation going to be late. And he's just holding A main. The Rock, though, has a full utility belt.
Yeah.
เขาไป B ครับ
He could win the round.
I like this decision. Bit more of a heavy-handed gamble here from BBL rather than just sitting and waiting for something to happen. Not as receptive.
สวยดิ
Kreven here.
สวยดิอย่างเงี้ย
Try and find a fight on this classic. So good for finding one here and there. 4-on-4 situation, and Starso's got to be careful with where he plays on the edge of the smoke.
อ้าว
With the muzzle of LaRock, Rose, another one, time ticking away.
เป็นเรื่องเลย
BBL with another Emoda Thrifty.
สแต็กถูกไซส์
There needs to be talks about how badly Gentlemates are
อุ้ย
executing it.
ตาหลอกสวยจัดแต่ช็อตเนี้ย
I don't know if they're
เบรก
just
โคตรสวย
thinking about it.
จับขาเสร็จกงดูดิไปกันไม่ถูกเลยอะวงแตกเลยอะ
Managed to get the deadlock into position, the Gravnet good, but honestly, overall, that's the second time now that they've failed into that B site.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've been impressed at least with the stall from BBL. Their utility timings have looked pretty nice, but I do agree with you.
ลงไหนวะเนี่ย
Who's next?
BBL from this situation with that off online again and looking for Lovers Rock to be the conduit for some sort
เจอ
of
อันติ
success.
โยรุ
Mini going the opposite way with a dimensional drift up to stairs now.
เละเทะว่ะ
No
เละเทะว่ะ
capitalization from it. This defensive line of BBL rocked all the
ตาย
way back to Boathouse. Starso plucking out one with the
จับไม่
very
ได้
least of this Hunter's Fury. But it's absolute chaos, and Gentlemates don't have a leg to stand on. They've barely gotten out of speedway from this position, and look for a rotation.
And Martin,
Still
that's a
fighting.
nice kill. Unfortunately, he will not be able to get any more, and Starzo does have the spike on his back. He can't get caught.
โยกไป
Well, Lovers
แล้ว
Rock
บอมตก
will. So that spike now
ได้แล้วพี่เบล
out of the reach of many, and he only has 70 points of health to try and work with.
บางทีสมมติถ้าซื้อเกาะเล็กอะเราแพ้มันซื้อได้เรื่อยๆไงถ้าแข่งกันดีอะ
Again, BBL finding success on this B defense, getting numbers over, being very responsive in terms of their reactions. I think this is something I was speaking with Uli about in the build-up, that you know, this is a team which very often liked to overcommit. That was their game plan throughout all of kickoff, and then once teams started to read it, they didn't find the same kind of value. But here, mates are running into trouble. And I don't, it's not the first time that some of these calls have looked a little off from Starso on this map. I think back to when he debuted on the role with Job Life. This was one of those
นี่
maps
สไน
where
สไนเลเวอร์มันดี
things
นะเว้ย
just don't look comfortable.
Yeah, and you can see that right now.
ทำดี
Site that is causing most of the issues, and right now BBL know if an execute
Oh.
does come through,
สวยจัด
be
ดีโป
able to defend that pretty handily. Lorock defending mid with a spam. Utility, the information seems spot on from from Gentlemates right now.
And you can also see, just at least in this initial pressure from Gentlemates on their eco, what the protocols look like. That drop back from Creven and Rose on site to just enable those rotations to come in and hold stairs together. Prox revealed by the trap in middle, and Mini continuing to try and gap close here on A, but he's out on a limb all by himself. Martin, no way to capitalize off that positioning.
Yeah, it's a little bit too cheeky. And now Starzo noted as well by the operator. That's good damage. And at the same time, a little bit guerrilla warfare, but in the end, I think that this is pretty much done. It's just Martin left.
เหลือมาร์ตินคนเดียว
30 seconds left.
Martin's going to get at least the unhealthy player in Lovers Rock. But you can see that as BBL have consistently been pushing
ยิง
for
พลาดจัด
this composition on Ascent when the
เฮ้ย
results
ต้องปิดบิม
maybe weren't initially going their way.
ต้องเก็บสไนนะ
I can only say
ทันอยู่อย่างงี้
that I'm impressed with the improvements that you're seeing here already on this one. As a lead of 3 rounds has now been established, and you can feel the game getting away from mates.
Yeah, and this is where we're looking at timeout territory for the coaching staff. Took them around 6 last
มินนี่อาจจะไม่คอมฟอร์ตกับ
timeout.
ฟินิกซ์หรือเปล่า
It's at least 7 on Ascent.
And it leads us quite nicely as we head into the first time out here from Gentlemates to talk a little bit more about one of the
เกมมันตึงขอซ้ำนิดนึง โชว์บ่อยไหมก็ใช่น้องไว้วันนี้ก็โชว์ไปแล้วแมปแรกอะอย่างหนัก
sense in many ways, and you can see right now is delivering for them. BBL, as it stands, in the top 2 in Group Alpha, and a win today, as we said, would all but send them on their way to a guaranteed playoff place, which would be a huge turnaround from the start of the year in figuring out what's going to work best for them. Double-layered Sentinel utility is the call from the coaching staff here, heading out of the timeout, And it looks like Gentlemates are gearing up to go head first into it.
Well, I mean, you would think that, right? In the sense of B's not been working, so they're obviously going to be calling an A exec. And I mean, that's probably the simplest coach call I've heard in my entire life. And it seems to be working. Lovers Rock so deep in mid.
Ooh, actually going to go for the ultimate here just to collect a little bit more concrete information. Spots 3 players in A main. And that's a heads up for those BBL players who are waiting to receive this.
กดเพื่อไปหาข่าวแล้ววับกลับเลยวะ
Use this fake out here somewhere just to
แต่เวลาเหลือเยอะ
one of these channels, Cairo, more than anything else. You've got a corridor packed with utility.
คุ้มวะหาข่าวเลยแบบต้นเกมนี้เวลาเหลือเยอะ
For BBL just to bunker down on the site and invite Gentlemates in, but this wall identifies that hey, the deadlock actually is here. We're even going to get a run it back, but the spacing's terrible. Martin cannot get through. That's time wasted on the run it back.
It's a fantastic net
ไอ้
from
เหี้ยแล้วไปโดนตัวปลอม
BBL have
โธ่
numbers over towards both sides of the map.
Frustrating one. A tool lost and well, time starting to go.
แล้ว A เซตอัพเทียบครับแต่เหมือนจะไม่ได้ใช้
As the players flood into his position, there's time starting to tick away, and it should be easy enough to convert from this. Loiter just needs to deny the spike plant, but gets caught.
ช็อตมาพอดี
Still under pressure, Gentlemates.
So getting through with 3 seconds to spare, the flood has been denied here, and Martin wants to instigate.
Yeah, flash, good flash, and even gets a kill for
Ui.
it. But Lovers Rock shows up and gives a cheer. Gentlemates have completely missed the mark in post plan, and BBL find us 6th.
Solid as a razor chair indeed.
น่าจะมาตินคิดว่ามันยังคงปรับไม่ทันอ่ะมันแข่งถี่อ่ะแล้วมาตินจับฟินิกซ์มาตลอดแบบเนี้ยมันเลยเปลี่ยนแค่มินนี่คนเดียว
Some solid kills, good trades to bring it down to the 1 versus 1. They
เดี๋ยวอนาคตน่าจะมีปรับ
position to win that round, but BBL even while trailing have responded.
ยตีไม่เข้าเฉยมินนี่ไม่มาเลยมินนี่โยรุเอ้ย
We really need to see a better showing from Gentlemates. Oh, Lovers Rock is going for it. It's easy as that, mate. There's no response to this operator so far.
Mates have really struggled to open up the round so far. With this reveal pinging away consistently, Lovers Rock is feeling confident to take that next fight. Martin can heal most of this damage.
มาตินวินที่เรากดอันตีไปตอนนี้4 เม็ดละขาดอีก2วินหน้ามาละ
But still, Lovers Rock locked in with the lens.
วินหน้ามีอันตีละ
It's just supplementary.
แม่ง
Yeah, this is as simple as it can get.
อันตีมาไวเกิน
I mean, sure, Bipple has his rifle, but yeah.
7-2 ฮะ
BBL not even being made to sweat here.
Yeah, this is really concerning. Mates, I think at the start of the half, it gets to a point where you're thinking, okay, BBL are just looking pretty good and sort of punishing Mates for some of those mistakes, but then it's not really seen much changed up by either side, and every round feels quite repetitive at this point. Mates have got to figure out what it is that can get them into these sites, because we've not even really seen a post plant here and there. It's just that utility swathing them away.
Only to see how Gentlemates do respond to this one as we take a look into the comms.
ชอบมินนี่เซนมากกว่าถ้าอย่างนั้นน่ะต้องหาดูวิลิสหรือตัวทำเกมอีกตัวมาช่วยมาตินครับไม่งั้นไม่มีครับคู่เดิมไม่ไหวครับผมบีโปมาติน
I'm searching B. You're TP B, backside B, guys.
Okay. So go. We need to bait out the deadlock trips here, guys, yeah?
Bro, you have paranoia? You paranoia so far? No?
Yeah, I have.
Can you blind the garden and I will TP?
You can break on your left.
Ready?
You can break the left one? Wait, break the left one. Wait for my TP. Break the Martin, shoot it, please. Okay. Go do it.
Go.
เฮ้ย
Heaven one. Sniper.
โอ้โห
No, freezer.
เหลือเชื่อ
Just freezer, just
I will Omen ult, okay?
Yeah, Omen ult.
Just fake it outside A.
สวยไปว่ะวินนี้
The garden will smoke drop.
สวยไปว่ะ
Next one in 12, guys.
I can cage it.
On 20 V-Volk.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Oh.
I can cage it.
นี่อ่ะ
You're one HP. Come side, I'm flashing. Come.
Heaven flat, care heaven sniper, prox.
Fight left.
Fight left.
อุ้ยหลอยเที่ยเหลือพ็อกคนเดียวฮะเฮ้ย
Safe.
Just procs left, but no time for him here. And so BBL are going to be up to an 8.
ใช่ครับ8เป็นอีกลบยากสุดแล้วครับ
Him down, seeing if he can relieve that gun from his hands, but it's not going to happen. And Cairo, let's talk about the comms a little bit there.
8เป็นอีกถ้าเอียงองศาดีๆนะยังไงก็หลบไม่ทันโอ้พักสกิลที่นึกว่าข่าว
And frustration from Rose. I don't know if he's shouting across. Oh, he's shouting across the stage. Yeah. I thought for a minute he was shouting.
ก็หลบยากแต่ไม่ใช่ว่าหลบไม่ได้ไงอันนั้นโอ้โหแม่งหลบเป็นอัตโนมัติไปแล้ว
I'm just thinking about the Carrigan clip. This is called the anti-mid pop. Anti-B pop. What do you do?
พี่ว่ามันปรับเปลี่ยนมาแล้วมันยังเล่นไม่ค่อยเข้ากันวะ
I do agree. Gentlemen, I mean, you heard the call from Starso there. Actually, we've got to deal with the deadlock utility. It feels like
ปรับปุ๊บจบเลยไซโยแฟดหลบได้ทุกลูกไม่แต่มันก็แค่แมตช์นะที่ไซโยมันจับฟินิกแรกตอนหลังมันก็โอเคนะแต่ว่าแจมปี้จับดีกว่าไซโยไปเล่นโลถนัดดีกว่าถูกละมันแข่งถี่ครับแล้วมาปรับเปลี่ยนคอมช่วงนี้ก็นี่แหละตามสภาพลำบากแต่เลเวอร์มันโยรูเข้าเส้นอยู่แล้วไงไม่ใช่ปัญหา
and from this position, BBL all but home and dry, at least in terms of a first half performance. Looking back at Lotus, we know that's not the be-all, end-all, though.
We've seen Gentlemates fight back time and time again. Lover's Rock, I mean, gets a shot away, but was almost walking into dangerous territory. This last time out, will we find value for Gentlemates? They need at least one round, and I think that would be their saving grace.
Martin looking to inspire something as he's been the catalyst for this mate's side so many times. Goes deep, it spots Lover's Rock but no kill. Prox does pick up on Larrock, so at the very least the first set of that Sentinel util gone. The mate's wanting to thread the needle right through the heart of this BBL defense.
นึกว่าได้โห4-5 สวยแล้วเลเวอร์สไนคนเดียว
baiting in the rest of his team to try and set them up, and with the mask on his face he gets out of dodge.
Yeah, but look at the retake, they're ready to flood back in BBL.
And they're looking at Lover's Rock as being this player in main to really work off of. Rose gets so far out on the ledge of heaven.
อุ้ยคมเหลือตัวเดียวหมดเหลือเชื่อ
Mates like a rash and responding with a 9th.
Gentlemates, I don't know how it's gone so wrong. The ascent that we saw the first time round against Pacific is starting to look weaker and weaker. Vitality showed its weakness, and now BBL are doing it as well. That's maybe map pool isn't looking as concrete, and playing starting to call Gentlemates' name. Bearing in mind, should BBL win this map, that is what their fate is. It will be play-ins.
Sorry, not to laugh in the face of adversity, but Kundi throwing the pen across the room quickly to realize
NA ครับ
needs that to
MBR 20นะทีเด็ดเลย
There's only one round left of the half here, sorry, so
เราน่าจะสัก 2-1
out of the window, it's got to be on display for mates. They need to give themselves something to work from here. Minis cleared half of the map, but still they're at stage 1. Just that early bit of contested ground taken. All of Larrock's util to get past in a short.
Yeah, that is true. I was going to say at least this time round we're seeing Gentlemates play with the conditioning that they'll smash their head against the wall.
โอ้โหเรียบร้อยคอมโบบังคับตาย1ตัวนี่คอมโบจับกับโซวานี่ทีเด็ดเลย
It's brilliantly worked from BBL, but Mini was that last opportunity in the round.
ทีเฮดตอนนี้อาการโหห้อง ICU อ่ะ
It seems to be 10 for BBL. It feels impossible to come back from. And Starzo can't even get the clutch started in a 1 versus 4. Double digits found on the first half.
And as I mentioned before, when
ทำ
BBL
ไม
had
ฟูลเซนไม่มี
previously been
คืออะไรพวกนี้มันเป็นแบบไมโครระหว่างเกมเพลย์อ่ะแบบมันต้องซ้อมมันต้องเล่นกันเยอะๆบ่อยๆอ่ะมันต้องชำนาญคอมต้องอะไรพวกนี้ด้วยนะปะพวกนี้แม่งเป็นเดสล็อกโซวาปุ๊บรู้เลยคอนเฮ้ยโซวามีอันตินะกูโอเครู้กันละจับได้เมื่อไหร่เรียกโซวาอันติต้องรู้ใจกันอ่ะถ้าเปลี่ยนคอมไปเปลี่ยนคอมมาแล้วเวลาซ้อมน้อยก็อะไรอีกก็เห็นยาก
I'm gonna just keep it, you know, keep the like totem, my totem, I mean.
Keep it working. Keep what works working. This matchup.
พรุ่งนี้ต้องไหวครับพรุ่งนี้พี่ว่าไหวแต่เจอเจนจีน่าจะยาก
I mean, we're gonna see. We just worked so hard, like for the past 4 days. Like in 2 days, I mean for like last 4 days.
M8 ด่านนี้ไม่โยนแค่ไม่ไหวครับผม
The match is not gonna be like the same like for the last match.
ใช่ครับล่าสุดมันดูอึดอัด
I don't wanna talk big.
พออะไรก็
Today we're gonna win. I'm pretty sure. Like I'm just.
มีช้อยให้ดีกว่า
Like I'm just.
เดี๋ยวต้องรอดูระยะยาว
On the line, right? If you win here, you control your chance to make it into playoffs. So that's a big emphasis for you guys.
Yeah, of course.
And how do you do it? Anything crazy you're breaking out today against Gentlemates?
No, I think
เจอ
like,
เจน
we just need to be like
พี่เห็น
ourselves.
เจนจีเล่นวันนี้ก็ไม่ว่ะน้องซอน
We don't need to do anything extra like in the
มัน
game.
จะยาก
We just need to be like we just need to play like ourselves. That's it.
Play like yourself, and that's going to be good enough, right?
Yeah, of course.
I look forward to seeing it. Good luck, man.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Steve.
พี่ก็คิดว่าเจนจีเล่นไปก่อนตอนแรก
And it
เฮียสรุป
certainly feels like enough.
ลาสคอลแม่ง
Finding
ทรงดีจัด
a 10 to 2 half on Ascent, your opponent's pick, when it seemed like the odds were stacking up against you.
Yeah, we've seen BBL in this position before though, funnily enough, as much as we speak about double sentinel having strength in post plant and of course strength of schedule, looking to the future. The stage 2 finals in Barcelona, still with tickets available, so they've opened up a couple more categories there if you want to get yourself up in the gods.
เนี่ย
the
จ
view
ริง
is
ๆ 2
just
เซน
as
นะ
good.
บางแมปมันก็เล่นได้นะเห็นปะ
Yeah.
อย่างดู BBL เล่นเนี่ย
I was gonna say heat rises.
It does.
So if you wanna
Buy your tickets now because
Yeah.
it's going to get hotter the longer you wait.
that's
But coming back to what I was saying, yeah, BBL have actually struggled on their attack side on this map historically. So I think if Gentlemates can find the pistol, I don't want to write this one off just yet. Call me heretical if you like.
ไม่น่าสวน
It
มัน
was
ห่าง
actually
ไป
the Heretics
12
game, I remember specifically
May
at
not
the
one.
end of the previous stage when they were eliminated. This was pretty much how it happened. So
yeah.
let's see if they can get the monkey off their back here.
ตีไม่เข้าดิโพมินนี่กลับมาจับโยรุไม่ได้กลับมาจับโยรุดิเปลี่ยนมาจับโยรุ
Of 8 for
เล่นไม่ออกเลย
BBL. With the spike on Rose's
ตอนแรกเล่น
back.
เจ็ตก็ดีอยู่แล้ว
Gentlemates a little bit restless. They want information, and that information is a red herring.
They're actually going to send Mini up catwalk here, so he's catching the perfect timing onto the back line. No traps available for BBL, so no way to be alerted to this. As long as Prox can stall things out for a moment longer, they could be in a huge position, old Mini.
Oh, the PO gets the first and the second.
Oh
my God! A pistol round is all Gentlemates may need to get things started.
เอาไว้3ครับมินนี่
Delivered it. Lovers Rock on the other side, a sheriff in hand. Has got one of his own, but time against him, and he needs to die in this pistol round to start that loss bonus.
Yeah, they're running.
เฮ้ยมันหนี
Yeah, they don't want anything to do with this. Well played, Gentlemates. That's exactly what they needed to
วิ่ง
do.
ไปวาง
And it will be 3 now after the turn of the half.
Yeah, so in case you're not clued in, and
โอ้
you
โห
didn't understand why they didn't want that kill, you're gonna see in just a moment that Lovers Rock shouldn't have too much money. It actually doesn't look too bad, to be honest, looking here. As you can see, Mini has over-delivered from this position, but I like that there was some risk taken, something about Gentlemates in that round rather than sitting idle.
นี่เราว่า
And they
16-5
need to. And that proactivity is what's going to pay off. I mean, big compliments to Navi's defense, right? That was something we always complimented of them. It's this anti-eco on the first half that really costed the French organization.
Yeah, I just want to see
แต่
how
ก็ไม่แย่เท่าไหร่
they're
นะ
going to react
เมื่อกี้ยิงไปเย
to
อะ
what BBL throw at them, because we know this to be an incredibly direct attack side. And with the Yoru in play from Mini, of course, you can already see he has a TP lined up to take himself towards A, and he does. Spike the first to arrive. And this all dealt with pretty handily so far, Cairo, but as I say, we want to track this and see what kind of an offering mates will be giving.
Yeah, we definitely need to keep our eye on it, especially when you see Lovers Rock find a gap to work with, but it does end up being an in-zone flawless in that bonus round. And now has a little bit of backing, Gentlemates with a little bit of swagger, and perhaps
มีสิทธิ์
them back
มีสิทธิ์ก้าวอยู่
into this map. And at what point are you going to consider BBL letting this one slip?
If they lose bonus and if mates can win at least one gun round, at that point then I'm already ramping up my concerns for them, because again I'm still not sold on their attack side on this map. I feel like we've not really seen enough of it. So let's head in to the attack side of comms and see what BBL is saying.
İndiriyen yok beyler.
Kendeyim bir şu an.
Sakin açıklatsana bir jump shoulder. Drone açtım.
Adam B drone. Kıracağım.
4 outlaw.
Oman TP attı.
4 outlaw bir.
Vuramadım Kemi. Oman Vine'a TP
เอาเราขึ้นมาอยู่แล้วไม่เหรอ
Giderken TP attı. İki ihtimal var.
Ben
görmedim B'de.
Kanka A gelsenize.
Tamam geliyorum.
Direkt 5 ama.
Hem bitikmiş cage'ini aç. Evet A'meni yürüyelim. Gelin.
Beklesene ben de döneyim. Koşamıyorum şu an.
Eren
A'dan A'dan girip
Ok atarsa açacağım. Ok atarsa
Bombe tipini arkasına bırak. Eren bombayı al git. Dediğimi yapsana acil beyler. Gel benimle. Umut. B'ye gel. B drone açacağım. A'ya kontak gireceğiz.
อ๋อโห
Umut sen TP atarsın ben de öyle
Tamam,
kaldırırım.
tamam kanka.
Gel.
บาจัด
Smoke ver. 3-2.
Veriyorum.
At 1. Drone açtım.
Verdim.
B'deki ütülü alalım. Bu ara yürümeniz lazım A'ya. Çok dert attı. Bekle adam.
Kanka B'de Kemi'ni alamadım.
เฮ้ยโอ้โหเจ็บปวดครับ
Oynamanız
ต้องนับตอนนี้
Abi oynayın patlayın birlikte. Kim bak 4 oynayın oraya.
เฮ้ยคอเฮียอะไรวะ
Biri short değil.
Hemen
Andrev'in öldü.
โอ้ยเฮียมันจัด
Eko adam bakıp gelecek. Hızlı çıkarlar bombayı basın voltayın.
โอ้ย
Bol verdim. Canım var. Gardım bir.
เฮียโคตรมัน
Late oyna oğlum. Late oyna.
เฮียมันจัด
Late oyna şu an.
ไม่โดนไม่โดน RQ ไหว RQ ตัวนี้แบบเปลี่ยนผู้เล่นมั่วซั่วไปหมดลุกนั่งสบายตัวนี้เฮียโคตรมันอ่ะเอ้ยไม่ต้องฟังทักผ้าได้ปะวะ
Wait for
Yorutan HP okay?
come to us dark so don't break the door. Don't break the door.
Yes yes I'm coming. I will jump guys okay when you get close.
ฟัง BBL ดีกว่ามันกว่าเยอะ
I'm ready.
1 HP 1 HP.
Minus 100.
Jump out.
It's minus 100.
Let's go. Let's go.
Nice
60 minutes.
bonus,
60
kurwa.
Gentlemates picking up the bonus round, and
อยากรู้มันคออะไรมันจัดเลยอ่ะใครฟังภาษาตุรกีออกบ้าง
I have to say, Cairo, the way they came back into that retake, it didn't feel like there was strength in post plant here.
No, it did not, and especially with that double sentinel, just couldn't find himself.
เฮียโคตรมันอ่ะ
In that site.
No, nothing actionable, right?
No, at all. And you said it yourself, lose the bonus, lose a rifle, and you start to worry. And worries already on the faces of the coaches, and that's why they've pressed the timeout button.
Even listening into the comms a little bit there and reading the faces of the BBL coaching staff.
จัดไปครับผม
There's a real difference right now in terms of culture, I think.
Yeah.
Chaos again, as we said, and to pick up on something that the coaches on the BBL side were talking about.
I'm back.
Players, the general feeling is that they fixed the stage 1 issues in their own words, but to me those problems
เล่น
want to go
PB
a
ไป
little bit deeper.
ลองเล่นยัง
While
ตะโล
playing
ยาว
between
ตาย
stages, I think was definitely a positive
ไม่น่า
for this
มี
team, where
เก็ต
other
แบบนี้
rosters like a break. Does also
กู
feel
เซน
like
20 RQ เลยเหรอ
the saddle and the stress may be getting to them a little bit now.
Yeah, and I think as well, for me, it's
ชนะอย่างเดียวได้ไหม
organization, right?
อิ่มไหม
With ambitions of
ถามแค่นี้
ambitions of consistently reaching those internationals and creating an outfit that represents that ambition, and then BBL who feel that they are that quality, who
เท่าที่จับใจความได้ BBL มันเถียงกันว่าใครตดในคอกลิ่นเหม็น
อ๋อชัดเลยแม่งเอ้ย
Buying into that golden generation, really. This
เฮ้ย
is
อันนี้
supposed to be an
เสียง
upgrade
ไม่
on
สะ
the
ท้อนแล้วใช่ไหม
previous year, and while they may have attended more internationals already, champions is the ultimate goal. And this their best opportunity at it yet, you would feel.
เฮ้ยโอ้โหเจ็บอยู่
Back to an equal round, and this is what Gentlemates have struggled to
look at Lovers
control.
มันสะท้อนอยู่เมื่อกี้
Anxiety
So quick
building,
to this.
and Lovers Rock even finds himself deep
พี่
into
ไม่
the
ได้
space.
ยิ
I
นไม่
don't
สะท้อน
think
แล้ววะ
Minnie's seen that, and now Lovers Rock has a massive runway to work with, and BBL, oh, just hold on for a second. Minnie now knows, and Lovers Rock has full shield. A shot not even connected. Now everybody coming into Zerg-Rush the site. No responses. BBL are now in post.
Yeah, not only that, it's a 5 versus 2. Mates may have squandered their best opportunity.
ต้องไปดูให้ทุกวัน YouTube ชอบหมุนเป็นดีเลย์
After winning the bonus, the ball was in their court.
มันเป็นแบบเฉพาะ YouTube หรือเปล่าเป็นทุกช่องไหมหรือเป็นของเฉพาะของพี่
Or a
ซิ
round
เก
loss.
There's no Martin to save you from this 2 versus 5. It's Beppo and Starzo.
ราว4แล้วเหรอ
Villain
ชนะ
and his teammate. And well, BBL are just not allowing anything. They come out and BBL collapse upon it. And Amoda Thrifty, after those consecutive rounds, has I can't help but feel that's once again Gentlemates slipping and falling on their face.
เป็นเพราะอะไรอะบิตเลทเหรอ
It's just another
ที่บิตเลท
thrifty.
8,000
It all
ไม่น่าเกี่ยว
starts
นะ
with Lovers Rock opening things up here in heaven. But from that position, the rest of BBL come flooding out. And from the positions that mates were taking on site, absolutely no safety. Celebration for Viento, but Key
เป็น
a
ทุก
lot
ช่อง
more
เหรอ
stoic, knowing that this one isn't over just yet. We head into the gun round, although the ramifications are a whole lot different than they would
ส่วน
have
มาก
been
พี่
if
จะเป็นเวลา
Mates
พี่
had
ปรับ
got
เป็น
through
แบ
the
บ
previous
2K 4K
unscathed.
ครับ
Operator out for either side. Lovers Rock awaiting a peek out. Many needs to be careful. Should he give this away? Prox
ยังไง
now
Proc
under pressure. And
วาร์ป
Lovers
กลับ
Rock, the one who's won out that Euro battle.
มา2เวอร์มินี่ไปก่อน M8
Mini placing both TPs, but even getting on the angle, finding nothing, and this is where mates have liked to reinvestigate middle.
แย่แล้ววะ
Head right back into Lovers
ถ้า
Rock
เสีย
again.
วินนี้ BBL ขึ้นแท่นแล้วเนี่ย
Not missed anything. Okay, apparently has.
พร็อกเอาคืนมาได้ครับ กลับเป็น 4-4 ฮะ
Look at the response.
กลับสู่เกม
BBL rotate towards A.
เฮ้ย
They've just
โอ้โห
backdoor
แล้ว
things
บี
there.
โปมึงยืนเปิดกล้อง ยืนดูกล้องแต่มุมมึงเปิดโคตรกว้างเลยตัวมึงอ่ะ เหี้ย
He's not going to get across without being noted, and he's been
ตาย
tapped here as well.
Oh, and BBL are not going to allow him to survive procs.
หมด
Although I can't quite connect to LaRock.
เดี๋ยวมาติงคนเดียว
It's up to Martin once again to try and clutch up. Showed us the goods last time and now knows where the deadlock is.
Yeah, but stopped at the gates with this ult. That was the realistic way
มัน
back
มัน
into the
มัน
3v1.
ถูก
Yeah,
ต้อง
but
เลยใช่ไหม
Martin
ไอ้
prefers the
ปีโป้เมื่อกี้
tie. Prefers to give us a shot as he diligently clears every corner.
It's main he's got to be worried about.
Yeah, that's the real issue, and unfortunately, he has missed the mark entirely. Time is really against him, and I think at this point, Martin has thrown in the white tilt.
แม่งยืนเปิดมุมโคตรกว้างอ่ะเมื่อกี้
And so they do get a foothold in this second half when ultimately they've been offered an olive branch by Gentlemates. Really felt like the pressure was put onto those attack-sided plans, but it all changes in an instant, and you can see it reflected on the faces. Frustration
น้อง
on
เม
the
ฆ
mates'
เท
side.
สะท้อน
ก็ขอขวดมันอยู่ไหนหาไม่เจอพอคนก็หาไม่เจอ
And I think like it's not necessarily BBL winning.
แต่ตอนนี้คือพี่
this
ไม่ได้ยิน
map
สะ
for
ท้อน
me.
แล้วนะ
It's Gentlemates not
ต้อง
taking
ปรั
the
บยังไงวะ
chance.
เนี่ย
Sure.
Second round on Ascent, and now looking back at it, 16th round. That's what's going to haunt these players when they go to bed at night.
We'll see how the day ends. Still Valorant left to be played, and of course, if you're thinking about Sunset already, that result that BBL picked up against Na'Vi 13-3 the other day, still lingering in the mind, of course, but let's see how quickly they can close this one up. Mini already placed with the judge in main. It's heard. He's gone.
Creating a question mark that BBL have to respond to by clearing.
And immediately, it's a very different look from this attack
เดี๋ยวลอง
side.
เป็น
Slow, methodical, but
Monitor only
again,
ดิ
playing through Lovers Rock in this
เดี๋ยว
ult.
ลองเป็นอันนี้ดู
I should say it's a different look from mates because they're not giving away anything here early.
Yeah, given
เท
nothing
สเทสสักหนึ่งทีได้ไหม
Fury, it seems, and there's no tags so
ใช่
far.
ครับไบโพลหลุดสุดใน M8 แล้วครับ
And Loiter actually just uses the ult there to bring Starso out of his own.
รออีกทีได้ไหมน้องเมฆ
Forced to cancel. Martin dragged away to check spawn, and in the meantime, market space taken by BBL. Precious real estate, which Mini is now starting to uncover.
Yeah, this is big ultimate.
กูเซน2-1แล้วกันพรุ่งนี้
Mini, the most important of them all, because he's told them that he B site is under threat, and this is something that the mates really struggle to defend against Vitality. And there's bodies here for the defense, but with time to play.
ยังไงละโยไป A ครับและ A มีบอสรออยู่ไง
Are they really?
เรื่องที่จะไปหาบอมที่มี3คนน่ะเพราะบอสอยู่ A
to try and flood in. Time low, and they need to make this stick. A good paranoia, and still Gentlemates managed to fix the issues of Vitality. Starzo denying BBL their chance. Spike recollected, but Martin is here.
No time.
I hope he's given the fight. Seconds left, and Larocque win out. A 13-5, and Gentlemates will be going to play-ins.
Yeah, and with that, BBL heading into this final map with a sense of confidence about themselves as well. Real frustration for mates more than anything else. Thrifty after thrifty. Opportunities.
จัดไปที่แมปหน้า M8 ถ้ามินิยังอยู่ก็ไม่น่าจะรอด
ไอ้เหี้ยมันสะท้อนหนักกว่าเดิมอีกวะ
Plenty to be thinking about between now and when those games come up in a week's time, but let's hear from the sideline with Lovers Rock.
Huge explosion from you guys after getting that win. That was the map win needed to keep your playoff hopes alive here. What did that win mean to you?
It means a lot, but job is not finished, so nothing to say.
ยอม
At
แล้
the
ววะ
moment, we will just wait for third map.
Ready for that third map? How are you going to dominate? Are we going to keep seeing you popping off on those entries, popping off in the early round, taking over the map?
ไม่รู้ทำไง
I hope so. We all do that. I hope.
ปิดอะไร
That's
อ่ะ
it indeed. We'll be right back after this. ถ้าจะถามแบบหน้าแล้วก็มันก็ต้อง BBL อยู่แล้วดิเพราะ BBL มันต้องเป็นหัววันต้องปิดแอปฮะปิดแอป OBS หรอมีคลิกแอปหรอหมายถึงแบบลิงก์อะนะมีของ Steam Lab ทวิต1 อัน Steam Lab คลิก1 อัน Easy Donate 1 อันมันบั๊กของทวิตด้วยหรือเปล่าวะพี่ปอนเคยเป็นแล้วแกเปิดปิดเดี๋ยวนะเดี๋ยวลองปิด alert ของ Easy Donate ทิ้งนะ
ประมาณตอนเที่ยงพรุ่งนี้
เฮ้ย
ประมาณตอนเที่ยงพรุ่งนี้
เฮ้ยทำไมมันมี alert ขึ้นอะปิด alert ไปแล้วนะ
ประมาณตอนเที่ยงพรุ่งนี้
เฮ้ยเนี่ยปิด alert หมดทุกอันเลยนะเนี่ยอันนี้เปิด alert ละ
ประมาณตอนเที่ยงพรุ่งนี้
เฮ้ยพิมพ์มาถามเลย
ถามกี่ละอะไรวะ
ประมาณตอนเที่ยงพรุ่งนี้
BBL มันสะท้อนแบบว่า เหมือนแบบ alert 2 อันซ้อนกันใช่ไหมโอ้ย สวยมากเนาะมักกะโรนีแสดงว่าเพื่อนบ้านคนนี้คบได้ครับผม
User left your channel.
โอ้เดี๋ยวก็ทำแล้วกันทำไมมันถึงแก้ไม่ได้วะ เดี๋ยวค่อยแก้ตัวลงตีม
round
มั
two
น
that you wanted to highlight.
Yeah, I would like to talk about decision making and how BBL has improved during this last stage. Because
Yeah,
if we go
เข้าใจว่ะ
into round number 2, what we have to look is into the round number 2 is pretty easy. Okay, first of all, their Gentlemates is playing smart. They try to bait them out. They're baiting every single utility. If you look at it, there is the shock there. They're trying to clear any wire, the camera, not even have any information. Normally, if you do that to BBL, they're gonna try to make a fast rotation. But hold on. Before they're making a fast rotation, what they did is to send a scouter. Okay, look for the information. Are they really committing to going to B? They think so, because they see in this moment, they see he bouncing, running into B.
Yeah.
They think they're gonna end on B, and definitely they're
ขอ
gonna
ง
make
ทิ
a
ปอันนี้ก็
rotation.
ปิดเลยนี่หว่า
And look at this. This is a huge difference in between what we are used to be doing and what we're doing right now. And is, first of all, instead of making a full rotation, they're gonna keep only one player. This player is gonna stand and try to get the information from them. That's Larocque. After the first information, they make a rotation into B. They're gonna try to hold, try to get an advantage, try to be ready for any movement they're doing into B. But look at this moment. This is the most important moment of the round, and it's Larocque. Okay, we don't have any information. They've been stacking on main. You
ไม่
can
ถึง
just
ตอน
see
ปิด
on
ตอนไหน
here.
น้องแพม
But what is Larocque doing at that moment?
ถามแล้วบอก
He's
เขาบอก
gonna
ให้มา
try
แก้
to reach out
แก้
and
ใน
look
ส
for
ตรี
the
มแลบ
information
แก้นิด
in
เดียว
C. If they have any chance to be doing anything into the A side, they need this information. Let's go look for it. Then he's gonna make the move. Most important thing, we don't have anything, any clue if they're gonna commit into B. Is anyone? Yeah, it's Bipo. He's the lurker. There is no sense. Then The round is just over. They have all the information. They're stacking and they have the priority, the Aldo. The most powerful weapon on their arsenal is going to be there holding for them in order to win this round and secure the win, making a thrifty and scoring a run important for BBL.
And it's very important because
Hey, copy
it
it
was not the only
Comment
thrifty
ขึ้น
that
วะ
they won. I know that we talk about the always potential of a Turkish team to just outshoot you because they don't need to outgun you, they will just outshoot you. And for BBL,
Oh, wow.
it's not only a matter of, oh, they can just shoot with anything. It's actually this moments of like, oh, you think that the easiest response is just, oh, we have 5 are going to rotate and just try to either flood or either, you know, just deal with it on our own. But you have the first layer who is Lover's Rock checking on mid. You know that he can go back. He's very smart, being like, oh, I don't have my TP. I need to go out now, so we can actually still win this round. And then LaRock is that second layer of like, let me get a little bit of information. There was so much silence throughout that round.
ให้ทีครับ
And the fact that that happens and the escalation is so quickly on the other side of the map where they're so ready just because of that first bullet. So yeah, amazing play for the side of mates. Sorry, for the side of BBL. I still think that if I had Martin in my team and I wanted to play Yoru, I do not give an absolute how good he is on Phoenix. He is
Definitely.
a better Yoru.
And I mean, I think it's an unflattering
Sen
comparison as well when you look at
ยังมี
Mini
ครับ
definitely
I
ยังมี
has
ครับ
understand that
น้อง
it's a mini. This
ZW
is literally the price that they have to pay. You are going up
ต้อง
against
รอดู
duelists such
จะ
as
เข้า play off ได้
Lover's
หรือ
Rock
เปล่า
and Yoru. If you no shade to Mini in the slightest, but you have Martin, man. That's it. That's the end of it.
Gotta let that man shine. They talked about how special he was in the sideline. We've got our third map coming in here. We've got our comps for Sunset. What are we
Okay.
seeing?
No,
It's a bait. It's a bait. Don't trust it. Don't trust it.
The first one?
He's baiting. He's gonna swap.
I did all this work to prep all the
No, no
agents, and I
worries.
haven't
He's going
gotten to
down
see so many of them. Do I finally get to see one?
Nah. Mix is not coming.
Okay.
I can tell you something. First of all, they need to win. And the second most important thing, they know the Gentlemen is not gonna keep this map. Not even if they're not qualifying to playoff. LaRock is gonna swap into that Wele, and I really like it because they're not gonna be playing the Dark Lock comp. They're moving into these two duelists where LaRock and LaRock should be much more shiny.
Yeah, and LaRock was amazing against Navi. Both of these teams have
Definitely.
played
ไม่
against them. Stark
ไม่ได้เล่นเก็บ
moved
แผน
back
ครับ ตอนนี้ต้องเล่น
onto
เพื่อ
Sora.
พัฒนาครับ
He
ผ
was
ม
fate for just one match, but again, this
ต้องปรับ
goes
จูน
back
ให้แบบ
to now the double
ให้
duelist
พร้อมที่สุด
versus,
อะ
same thing that we've had for the
ไอ้สองนัด
entirety
ที่
of
เหลือ
the
ต้อง
match. Now, I think the gentlemen
ต้องส
did a
เต็ป
very
อัพ
good
ทุกนัด
job
นะครับ
nullifying the impact that Lover's Rock could have on Lotus. That is something that they also need to look out here for
BBL
Sunset.
ใช่ไหมพี่
And LaRock is absolutely amazing. So
BBL ครับ
you
ครั้
can
งสุ
just
ดท้าย
have one of those
คำ
games
ตอบ
and
สุด
you
ท้าย
will have absolutely nothing to say. I want to see at least a
พีเ
BBL
จะมีหวังเข้าไปเอาไหมก็ยังมีอยู่ครับ
the vibes. I feel like they get incredibly loud once they're
Yes,
winning.
they do.
คือ
They
คือ
get a
ที
couple
เฮ
of
อะ
rounds against them and
ถ้า
like
ถ้า
the
ตามมา
mood
ตลอดนะ
goes
เราคาดเดาไม่ได้เลย
dramatically down. I need to keep hearing the screams
ถ้าจะ
all the
โหด
time.
มันก็แบบ
I mean, look, I think that if we
อยู่
invented
ดี
the
ก็โหดผิด
technology
หู
for
ผิดตา
Monsters
ถ้าวันไหน
Inc.
ไม่
to
มาก็
power things off
น่ะ
of
อย่างที่เห็น
streams,
นะครับ
we could power the world from a BBL clutch.
ตามจนเบื่อละ ไม่
What are
รู้
we thinking here? This third
แม่ง
match
เดา
coming
ไม่
in,
ถูก
right?
จริง
I do want to set the stage. Yes, the Gentlemates can no longer make top 2 in their group, but there is still a lot on the line for them. The
Yeah.
championship points, first of all, massively valuable, but they also carry the hopes of a foot lock-in, and they carry the championship points hopes of GX, Navi, and KC on their shoulders. So that's a lot of responsibility for this set of 5 players, and we'll toss some responsibility over to our wonderful casters, Hazen Cairo.
Yeah, with that responsibility comes great power, of course. But looking here, you feel like BBL are probably in the best position right now to be bringing this one home. It's not the first time we've seen them go a map down and be forced to respond. Same can be said for Gentlemates, and I think if they want to do
หรือว่า
anything
ถ้า
right
ถ้า
now,
เปลี่ยน
it's
ไป
just
ใช้ไอ้
prove to
อันที่เป็
everyone
น
watching at home that this roster does have the potential
หิว
to
โด
go
แล้ว
the
มันจะหาย
distance
วะ
by the time we
อัน
reach
ใหม่
play-ins.
ที่เขาใช้
I
กัน
think
เยอะ
they can make themselves a force to be reckoned with heading into play-ins. There's some dangerous teams down there, right? Especially with the fact that you've got Enterprise, who everyone, for the most part, is going to be fearful of facing off against, and you want to have a little bit of prep time and be the top of this group and have time to prep for
ก็
your
เรื่อง
next
รายได้
game,
ครับ
and that's
น้
where
อง
you
แซด
win
วิว
if you are towards the top of your group.
เวซบีมา
Fox's former team
Yes.
as well. I think something to be talking about a lot with mates is that this roster was built from tier 2 talent from the ground up when it made its debut, when it was retooled after the initial French 5 were the first ascended team.
Long time since
A
then.
long time since then indeed, and BBL Pacific doing the same themselves now, looking to get back on top of this region once again. Mate starting out on the attack for now, though, and already poking and prodding middle a little bit. Starso still has the spike. So you're just wondering what he wants to do here. And yeah, grouping up with the rest of the team. Threat of a split, but BBL are going to re-clear this.
That they are. And that question
พอเงี้ยปุ๊บดันเช็คเลยเอาสวยดิ
decisions so much easier. They'll be into market just as that spike goes down.
อย่างนี้แจ๋วอยู่อย่างนี้แจ๋วอยู่
The only problem I have is Beppo is right now all in an island
แต่ปัญ
towards
หา
Yeah, I mean, they're going to stop the spike at the gate.
เหี้ย
Because a little late on the
เฮ้ย
A progression here. And, well, with BBL not having received any pressure there, at
แต่
least
ไซเปอร์อินโฟตัวเดียว จบละ
rotated. Now they have fully, and it is a free B site. So the spike does get in before the players are there to greet it.
There is a retake cam, and that's going to be big information. It's just being used, but
พูดได้คำเดียวเลยว่า
it's good for Gentlemates.
Yeah,
โดน
exactly what they
คริ
needed.
สตัล
Getting out into CT nice and early. Now BBL on the back foot, but coming into this retake, you can see Lovers Rock. He was the solo market player with that pressure point alleviated. Gentlemates in the perfect position. The
เมื่อกี้นึกว่าได้ยินเสียงรีโหลด
Massively huge right now. As Gentlemates find that first round, Foot fans rooting for Gentlemates is confirmed by the desk. It is a win for Mates, is a win for Foot. They get confirmed into top 2. And for the most part, Gentlemates have had no problems with winning pistol rounds on their attack.
And just to sort of,
It's the next round.
yeah, come back to what you actually, you know what? Do I even want to build up some kind of narrative point here? BBL have got classics, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's see where BBL are, where Mates are off to first.
I think they're going to take this a lot slower. There's no chance they make the same mistakes.
Yeah, you'd hope so. But to kind of flesh it out a little bit, yeah, maybe play-ins is better for some of these teams, especially with the role swaps on Mates. You can see still some things which they need to iron out. Tom was talking about it on socials, but yeah, you know, missing out on top 2 isn't the be-all and end-all for any of these teams. Now, back to the round, Lovers Rock is in attack spawn here.
Yeah.
Not sure what he can do with it.
The thing is, though, is Gentlemates are in attack spawn near enough. Top mid and hear the steps.
Oh no!
Yeah, it's pretty simple in the end. So Gentlemates will have the post plant. And their
A
anti-eco win.
herd of BBL
นี่มัน
players
คีนอะไร
like
ขนาดนั้นวะ
cattle
นะ
straight into Gentlemates there.
And Martin's going to get that orb, so he's one away.
Yeah, he will be. They're going to send him all the way to main. Well, he has the spike too.
นี่
So he is going to get his ult, in fact,
เก็บ
here.
ทุกเม็ดครับ
That's
แล้ว
unless
วางต่อ
do you want to just walk out and kill Martin?
โบนัส
as he
ราวมีอันติ
skips
ปิ
over
นิก
to Pillar?
นี่
No,
แหละ
does get the plant. It's going to be a pretty healthy bonus.
สวยแล้ว
Provided
BBL
there are no more shenanigans.
ด่านนี้
Yeah.
ด่าน
I don't
ดี
think
ไซเดอร์
that's
แมปไหม
gonna be- Yeah, that's lovely kills from Mini. And lovely anti-eco. So Gentlemates find 2.
I'm so glad that that one has gone smoothly.
ต้องดูคนที่
Gentlemen,
แปลแมปสุดท้าย
yeah, missed
ถือว่า
many
เป็น
an
คนเลือก
opportunity to keep themselves in that top 2 conversation.
ถือว่า
in the
M8 เป็นคน
previous
เลือก
map. And that's what we're looking at here. Maybe with a little of that pressure off, the calling from Starso is going to look more comfortable on Sunset. When you look at the
ที่
statistics
ระโบนัส
for
มา
them
ติน
here,
มีรัน
I
อิน
mean,
แบ็กโอ้โห
2
เป็น
wins, 1 loss
เป็นลม
against Foot. It's not the worst record overall. And in actual fact, we will get an opportunity here to listen in with Gentlemates on this round and see what exactly it is they're cooking up.
Let's commit to this still.
So fake B split?
Yeah, fake B
Money
split.
for today.
Something
I
mid.
need someone to hold my body, okay, after. Yeah.
Run, you just top right side?
Yeah.
There is no trip.
I have a market.
Bro,
can be, man. Let's dead. I'm ulting.
Go, go.
Coming to you.
Okay, we pop coming, man.
Yeah. Market,
You're rotating. Top mid, Martin, pick. Cross it.
Ooh.
Cross it, Prox.
Falling top mid.
I'm searching the guy market. Come, we have A, guys.
Across.
Yeah.
Go.
Come, follow me left, follow me left.
What's left, okay? I'm left.
ส่งมินิมาเลิกอาชีพเก่าฮะ
Elbow.
ผม
I got top mid with Mini. I got top mid with Mini. Pan elbow. He saw me, I got
Big
back.
jump time, take your time,
Yeah,
take your
achieve
time.
cow.
Connect together, A. One CT and Omen is elbow
could be
someone.
elbow
Wait
still.
for mini joker, guys.
Could be right side also.
Bottom mid. Okay. And elbow,
ร้อย
elbow,
จับ
CT,
ตัว
elbow.
ตุ๋ย
Come fight ramp. Plant in smokes if you can, or in metal. Planting here. Fight ramp with me, come. Listen. I'm blind. You hear TP?
On side, guys, on
No.
side. The default.
ชิปหายละ
Hatta. Ay short'ta Şafir önünde.
2 short. İkisi beni atıyor, biri TP versene. Ama ben de short kutu üstünde büyük ihtimalle.
Arkalarında mı?
Evet öyle yapacağım.
Beyler.
Adamlar mid ambulansında çok iyi.
Ayık değil ya. Anlatacağım. Anlat. Çok basit amına koyayım. Ascent'tekinin aynı mantığı. Enti. Adamların anasını siktiniz mi market? Tamam ve açarak güç atarak. Evet tamam. Ne yapacak adam?
And so Gentlemates find the bonus
ได้ฟัง
round.
การ
So
พอนัก
the
แข่ง
first
เสีย
3
ถือ
rounds
ว่า
for
โล
Lotus was not a problem.
มาก่อน
I mean, the second one was on Ascent, but now we look towards Sunset. What can Gentlemates do differently? Thrifties have been their downfall, and this next round will be that.
Yeah, it is. This gives us a brief moment to just track back
น่าจะ
and
4S
follow
นะครับ
though, and I have to say,
4S
pretty happy
อะ
with
ไร
that
2-1 นะ
all things considered.
Gentleman
Starso
2-1
making the call
โอ้
to
โห
play through Mini there in top mid. I think it was
ทรงเหมือนจะ
identified
ใช่
by BBL, but again, proactive in post and getting themselves over the line. Lovers Rock maybe being the difference here, as we're only just starting to see the first semblance of that partnership between the double duelist. I think so far, as a duo,
ถ้า M8 มัน
these
ได้
two,
เวทไซด์มาเป็น
Larrock
เซน
as
ติเน
well,
ลก็
have
โหดนะ
struggled to get involved
โก
so
งเลยอะ
far in the map.
จะยิงอะไรขนาดนั้นนะ
But yeah, with Loiter in A main
ได้
here,
ดูแมป
though,
แรกปะ
an opportunity for
ไม่ได้
BBL
ดู
to
เลย
lean
ไป
a little
กินข้าว
heavier on this B
โอ้โห
site. A
มา
stack
ติน
of
แบบ
players that
ลั่น
mates
นะ
could walk into.
บ้า
if
ไป
they're not
แล้ว
careful.
It can be difficult to get into these games.
ดูเอลิทเมาช้า
Again, there's
แต่เล่นตัว
discussions about
ตัว
whether
มูเมนต์
Whaley is good. I mean, Euro certainly seems to be. His Lovers Rock is once again featured
พี่ว่า
here.
มันจะชนะโบนัส
That
มาแพ้
first
อี
kill
โค
could be worrying. That's a rifle that will be able to be picked up as
ไม่
Gentlemates start to head towards
บ่อยไป
A.
แล้ววันนี้
Yeah, I mean, but through the fog of war, BBL
Headset
don't
ก็
know
เกิด
that
ขึ้น
just yet,
Lotus ก็
so
เกิด
they're
ขึ้น
still a little hesitant here on B. Mates maybe trying to sell a late fake through market. And they are going to catch Creven. Still this A finish though, as expected.
Yeah, and Loiter, unfortunately, has not accounted for. Good flash, but it's the shots that let them
หา
down.
ดูเอลให้มินี่ไปเซ็นหน่อยก็ได้
Now just solo beat. And Martin once again scaling up that.
ถ้าได้ดูเว็บไซต์นี่ก็
Great
โกง
ball
อะ
as
นะ
a group there from Mates, and now they can set up the post plant. They've got Cam for contact
เก
here
เว
on
ทไซด์ก็เล่นดู
Fipo.
เอลได้นะ
And while Larrock walks back in and can find a rifle for himself.
แต่เว็บไซต์ดูเอลต้องเป็นดู
Really
เอลแบบ
liking this execution from Mates.
ดูเอลตำแหน่ง
And
มา
the
ติน
ability
อะ
to take that top mid space feels like BBL
ไม่
just
เวิร์ก
don't have the collapse on it right now.
แล้วก็มาตินโยรูเว็บไซต์ฟินิกซ์
And the rifle was picked up, and Larrock trying to give us some of his own goods here. Cam finding out exactly where the duelist is approaching from, and Bippo will deal with it handily. Someone who you've been mightily impressed by, has it?
Yeah, maybe overselling it a tiny bit there. I think, look, he's certainly shown improvements, and on this map
เป้ามาติ
specifically,
นไม่หรอก
the standout for me is just the scaling on A. He's managed to offer them really important space and alternative options in the late round, which Mates have been without at times. And that's something that we want to talk about here, because whenever you're mentioning lurks, timing, stuff like that, I'm thinking
ใจ
of
เย็น
Creven
ก่อน
on the opposite side. And when we directly compare and contrast those ciphers, you're talking about someone who almost built his entire career off the back of Cypher,
เศร้าว่ะ
whereas Bippo, this is a very new feature for him.
Yeah,
หา
I feel
คน
as
แบ
if
บโล
Creven
ล็อก
is
อะ
that
พี่ผม
traditional
ว่า
sentinel, you know, the ones that you're expecting to see your killjoys and see your ciphers, and especially Cypher, I think, has a much more
นี่แหละมา
acquired
ติน
taste
มา
when
ติน
it
มันก็
comes to sentinel.
กึ่ง
I always
เป็ก
think
อยู่
of
นะตัวเนี้ย
Magnum
ตำ
when
แหน่
I
งเนี้ย
think of ciphers,
ต้
especially
องบอกว่าหาดู
killjoys
ที่
as
ตัวแรก
well.
ครับผม
And I think Creven's like that evolution of that role.
No, absolutely, and I think for Creven too here as well, when we flip over to the second half, you're constantly looking at him being that second option for how direct BBL are at times. He's the one away from the four.
มันก็ต้องมีช่วง
For Bippo, I mean, yeah, it's
แบบ
what
เก่ง
he's
แบบไม่
going to
เก่
be
งครับ
able to do here.
แบดทามมิ่ง
Or Creven even, sorry, against the Neon. I'm looking at the duelists on both sides, and
แต่ถ้า
that's
ไบ
a
โพ
conversation
ตื่นเนี่ย
that
เป็น
comes
เรื่อง
back to
พี่บอก
BBL
ให้
and
คน
what
อื่น
they're
ตื่นไม่
trying
เท่าไหร่
to do. I'd love to see them fight for this A main space a little bit heavier.
เวลา
See if they can win
M8
out
โหด
Bippo
คือ
on some
ไบ
of
โพ
these
แม่ง
rounds.
ตื่นอ่ะ
I think one
ทา
of
ม
the
มิ่ง
first
มันได้
teams
ยิง
I
นะ
remember
มันยิง
playing
ดีอยู่
Waylay on this map was Liquid Academy, and that
ถึง
was
มันจะแบบ
always a
มีมึน
high
ๆไปบ้าง
priority for them.
Paranoia held Larrock to take contact. He's just jiggling this one as well. That's just going to be a full frontal attack from Gentlemates, and paranoia used. No value collected, just forcing Gentlemates away. But the problem is then Bipple walks into the operator, and it feels like the tail cut off of Gentlemates' attack. They're trying to flood in here, and it's Mini's ultimate. Oh, that operator has not connected. Mini now putting pressure on this site. Gentlemates looking to collect it, and Martin's even got a kill through his molly. Gentlemates everything they need to, and the B site is theirs.
Yeah, it's
ติดใจโยรุเนี่ย
a
หรือว่าล็อก
much better collapse on the site from
จริง
Gentlemates
ผม
as
ว่า
they're
คอมเด
able
ด
to
ล็อก
bring
ของไอ้
both
BBL
ends
ที่เคยเล่นด่าน
together,
เนี่ยโหดอยู่แล้วนะ ไม่น่าเปลี่ยนเลย
merging their way through market. And I think probably the biggest difference
ที่ลา
for
ล็อก
me
เล่น
so
เดดล็อก
far
เดื
from
อด
what we've seen in this series is Mini on the Neon. Out of all of the duelists that we've seen him play, this has been his best. I know the desk was complaining about, Martin not getting the Euro on the previous map, and, that I completely understand. His Phoenix has been good, but yeah, it's this Neon right beside it. I think that's probably been most complimentary so far.
I guess
เป็นแมปแอสเซนต์ไงเล่นเดดล็อกชนะ 13-5
should the kills allow it. Maybe it's
มัน
Martin doesn't use you
BBL
to
มันทำมาดีอยู่แล้ว
every time.
ผมก็แอบคิดอยู่นะฟูลเซนคอมที่ผ่านมาก็โอเคนะไม่น่าเปลี่ยนเหมือนกันบางด่านรู้สึกว่ามันลงตัวอยู่แล้ว
เขาจะ2 เซนทุกด่านเลยดิตอนเนี้ย
I don't know if this final map is a
บางด่าน
case
คือ
of
เอเจนต์มันดี
them being prepared specifically for the veto. When you look at how BBL essentially trounced Na'Vi on this one 13-3 the other day, and they've come into it still feeling like they can win.
Yeah, I
มันยิงมันมูฟเมนต์
Many was speaking about it.
มันขาวก่อนตอนแรก
Vitality game that Gentlemates like to play with their tendencies, and I think the problem is with that.
เพย์อินเหรอครับ
actually ended up costing them a
แข่งจนเหลือ4 ทีมครับสายบน2สายล่าง2แล้วเอา4 ทีมไปแข่งเพย์ออฟต่อ
เดี๋ยวนะเมื่อกี้ผมเห็นติ
แข่งกี่ทีนี่ไม่รู้เดี๋ยวต้องไปนับก่อน
And a chance for BBL to get back on track.
ยังมีอัพแพดแล้วเหรอ
เดี๋ยวดู
A
ก่อน
chance for them to
6
start their engine.
อ๋อไว้6
Still waiting at the buffers. Yet to be given that green light.
เดี๋ยวจบนี่เปิดอธิบายให้ฟัง
Another round.
ตารางมันยาวจำไม่ได้ว่าแข่ง
Larok with the
กี่นัด
refract active gets himself into a deep position.
Yeah.
Playing from Petra.
เฮ้ย
Thing is though.
นั่นไง
This kill should be easy enough, and Larok manages to course correct. Prox though collects, and that's a good trade. Run it back from
มันมี
Martin.
แดดหรือเปล่าวะเมื่อกี้ทำไมมันไม่แดดกลับวะ
Well defended so far. And the runner back not going to find the value. Starzolo is so on an island, and he does have the spike. Prox, one away from his ultimate, but there's no orb to collect. This one gets even more worrying.
เพื่อนยังอยู่นอกไซต์อยู่เลย
BBL should have the goods to convert this and get their first of the half.
เฮ้ยชิปหายละ
Okay, Prox does get one
โอ้
back.
โห
Has
ต้อ
the
ง
ult,
คาย
so,
อันติเลยวะ
leave here with the spike now since Lovers Rock has given that one up.
Yeah, but you're leaving Martin all
เกือบ
on his own lonesome, and Prox did not
เฮ้ย
want
ใจเย็นนะตัวนี้เอาดีๆนะตัวเนี้ย
Martin tries to frag his way
ตัวนี้
to
เดือด
win.
ดีๆนะ
With 10 seconds
อืม
left, it should be
เหี้ย
impossible.
ดู
Next
เมามันดิ
reaction,
ที่ดูมันยิงดิ
7 points of health will give him no luck. It will be the
นี่ถึง
first
ก็ต้อง
round
โห
for BBL
ไม่ได้
on
เลย
this first half.
BBL
ไม่สู้
back
ไม่
to
เอา
that
อะไรเลย
brazen
ไม่เอา
approach, which has served them so well. Just getting an insert in mid with Larok off of a little bit of utility. This is the sort of gameplay which Rose has consistently promoted. They take risks. They get
อยาก
in
เห็น
your
เขา
face.
จับทีมเอ็ม
And
เมอ
for
ร์
the
มาอยู่ด้ว
first
ยกัน
time,
มาตินพิม
it
มี่
passes
อย่างเงี้ย
Gentlemates
แบบ
by.
ตัวยิงเดือด
Very disconnected by the time
จะ
they
มัน
got to
จั
the
ดเลย
site execution.
จัดโชว์แมตช์ที่แชมเปี้ยนทีนะ
And so,
มาตินพิม
for
มี่
the time being,
เทน
with a brief intermission, and
ตัวที่เป้าแบบ
yeah,
จับๆหน่อย
wonder how that's going to weigh on the minds here of mates, as BBL would have liked a little bit of momentum coming out of that one.
100%.
พี่วูดวอร์มตั้งแต่เที่ยงคืน
Ultimates that they have to play with.
จริงครับผมเที่ยงคืนของเที่ยงคืนที่แล้วอ่ะตอนนี้ยังไม่หยุดวอร์มเลย
So
เพื่อวันนี้
yeah, but at the same time, Gentlemates, they get to, as you said, stop the momentum. But think about what went wrong in that last round.
Yeah, that they do. Bit of time to cool off right now.
Deep breaths.
Indeed. It's funny you mentioned Lovers Rock. I kind of want to bring up the story that Uli was talking about on the Spanish cast, something which the English viewers might not know. Apparently,
เป้ามันล็อกแล้วมันนิ่งจัดอะไม่มีความสั่นหรือแบบลากมาเป้าอย่างกับเอมบอท
apparently there's a bit of a romance there in Spain. something which the English viewers maybe didn't know. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. I mean, it's all headcanon, really.
Yeah, no, I suppose it is. Well, you've got the buzzwords and everything.
Yeah.
Been reading.
They reported a hardware issue.
Okay.
As we head into a tech pause.
That's never a nice one.
No, it's not.
Usually prefer just a spill or something.
Yeah. I imagine it won't be too long.
We've been tracking the spillage.
The spillage,
yeah, we have. So
I think what was it, 5 the last time that we saw it?
Yeah, but we didn't get to find out whether it was per year or like just this year or this stage.
I think it's a stage.
Oh my God.
Maybe it's per year.
Look, I know we got some rookies. I'm wondering what play-ins is going to look like and what that climatization looks like. I think that's actually an interesting one to talk about here as we are setting up play-ins and playoffs in the coming weeks. What you're expecting out of those teams and who you think is going to be better suited to the stage?
I think the easy one is Enterprise.
Sure.
I think for me, that's the one that I'm expecting the most to do well and to come in and with the quality that they have. But I'm going to go for a kind of outside choice. I really think Frankfurt will be in a decent spot, and I'll tell you why.
What, because there's going to be German fans outside cheering them on?
No. Actually, honestly, there's a good reason to this. It's because actually all 5 players play on the Frankfurt facility together. So they're always on boot camp. And I think that, honestly, a train ride from Frankfurt to Berlin, I think they'll be in a decent spot to kind of play all like in this environment. And I think, for instance, like an Enterprise, right, like a job life where they're starting to come together, starting to play off one another, I think like it's starting to experience that journey of living together in a team.
I think that can be something that you
have to get customized to.
Yeah, for sure.
อ๋อต้องเปลี่ยนตรงนี้
Job life have had boot camps. I do just quickly want to bring us back to the game at hand here, though, BBL and mates. We do have an update for you all. Don't want to leave you in the dark. Competitive operations are getting POV replays from the players and are actively investigating the issue. So it's escalated.
Whoa.
Cairo, it's not just a hardware issue.
LaRock's even stood up.
We're talking about potential. I don't want to put words out there that don't make sense. Potential round rollback territory. I'm imagining if it's of that nature where we need replays.
You've never had a round rollback?
No, we had that one in the Na'Vi game when was it the spike didn't spawn or something?
Oh yeah,
that was also mates.
Yeah, we missed that actually.
We did miss that. Yeah, we did miss that.
Yeah, there's a lot we've had. But yeah, no, I agree.
ทำพี่หลอกขอรูปในปกครับทำพี่หลอกก็คือยังไงนะ
I'm gonna give a shout out to my boy Batu
วงในบอกพร้อมมาแล้วต้องเล่นเราบอกอยู่สวยมากทันครับปีใหม่คู่แรกไม่จบเลย BBL will come back เขาเชื่อมั่นนะ
lost their organizational support halfway through the year but became the first unsigned team to win a Challengers EMEA stage and not only that they play some really exciting Valorant. They've got some exciting players like Kachao, which I'm
ระหว่างรอขอแก้นี่ก่อนแล้วกัน
is gonna enjoy when he
คิด
hits
ว่า
the
น่าจะไม่
stage.
ซ้อน
It's
แล้ว
one of those
หลังจากนี้
great Valorant names, but you've heard enough from us. Let's head over to the desk here, as this one's taken a little longer than expected.
We'll happily take them off your hands for a little bit. You can come hang out with us here on the couch. Have a seat. Join us. Come on in. The water is fine. What do we think about the water so far on this map?
The water?
The water. The general vibe. The atmosphere, if you will.
The atmosphere is, Gentlemates is looking great. BBL is nowhere to be found.
Not gonna lie, I mean, after hitting
ตัวนี้มีพี่ว่าไปด้วยการเก็บคะแนน
saying to them,
พี่ว่า
go to play in. I
น่าจะ
mean,
เป็น
I
ทีมไหนสองทีม
think there is someone that is smart and want to heavily win this map.
ถ้าเก็บคะแนนน่าจะเป็นฟุตนะครับ
If
ผม
we're talking from a very large picture, you know, sometimes players talk about like
ฟุตแน่ๆแหละ
managing energy through a series, right? And sometimes when you have that objective in your mind where
ได้
you're
แต้มเยอะ
like,
กว่า
we only need one
ฟุต
map,
ลิควิด
win one map, we keep our
KC
chances alive. You have that release of we accomplished the first goal,
ฟุต
and
กับ
then
วิ
there's
ทพี่
sort
เอ้
of
ยให้
an
ใคร
adrenaline dump and an energy dump, and
วิทย์ดิ
sometimes it can be a little tough to recover after that.
I think
เขาไป
that
กดทายตอนนี้ครบ
especially
4 คู่เลยพี่เอ้
these
ย
teams
จะ
like
ได้
for
ไม่
BBL,
ทำไม
I
มันยัง
am
ประมาณตอนเที่ยงพรุ่งนี้
คู่หนึ่ง
but
ขาด
then they have
ขาด
those
ยิง
ทุกคนเสียงซ้อนอยู่ปะ
eco rounds and it just seems like nothing's wrong. LaRock sat down, which is good because I feel that it's so scary that a like what 18, 19-year-old can stand up with that high and look that menacing.
Actually, it is. I mean, he's outstanding. He has no fear to anyone. but he should be fitting. I mean, not gonna lie, if we're talking about this match, what the hell is going on with Martin today?
Yeah.
He's making a huge hit to everyone. I remember you saying that he was making a +8. It was in an 8-0 against Loverock. He's +8 against Loverock and against Larrock too. Against both of them. Both goalies are getting dominated by Martin.
It truly is a situation we always ask ourselves in every series. It's like, okay,
Martin
can he
มันโห
keep
ด
being
จัง
that
วะพี่
consistent? Can he keep topping the board? Of course he can. It's not even a doubt, right? The question is,
ทำ
can
ไม
the rest of
KC
his
ถึง
team
ปล่อย
keep
มา
up with
ติน
him?
หลุด
That's what we have to answer every time we get into a game.
The only thing that we need to ask ourselves is what would have been if he would have been in Euro on map 2.
มาร์ตินบอกไม่อยู่หรอกใครจะอยู่ก็อยู่
We do have, you know what?
ทีมแม่งไม่เอาอะไรเลย
We're going to be going back. Okay, I was going to throw a topic out, but I'll save it for a different issue, different pause, because we're going to hop back into the game. So it's back on over to Hazan Cairo. Take it away, boys.
ปิดแล้วน้องพัน
Diving right back into this one.
I'm
not sure what the resolution is just yet. So we are waiting with bated breath to find out the answer as much as everyone else is at home. It's gone to the video assistant
ที
referee.
เฮดกับไอ้นี่พี่ให้ใครนะ
And we'll just have to
T
find
hit
out what the decision is.
I think the decision seems
ไม่
to
ให้
be a
นี่หน่อย
match
เหรอ
with
ใจ
how
เน็ก
quickly we're ready to come
จริง
back
อยาก
into
ให้
this
นะแต่
one.
มัน
Paraguay,
หนักกว่า
number
ทีเฮดใช่ไหม
10. Cover his mouth. Decision. Red card.
The point I was going to say is, I think with how quickly we're ready to get back into game, I imagine it is just head straight back into this one, into round 7, with the score at 5-1.
Yeah, and that's the thing here. If you are looking at it from a BBL perspective, they've just got the first round on the board. How can they try and replicate some of that success? It was the mid-insert of Larrock which set them up quite nicely in the previous. It's what we saw, and now they've got some ultimates to bank
ประมาณตอนเที่ยงพรุ่งนี้
You'll see come up
ถ่าย
on
ซ้อน
the
ยัง
scoreboard in just a second, as we should be heading back in, getting ready checks from the players. And smiles on the face of the BBL side, so it feels like the round should stand.
Yeah, it looks like it. And I think the other aspect to this is we have to remind everyone at home
ประมาณตอนเที่ยงพรุ่งนี้
stakes are for this match, because if we do see Gentlemates win out this series, that means that Foot lock in top 2. For BBL, they're looking to keep their hopes alive and their fate in their hands.
Yeah, that they are. Moments away from getting back in now. The issue has been resolved, and it bears no reflection on the round result, as we have been informed. So, looking at it here, we're just itching to get going again. Cairo, I feel like since I've come back here to cast with you, we've had more tech pauses than we ever did in the past.
What are you trying to hint at?
I'm hinting at absolutely nothing, as we should be getting
ประมาณตอนเที่ยงพรุ่งนี้
performed so far. 5 rounds already on the attack. Looking pretty happy with how it's going.
อันนี้พี่ก็สอน
Starso's shoulder. And the pause still hasn't finished.
Yeah, worrying stuff. But at the same time, I guess the thing that isn't going to be worrying is BBL, their set pieces with ultimates. I think that's also another thing that we have to consider. As the high fives are given out, the red lights are away, and we're ready to go.
Lights out and away we go. Yeah, that's exactly what we were looking for. Sometimes as a caster, it just feels like we're lying to the audience, honestly, but truth be
ประมาณ
told,
ตอนเที่ยงพรุ่งนี้
maybe me, 15 seconds away now, getting ready to resume and restart this first half. If you're just joining us, BBL only now picking up their first round, but plenty
มัน
left to
แต่
play.
คือตอนนี้พี่ฟังอ่ะ ฟังแล้วไม่ซ้อนนะของพี่อ่ะ
Gentlemates attack has been blistering, but
มันเป็นเสียงที่พี่ได้ยินเข้าหูนะแต่ก่อนหน้านี้ซ้อน
to a comeback. Sunset, a weird map that can ebb and flow sometimes. Already the Euro TP in a way, and the Rock just glimpsed the arm on this elbow position. And I'm wondering, what are the contingencies that Gentlemates
แก้จน
have
ท้อ
for
อ่ะ ไม่รู้
this
ทำไง
stack of
วะ
ultimates the BBL have?
Yeah, you can already see the drone there from
แวะมาที่โดเนทก่อนหนีไปนอน
เฮ้ยขอบคุณน้ำพันนะครับเป็นซิสเตอร์เน็ต
And the change up
ร้อน
from
ไหม
the cipher setup is a trap on either side of
อ๋อ
the
พี่ใช้
map.
สตรีม
Kreven
อิเลเมนต์
again
ใช่ไหม
a little
ใช่
lonely on B right
เดี๋ยวนะ
now.
คุณ
He's got
จำ
main
ได้ว่า
space
เค
to
ยเป็น
move
อยู่
into, but you've
อ๋อ
seen
ไม่
him
ใช่
try
ใช้
and
ส
fight
ตรีมแลบ
market a couple times already.
อ้าว
Yeah, but you're seeing he's been left a
ต้องเข้าไป
little
ปิด
thin
อัน
in
หนึ่ง
terms of support.
มัน
Sure,
เหมือนมันทับ
Rose
กันอยู่
is
สองอั
here,
น
but I mean he could be quickly
หา
caught under
หา
the
วิธี
ball.
ปิดทุกอย่างแล้วไม่รู้
So
ปิดยังไง
Minnie's the one to be chasing this. There's also a Hunter's Fury and lots of ultimates.
Ui.
Activates when he needs to.
เอ็ดปะ
And And Gentlemates are left scratching their heads. What
เป็นขวัญกำลังใจให้เพื่อนๆหน่อย
Well, the answer is you've come up against one of the best Turkish Sentinels that we have in the game.
Kreven looking for that ace. He knows exactly where Prox is. I think he's going to hunt this, Cairo.
He is. Swing out wide. Cannot get it. Prox denies. But what Kreven has given is the round to BBL. Advantage cut down to 3.
Kreven just with a corner to play on, a shadow cast against the wall and overlooked by mates, doubles the advantage.
หรือว่าต้องไปปิดของ
Here for BBL, a second round
Steam
for
Element
them
ด้วย
in the first half, coming out of the pause that we saw.
เฮ้ยแต่ก็ไม่ได้ใช้ Steam Element แล้วนะเพิ่งอ่าน Install ไป
And unfortunately, we are going to be
อ้าว
heading
ตอนแรกพี่
into
ใช้อยู่เห็นเลิกใช้แล้ว
another
ไปใช้ของแท้แล้ว
Just to look quickly at these replays, though.
โดเนทแล้วหรือไง
I mean, absolutely unbelievable.
alert
It
อ่ะ
was a nice
ใช่
set play to respond, right? Get Larocque quickly into
ได้
position
น้องพัน
to
ธุ์ฝันดี
use
ครับ
the paths from Whaley. And overall, Gentlemates once again denied.
Yeah, this
ประมาณตอนเที่ยงพรุ่งนี้
the game.
เนี่ย
Cairo,
ปิ
I
ด
think you've
ปิ
got
ด
to address
alert
the
ของ
nature of
Easy
it,
Donate
say
ไป
it as
แต่
it
มัน
is.
มีเสียง
This
alert เนี่ย
constant
งง
stop
จัด
start isn't going to make for easy gameplay for either of the teams.
ตอนนี้คือปิด Donate ไปนะ
At the very least, will be happy they've got a couple of rounds now.
แต่ UI ไม่ขึ้นเห็นปะ
Feeling that momentum blocker though.
If I'm Kunde Kunde,
แต่เสียงขึ้นใช่ไหม
เสียงขึ้น
the timeout straight away after this
ประ
pause.
มาณตอน
Just to
เที่ยง
keep
พรุ่ง
the
นี้
players
พี่ต้องดูใน
back on
Windows
side,
ว่าเสียงมัน
just
มา
to
จากไหน
confirm
เบราว์
and
เซอ
stop
ร์
the
หรือ
momentum
ตัว
of
OBS
BBL. Because so far, BBL have done well
พี่ดู
to
ตรงนี้
space their
ตรง
ultimates,
audio
get the
mixer
value
ข้างล่าง
that
อะ
they need to.
ดูว่ามันมีของอะไร
Windows
บ้าง
นั้น
But we
ไม่ใน
are
OBS อะ
able to offer you all a
ตร
little
ง
bit of
ข้างปุ่ม
reprieve
เปิด
while
สตรี
we
มเห็นไหม
figure out
ตรง
what's
สตรีม
going on. We have
อ๋อ
an
ที่เป็นแถบ
opportunity to
นี่
hear
ใช่ไหม
from
ใช่ใช่
Starso
ดู
on
ว่า
what
มันมี
mates have been
ดัง
focusing
จาก
on
อันไหน
during stage 2 so far.
ไม่มี
ประมาณตอนเที่ยงพรุ่งนี้
ออกเฉพาะ Desktop Audio
I think
ออกสองอันด้วย
split, obviously,
ออก Desktop Audio อันเดียว
bringing a lot more confidence, a lot more
หมายถึงแบบว่ามี
preparation
เสียง
according
ซ้อนกัน
to the
ก็ออก
meta and
ใน
stuff. We
Desktop
have more
Audio
time
อะ
to
คือ
work
ตอนนี้
on
ไม่ซ้อนแล้วเพราะว่า
certain
พี่ปิด
things. Obviously, we're
ปิด
bringing
ไอ้
in
alert ใน
procs,
ซอสออก
so as we change in our team, also giving some fresh things in and outside of the server. So that's the things we're gonna be bringing for stage 2.
คือไม่รู้ว่าเสียง alert มา
Obviously,
จากไหน
it's huge to play in front of crowd like in Barcelona. If you get there, I think it's like
งง
first
ไหม
time since this
ไม่
happened.
งง
So
ผมเคยเป็น
gonna
อ
be
ยู่ผม
something new, something nice,
แต่ผม
something
ลง
that
OBS ใหม่บ่อย
brings
ก็
us
เลย
more
มันก็หายไป
motivation,
เอง
obviously, to fight for. I'm excited, and obviously we're gonna work hard to be there and represent Gentlemates. And for our team, obviously, the biggest MVP, I mean, everyone will say it's Martin, obviously, but I think that
มาร์ตินนี่แม่งถ้า
silent
ถ้า
one,
หลุดจาก
maybe
M8
not by
คนเอาแน่เลย
statistics, maybe not, but maybe yes. I
แล้วก็
think
มี
it's
คน
Mini,
เซ็น
you know, like the space he's gonna create for us this season.
ประมาณ
and the
ตอน
vibes he
เที่ยง
brings,
พรุ่งนี้
and
ได้
the
ไหมอันนี้
grounding
ปิด
as well.
ปิดเสียงของ
It's
alert
really
ทิ้งแม่ง
insane,
เลย
has a really positive impact on us. So in my
โอ้
heart,
โห
always him,
วิธีแก้
obviously, and Martin.
ทำไม
แม่ง
visually
โคตรแบบ
putting in
โคตรแย่
So gonna be him.
คือไอตรง audio mixer พี่รูด alert ทิ้งเลยอ่ะ ปิดเสียงทิ้งอ่ะ แล้วเอามาแต่ข้อความ แล้วก็เอาเสียงที่ไม่รู้ว่าจากไหนขึ้น
Covert about Mini's contributions so far.
โอ้
Hearing from Starso there, currently 8 and
วิธี
3
แก้
at
มั
the
น
top
แย่
of
จัด
Martin,
อะ
8
แต่
and
ก็
2.
แต่ก็แก้ได้ใช้อย่างงี้ไปก่อนแล้วกัน
Duelists which we've been
โอ้
looking
น้อง
at
บาสแม่งจีเนี่ยจัด
The coaches showing us that it's a Kit Kat tech break.
Yeah.
ลดเสียง audio mix ใช่ไหม
Paid
เก็บ
coaches.
จัดการเรียบร้อยแล้ว
Never seen that one before.
Unfortunately.
What's your favorite coach moment, Cairo?
Mine's is one that is like a one
แล้ว
that
สรุปมันคือเสียงจากไหนอะ
and it's
โอ้โห
the koi of
แล้วไม่สนใจไปเปิดที่เขียวบ้างเหรอ
Barbar on the post roll.
yeah there's
Yeah.
Barbar
สน
on the post
เดี๋ยว
roll.
ก่อน
Yeah, he was a bit of a clip
เปิด
farm.
ทิ้งเลย เปิด
He did
ดี
like to clip farm
รอ
those
รอ
coach
ก่อน
reactions.
รอดิวก่อน
That's true.
นั่นมันต้อง
Let us
ดิว
know
ด้วย
in
เหรอ
chat, actually, by the way. What's your
มันต้อง
favorite
ดิวก่อนดิ
coach
พี่ไม่
moment?
มี
I'll be
พันเนอร์มันก็
reading a couple
เปิด
of
ไปก็
these
ไม่ได้
out.
เลยนะ
อ๋อ
Ziggy's chat, of course.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah, I know.
You've got
เฮ้ย มัน
I'm
หอมไม่ยากนะ
I'm sorry.
You're
Look,
such a
ใช่ก็
sellout.
ก็ขออยู่
a barrel, call it what you
Other
like.
ไปเปิด
Cairo.
ถึง
It's
5
two
นาที
take losses in 2 rounds. I
Mate.
will read Sliggy's chat if I
No,
want to.
listen, is other co-streamers are
Other
available.
co-streamers are available. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
Absolute sellout.
Who's your favorite co-streamer?
Sluggy.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway,
Yeah.
Hmm.
just got to wait for the chat to chat to catch up, of course. Here,
ห้องน้ำก่อน
coach moment was. Trying to think of another one. Stick to the plan. That was a good one.
That's a classic.
That is a classic.
That's an easy
classic.
one. Zeish and his battle against the desk.
Yeah.
There's plenty more, and I think as well, we've had plenty of moments in EMEA. You know, looking forward to what we can get from Barcelona and our first real roadshow.
Yeah, big fan of that. Looks like there aren't many favorite coach moments here. Actually, reading through what we've got, I love when the coaches throw their pens and cause tech pauses. I can confirm for you right now, this pause is not pen related.
It's not pen related.
No. Kundi did toss his earlier though.
Yeah.
I wonder what kind of strange sequence of events would lead up to that. But Cairo, I heard you've got something special for us.
Yes. While we munch our Kit Kats, let's have some more entertainment. Manny has been studying Martin's Phoenix gameplay on Haven. Let's see what he learned.
Have you ever wondered what it feels like to be one of the best players in the world? Well, I've got you covered because we're going to look and break down one of Martin's rounds from his point of view. So it's going to be on the attack side of Haven, and right out of the gates he's going to be walking towards middle and taking the space, and he's going to hold just a second, make sure that he's got his flash ready in case there's any aggression down middle. And then he's waiting here just a second, Mini asks for it, and they just clear out middle together. So nice little thing there. Fast forward a little bit here, he starts spamming this wall here. Nice little spam for your rank games in case that there is some cheeky person stood behind the wall here. You might be able to get some damage down or a kill. Now he's going to follow the droner's garage. He has to use his wall to take it because his teammates already used the smoke. So now they have garage control. They're going to be going for a C-split. So Martin's job here is to be following Mini because Mini is the entry. Mini gets tagged by a camera. So now Martin knows it's now his job to take the entry. He's going to use his flash and try and time it nicely with
แต่
the
มินิ
recall.
มันก็วิเคราะห์มานานแล้วนะไททัน
Here on the entry, look what he does. Jumps out. The reason for that is if anyone was here and starts spraying their gun, they might get a headshot. But instead, because he jumps out, he's going to avoid any potential headshots happening there. And now, gentle mates are getting ready for this post plant.
แล้วเมื่อไหร่ถึงตาทำบ้านให้น้องบาสอ่ะ
As you see, and because he's got no utility left, he's going to be
รอขึ้นบ้านใหม่อยู่
and just from now on, it's just about him focus on his crosshair and trying to get kills on this retake. We see the retake coming in.
อ๋อมาถือ iPad
Almost gets the other one. He gets one. Nope, doesn't get another one. But his teammates don't help him here very much. But nice little round from Martin. And I just want to highlight how many decisions go
ไม่แต่เสียงโดมมันก็ซ้อนไง
and what
น้อง
it
เก็ต
feels like to be a pro player at that level.
อ๋อ
Welcome back to our waiting arms here on the desk.
ถ้ากลับไปอยู่
A PC action
น้องบาสอยู่จังหวัดอะไร
so that'll be happening in the background here. But I want to pose a question to you two, right? Because we've been doing
BBL ไหวไหม
I thought you were gonna ask.
ต้องไหวครับ ลองถามเพื่อนๆแถวนี้ดู ว่าไหวไหม
There's many situations
ไหว
where people go like check in PC. We actually did.
โอ้
So
ไกล
we're
อยู่นะ
checking
ห้อง
it.
สิบ
we
ล้าน
are checking him PC. I want to ask
แล้
you
วโปร
about
ดัก
one
ชั่น
guy's
ไหวไหม
PC, which is Martin's, right?
แต่โปรดักชั่นไม่ไหว
Just saw the mini content
What
about
a
it.
piece.
What
Player have report a hard pay too.
But my question to you is, I'm fairly new to this space.
Okay.
Is Martin, in your opinion, the best pound-for-pound player in EMEA right now?
It's hard because, I mean...
But it's, we have very good players. And I think that also like dividing by role is very important.
Yeah, because if we are not taking out of roles, I have to say one name. Heretics is not brilliant, is not winning, is having problems, but Riens has numbers of an MVP. So
This
I have
is
to
why we
bring
bring
Riens.
Uli in, so he can jump in the Riens love. Yes.
He's rage baiting me to.
He
Yeah,
doesn't need any kind of
เราอย่าท้อ
You're leading right into the agenda here. Okay, let's set it down the
It's
roles
hard.
then. Let's talk duelist.
Duelist.
Duelist. Is he top of your board on duelist?
It has to be.
It has to be.
Yeah, it's definitely in the top 3. Do you?
Oh, I'm going to go more specific. It's definitely top 3. Okay, who are the other 2?
Top 3.
Yeah, who's the other 2?
Bro, I feel like it's que the problem is
ก็
it's a flex.
รายได้ครับผม
I think Derke played amazing the other day.
That's true.
โมไม่มีอะไรเลยอะตอนเนี้ย
He played
สูง
insane. Like there were like 4 rounds where I was like,
ไว้ให้ดูนะ
We have 2 players.
สิ่งที่เกิดขึ้นมาตอนนี้
Not Neon.
That's true,
ดู
but
ดิ
actually, if we think
To me,
about
Durkinian is
Durke,
just a fever dream. It didn't
Durke
really
was
happen.
playing
อ่ะ
great the last day.
อันนี้
But
คื
the
อ
rest of the stage,
Okay,
he's
fair.
not that brilliant. So it's
ใน
hard
ไทย
to
ตอนนี้
set
ดูดิ
him. I mean, Durke is always
I mean,
Durke.
let's go one by one.
Okay.
For Giant X, 2 hit and miss.
Nah, Ara is not there.
For Heretics as well.
พี่ธวัฒน์ก็ไปแล้วเนี่ย
Let's think about outside of the box.
Okay, Carmine Corp,
bro.
Levin is playing really
Yes,
good right
yes.
now.
เมื่อก่อนนี้เปิดมาบนสุดนี่คือเต็มเลยนะห้องแบบ
I mean,
หลัก
he's
พัน
just
อะ
come back from
Bro,
he's level on
anyone
BBL.
like look at Camo, look at Purple, like Team Liquid making an incredible case for themselves, and you can also make the argument that they don't shine more because they have Nats on the team as well, and the rest I think the Trex was also amazing. So I'm trying to think who else I put there.
Okay.
I'm missing like 80% of the teams. You have them there?
Yeah, I'm having. So
Sure.
the
Can,
thing, the thing
can.
is,
I'm moving production.
okay, come with me, come with me.
Mika.
ใช่ครับ
If
All
we're
right,
checking,
lean in.
เหมือนโม่สมัยก่อนเลย
Martin must be there.
Yes.
Obviously,
เยอะกว่าเลย
Levin must be there. But then we have Camo, we have Purple also flexing a bit into
Yeah.
duelist. Sop is not having.
Yeah,
his
Do we
best
count
the
stage.
rate?
เฮ้ย
Nah, I
อยู่
would
แล้ว
always
ดิ
put him
It's
up
mostly
there.
paint chamber. I would say that maybe we have to evaluate. Oh, Jumpy
Easy
playing
donate
Phoenix.
มันเชื่อมกับ
But
OBS
he's playing a lot of Yumpy.
But
Yumpy's
Purple is
playing a
playing a
lot of
lot.
Phoenix.
มันไปเชื่อมได้
Yo,
ไงอะ
Spear with a bit more time.
Nah, could
That's
be.
มัน
one
ไม่มี
for
ให้
the
เชื่อม
future.
เลย
That's not one for right now. Disqualified.
Zeus has been playing super well.
Yeah,
Zeus best
Shoes
waylay.
is going.
Best waylay.
Yeah,
Okay.
How
Shoes
about,
is
I think that we should, I think that it would be much easier if we were doing
อ๋อ
just agents.
I didn't say I was going to make it easy.
ลองไปกด
No.
กดติดตามเขียวดูก่อน
We
ก็
need
ได้ค
some
รับ
subjectivity here.
ลอง
We
ดู
need some subjectivity.
Okay,
เพราะว่า
but then
เพราะว่า
guess
มัน
what?
เหมือนกันเดะเลยครับผมแบบแทบจะ 100% เลยครับ
Take Martin.
เปลี่ยนแค่สี
Felix, do you take Martin too?
Ooh, okay.
Because
Here's
then
a
you
good way
have
to do it.
to say that he's best duelist. He's top 2. Race?
Who's your favorite?
ถ้ามินิ
Phoenix
มา
right
ก็
now
ต้อง
in
ดี
the
ขึ้น
EMEA?
นะเก็ต
I really like how Jumpy was playing it. I cannot say.
Yeah.
Jumpy
ตอนนี้
really
ก็
did
ระดับ
great.
โลกครับ
So we're giving.
จะ
Are
ให้
we
ดู
giving
ยังไงเดียว
Yumpy the best
เอ่
Phoenix,
อ
or are we still giving it to
It's
Martin?
Martin is there. As a
อันนี้
Martin
ยกตัวอย่างนะ
I feel like we're
อันนี้คือ
missing
เคาน์เตอร์
someone.
One B.
I feel
อันนี้
like
คือคู่ที่แข่งอยู่ระดับโลกนะตอนนี้นะ
Okay, here we go.
Because Martin
Okay,
must
so
be.
now that's 2
เห็น
rolls
ปะ
for
มัน
Martin.
เริ่มมีโผล่มาแล้วเห็นปะ
Okay, so now where do we want to go
Yeah.
with it? Where's the next one? Waylay?
Yeah, well, it should be.
ช่องของ
Yeah.
ของรายการก็ไปโผล่ที่นี่แล้วเห็นไหม
Jet.
Derke.
มันเริ่มมีแบบ
Nikita Shirmitev.
เห็นปะ
Derke.
เริ่มมีผุดมาละ
And I don't even think. I think it's because like history-wise, it's very difficult to shy away from that. Like there are maps, like Breeze and stuff. I think it's also because I've seen him so much that the sample is so big that if you were to tell me, I have the most tape in my brain of Durkin on other players.
ลง
than
Windows
from
ใหม่อยู่
most of them. I also think that Lover's Rock was very, very good.
Okay, best Neon.
It's hard to say because
Koshmaras.
Koshmaras did great, but also Mini
But he gave
Boo.
Team League or
Sop.
Team Heretics.
Sop stage 1.
Yeah, es que so.
Holy.
So very good.
There is too many
No,
names.
we are missing someone, and I.
Yeah.
เนี่ยลองไปดูนี่ก่อนได้ทอง
Okay.
โพกกี่พัน
Yeah, I mean, there is many
You
names.
can chat.
But also, if I'm thinking
just
about it,
playing
if I'm thinking of duelist,
Alright.
I have also someone that is getting in my head, and it's
Okay.
Kayak. Kayak during 2024, he was one of the brilliant players. He was the rookie of the season. He was brilliant. But on 2025, he's not been in there.
Yeah,
And I don't know if
also good.
Kayak's still good, but he's not shining.
No, as a West Side, but yeah, no, Kayak is.
I'm going to ask for it. I'm going to ask for it because we're going to head to break here in a moment. Are we
I
confident?
mean-
Do we feel good about putting Martin top of that board?
Yes, we
Yes.
do.
We do.
มันไม่ได้บอกว่าใครมีปัญหา
Top of the board here. We are going to take a quick break while we get this PC swap. So thank you for sticking with us. We will be right back with more VCT EMEA action in a flash.
Taking a nap.
สมมติถ้าพี่มี่ป่วยแล้วลงไม่ได้แล้วสัก4-5 แมตช์แล้วฟูลเซนชนะติดกันรัว
โอ้โห
ๆพี่จะงงปะ
งง งงเลย
น่าจะฟีลเอาเป็นเพราะกูเลยเนี่ย
รอพี่เอ๋ยหายกระเป๋าแห้งคือยังไงวะประมาณอ๋อ สวยมากโพกิพันธ์ขอบคุณครับ พี่กำลังคิดเรื่องไอ้นี่แหละ ที่น้องบาสอยู่ตรงนั้นอะว่าจะทำยังไงดีหาวิธีอยู่ แต่ถ้ายังเล่นสมมตินะ ถ้ายังเล่น GTA อยู่นะ ตอนนี้นะ โอ้โห ไม่อยากจะคิดภาพเที่ย
รวยอ่ะ
โอ้โห ใช้
เอากลั
คำ
บ
ว่า
ไปรันวงการป่ะพี่
ใช้คำว่ารับทรัพย์อะ
ทันปะ
โอ้โห
เปิดเซิร์ฟเองเลยพี่ แล้วพี่ก็แบบตั้งตัวเป็นคนยิ่งใหญ่
แม่งยากเลย
แล้วเราก็ตั้งแก๊งไม่ตีกัน ด่ากันอย่างเดียว เดินผ่านใครก็ด่าหมด
ก็ล้างครับโพธิพันธ์ใช้คำว่าล้างได้กำลังจะล้างในไม่ช้านี้
พี่สนใจมาโรลเพลย์ในโปรเจกต์ซอมบอยปะ
น่าสนใจอยู่นะ
โรลเพลย์เป็นเอาชีวิตรอด
แต่จริงๆ ถ้าโรลเพลย์ที่สนุกที่สุดนะ คือเลดเอ็มตอนเนี้ย
ผมว่าเลนเอ็มแม่งสนุก
เลดเอ็มนี่คือสนุกตลอดทุกช่วงเลยอ่ะ
แม่งเบียวคาร์บอยแม่งสนุก
ตอนฟาร์มก็สนุกเลดเอ็มอ่ะ
แล้วมันตอนฟาร์มมันเหมือนมันมีอะไรให้ทำแบบ
ใช่
ออบเจกตีฟมันไม่ใช่แบบยืน แล้วก็หมุนในนี่อะไรอย่างเดียว ด้วยความที่เกมมันแอนิเมชันมันมีอะไรให้ทำเยอะด้วยมั้ง
แต่เลดเอ็มก็มีเซิร์ฟที่คนเล่นเยอะๆ สนุกมาเรื่อยๆนะ ตอนนี้รู้สึกเซิร์ฟที่มันเป็นแบบว่าจองขมังเวทอ่ะ
เราเปิดกันไหมพี่เอ่ย
โหมันต้องหาแบบ คนเขียน
ข้อ
โปร
มู
แกร
ล
มทำนู่นทำนี่
เฮ้ย AI มีแล้วยุคเนี้ยสบาย
น่าสนใจนะ
ถ้าเราเปิดใช่ไหม เราไม่เน้นแบบว่ายิ่งใหญ่ด้วยอิทธิพล เน้นใครรวยสุดคือเทพ เน้นรวย
ใครรวยสุดคือเทพ
คือแบบเน้นธุรกิจ
อ๋อ มันต้องคิดว่ะว่าแบบจะทำยังไงให้ระบบ economy ในเกมให้มันดูแบบว่า ดูว้าวอ่ะ ดูใหม่อ่ะ
มีระบบลงทุนอะไรอย่างเงี้ย เขาว่าแม่งน่าทำนะ เปิดขำๆมาเล่นกับน้องๆก็ได้ เราไม่ต้องแบบเซิร์ฟใหญ่อะ ไม่โดนเลื้อนด้วย
เดี๋ยว
ส
คน
บาย
ก็ ถ้าแบบว่าเริ่มมีคนเดี๋ยวถ้าระบบมันดียังไงคนก็เต็มตอนเนี้ย เพราะว่ายูเซอร์เล่นมันเยอะสมัยเนี้ย ผมขอเป็นเจ้าพ่อหวย หวยออกทุกวันตอน 20:00 น.
เน้นไม่ต้องเน้นอิทธิพลเยอะ เน้นรวยครับ
โอ้โฮ ถ้าจะยาวดูแล้ว เปลี่ยน PC
แต่ถ้าเราสมมุติเราไปคลิกนี่ดีอย่างนะ ไม่ต้องมานั่งปิดเพลงอะไรเงี้ย ให้คลิกมันปิดให้แหละ หลังจบสตรีม
ก็เอามัลติไปก่อนดิ
ผมมัลติแน่ แต่ผมจะหาวิธีปิดเสียงอีกฝั่งไม่ปิดอะไรเงี้ย
เฮ้ย ได้ด้วยเหรอ?
ได้ ผมเคยเห็นมีคนทำอยู่ เนี่ยต้องทำน้องอัพที่เล่น TFT อะ ผมเห็นในทวิตเปิดเพลงหลาเลย แต่ในยูทูบเสียงไม่ออก
พี่เคยใช้อยู่ เมื่อก่อนพี่บาสเคยสอน
ไอ้ voice meter เปล่า?
voice meter แต่ว่า voice meter คือที่ทำเหมือนมันแยกแทร็กได้อะ
ใช่ ๆ ผมก็ใช้ แต่ตอน
โอ้
นี้ผมเลิกใช้แล้วตั้งแต่เปลี่ยนไมค์อะ เปลี่ยนไมค์มันให้ใช้ซอฟต์แวร์อีกตัวหนึ่ง มันคล้ายๆ voice meter มันก็เลยไม่ได้ใช้ยาวเลย
เหมือนกับว่าเวลาเรายิงในsetting ใน audio ใช่ไหม ตรงที่ยิงไปช่องนู้นช่องนี้อะ มันจะเลือกได้ว่าจะใช้ audio tracking 1-9
เอาง่ายๆมันสร้างเหมือนมันเป็นแบบว่า audio ปลอมๆ ขึ้นมาอันหนึ่งอะ แล้วก็ให้เสียงเราออกไปตรงนั้นอะ ตั้งค่า เหมือนเรามี device เพิ่มอะ
เราก็เลือกว่าจะให้เอา tagging 1 หรือ 2 ออก
ใช่
ยูทูบใช่ไหม?
ใช่
All right, let's rate the form. Let's rate the form.
Guys, imagine me trying to do my job in front of me. This is happening.
เฮ้ยแม่งลุกขึ้นมาสควอตได้ล่าสุด
There was some
ก็
jumping jacks.
ชาร์จเรทกูเล่นไม่ได้
It's all about getting his blood flowing, and hey, maybe if he hits that squad deep enough, he'll get everyone else's blood flowing too.
Okay. You know what? Sure.
อ๋อพื้นหลังนะไม่เอาแล้วพี่
All
เกีย
right,
เปิ
we're
ด
back here on the couch. We've got time. We've got time. Is there anything you all want to talk about?
Hold on. What do you have there?
I got a little diffuser. I got a little
เฮ้ย
wingman.
พี่ตอบเก็ตไปยัง
Diffusing the situation.
เหมือนแบบมัน
I'm saving him.
Okay, okay.
We
I
need
thought
to
you were.
ยิ่งคนเยอะมันก็ยิ่งได้เยอะ
some,
หรอปะ
some Spanish and some Catalan
We
for when
should.
we
Right.
Okay,
go
we can do this
to-
actually.
เข้าใจง่าย
Hold on, let's
ระดับ
do
อย่างนั้น
Spanish call-outs.
Okay, first of all,
Are there any
the
Spain-specific
The most
call-outs?
important one,
I mean, for me, the most
4K.
important is
You know
4K.
4K?
You know what is
Te lo
4K?
pongo a 4K.
Do you know what is 4K?
I do not. Tell me about
Okay.
it.
You
Well, I'm gonna
never
tell
listened
you.
to Pitbull?
I have.
Okay, can you count like Pitbull?
No.
Uno,
Dos.
Hold on, give me a ball
Okay,
cap and I'll try.
uno, dos, tres.
cuatro.
Cuatro.
Exactly.
Mr. Wolf?
So now you just need the K.
So what's
Okay,
the K?
we get into cuatro. Cuatro is a number.
Sure, I get that.
And now we need what is K.
I don't know
Okay.
that.
Okay,
I
just
need to
think
know.
of it.
ถ้าเป็น
Educate
ทีม
me.
ในคิกอะผมจะไปตก
It's
ปลา
key.
เลยแล้วจะเอากล้องไป2 ตัว
Letter key. Okay, what could it
ถ้า
mean for
ตี
you?
มผ่าน
Wait, which
ต้อง
key?
ดี
Like a door key?
Letter K.
No, no,
letter
เอา
K.
ทำไมต้องกล้อง
Okay,
2
okay.
ตัว
Okay, what does it mean for you?
A 4K.
ก็จะได้นี่
Okay,
ไง
4
ยิง
kills
ภาพ
all
2
around.
มุมอะ
Okay,
สอง
whenever
ทุ่นนั้น
you
ห
are
นึ่ง
in
สอง
Spain and you want to
ก็เอา
investigate
เอา
if
โกโปร
4K,
ติดเบ็ด
you
ลงไป
have
เล
to
ย
sing it because
โยน
it's a special moment.
โยนลงไป
I mean, every single
Where's
player
my
ปลาเลยฮะ
it says
เออ
son 4K, 4K, 4K, 4K, K, 4K.
ให้ราวครับผม
I mean,
ตีนาย
I'm
น่าจะ
not gonna lie.
ไม่ไหว
They know me as the Mr. 4K.
Can you imagine you're
Mr.
watching a
4K.
game and in the
Nah.
middle of the cast
Nah.
that happens?
That's
why
kinda
we pay him
beautiful.
the big
ไม่เคย
bucks.
ไม่เคยเก็บไม่เคยหมายถึงแบบถ้า
Nice,
สมมติไปเล่น
nice,
เอง
nice. I just scream a lot because I'm Spanish and get crazy.
And it happens very fast.
Yeah.
So hear me out. What if a player gets a 4K early
ฟิ
on
ช
in
ชิ่ง
the
พา
round,
เน็ต
and then they finish
มี
on
น้อง
a
ถามว่า
drawn out,
พีเอฟ
the
เคยเล่น
player's
ไหม
trying to
ฟิชชิ่ง
save,
พาเน็ต
and then they get
เค
the
ยเล่น
edge.
แป๊บนึงอะ
Do
แต่
you
มัน
still
ไม่
sing the song in the interim there?
No, I
in
would
my
just
manก็
sing the song just a
อิ
bit
น
in
ข
the
นาดนั้น
moment.
นะ
Yeah,
มันต้อง
yeah,
ตกในจริงเนี่ย
Keep it with the round.
กว่า
And then
โลกเราไม่
maybe
จะมีอุป
we get
กรณ์
the
ที่แบบ
taste, it's gonna be
เป็น
great.
จอย
What
เบ็ด
you're describing fits perfectly because then he has time to
มีอะของ
actually
Nintendo
sing for the 4K.
มีด้วย
And then
มี
if
เคยเห็น
the
อยู่
round closes somewhat someone else.
Yeah,
So
we can
I
do
sorry, I
whatever.
think I'm still struggling to understand the concept. Could you just one more time give me the song, really lay it down for me?
I think
Okay.
we will play you the song later.
Yeah,
It
we-
เปลี่ย
does
นเนี่ย
count.
มันเปลี่ยน
I
คอม
will-
มา
I will
You think
just
it better.
play after, but it's mostly 4K, 4K, 4K, 4K, 4K, 4K, 4K,
That is the
4K.
softest 4K I've ever seen. you
Yeah,
do.
nah, but I need a okay,
Yeah.
okay. Let's do something.
Okay.
Give me a replay.
Classic
I can cast
EME.
the 4K.
Can we get a
Give me a
4K
4K from
replay?
today.
Any 4K that we have?
Do you want
on
to,
deck?
do you want a Spanish
ไม่รู้
cast for a
มันไม่ได้
round
บอก
with
ว่า
a 4K?
เปลี่ยนเพราะอะไร
We can just look for it.
จะเปลี่ยนคอมในเรื่องใหญ่นะ
Questions trying. Thank you
Meanwhile,
guys.
they're trying it. I'm gonna teach you.
Shout out,
Spanish.
get.
So You're
This is
coming to
great.
Spain.
สมัยก่อน
Verás.
Biggest thing. I mean,
Verás,
Y
after,
ven.
Everyone
after
watching
I
at
have
home?
seen what you have taught me,
What do we need to know?
because it was
I'm a
not
great
me.
ผม
If
อยากรู้ว่าเวลา
anybody
มัน
ever
เท
hears
คพอร์ต
Mitch
นานๆพวก
speaking
พิธีกร
Spanish,
ได้เงิน
it
เพิ่
was
ม
not
OT อะไรอย่าง
me.
เงี้ย
I'm proud
ไม่
of
ได้
him. It
I'm
was
proud of
him.
my baby. Don't talk to me
ก็
like this.
พวกนักพากย์
I'm
ก็
proud of my baby.
ถ้าสมม
I'm
ติ
gonna go so okay.
รายการมีปัญหาทดยาวโอทีไม่มีไม่ได้
Quiero unas
จัดมาโอที3แมปโอทีแบบละ 20 ไม่ได้
I do like patatas bravas.
Because who
Quiero unas
doesn't?
patatas
Because who
bravas.
doesn't?
หมายถึงแบบว่า
Can I tell
เทค
you
พอร์ต
the
ยาว
Spanish
ๆ
that
นะ
I have as
Yes.
it
ไม่ได้
stands right now? It's not good. It's not good. I have two phrases
เคยมี
on
เทคพ
lock.
อร์ตจนรายการปิดไป
Yo
เลยนี่ห
soy
ว่า
un ornitorrinco
แข่งวัน
muy
ลุกขึ้นแทน
peligroso.
ไอ้นี่ไงล่าสุดไงของอเมริกา
Are you Perry the
มี
platypus?
เน็ตด้วย
Alright,
ที่
dangerous
เน็ต
one.
เราเจอ
Okay.
ลิควิดอะ
Okay,
Mm.
that was on deck, on lock.
ของอเมริกาล่าสุด
Wait,
ก็มี
wait, wait, I wanna-
ชิง
yeah,
Ascension
yeah,
Want the
we do
second
have that.
phrase?
I want to hear the second one.
Second phrase, you might expect this one a little bit more. This is ¿Dónde están mis pantalones?
Yeah, that's
พี่
very
เย่
that's
ปะ
a
ล่ะ
very
มา
useful
บี
one
แมตช์
sometimes.
แรกลงสนาม เทคพอร์ต5 ชั่วโมง
These are the only two I have. It's very limited.
Is
But
there anything you want to
it's
know
great.
how to say?
well, now I know how to say 4K, and I
Yeah.
think we do have a
จำได้
4K
อีมี
round
แรกๆอะ
where
We
maybe
have
we
it.
can get a live 4K.
Okay,
Okay.
un
Eh,
momento.
2 ชั่วโมงอะ
Your moment.
Okay, For everyone standing at home, we're jumping into my mother song. Vamos a ver cómo lo quiere hacer. Se apertura rápido, creo en la primera, la segunda, la tercera. Y lo puso en 4K, 4K, 4K, 4K, KK, 4K, KK. Yo le voy a dar. ¡Vea!
En 4K.
Yo le voy a
อเมริกาละแชนข้ามวันใช่ใช่
Porque mira
อั
cómo
นนั้น
puso
ที่หมายถึง
en la baja calidad. No.
แข่งไป2 แมปปุ๊บ
4K, 4K, 4K,
มีปัญหา
KK. Do not worry, every single one knows about it.
Dos veces.
I've seen Proc smiling.
And if you're coming back, if you're coming to Barcelona, right, you might hear the 4K.
Let's go BBL.
I'm just saying. If it
Let's
happens,
go.
in the arena, I'm expecting the arena to sing.
Oh, they will.
No, they will.
100%.
Definitely.
100%. They all
I
know.
promise you.
แล้ว
I
คนต่าง
promise
ชา
you,
ติหลงมาเยอะอยู่
in
นะ
the game and there is a 4K,
ใน
I'm
เขียว
gonna
นะ
ask the crowd, and the crowd is gonna sing 4K.
ธง
I will let them.
ตัว
I
ปี
will
น
let
เลย
them.
I have zero doubts.
It will be
That's
the best
beautiful.
one.
So okay, let's see. Anything else that I would want
Forza.
to in Spanish?
Yeah, that's important.
Okay, first of all, there is
It
something
mean
that-
Vamos
Okay.
Forza
I'm
คือ
gonna
Vamos หรือเปล่าวะ
bring something
Tortilla.
important. I mean, no, first, no,
Eso es importante.
paella.
El-
Paella.
เพราะประเด็น
But
คือ
the
พรุ่ง
most
นี้
important
ต้อง
one is the
ตื่น
pronunciation,
เช้าไง
because every single time I hear someone,
They say paella.
paella. It's not paella. It's
แย่ละ
paella. Paella.
แล้วคอมมันมีปัญหาวันนี้
It like it's
Okay,
it's
yeah.
PC happy need please same network issues still
Actually,
happening
it's the same
ฮะ
for cucurella.
Cucurella,
They say
you know?
cucurella. No.
Cucurella.
Cucurella.
Well, that's
Se
you.
come una paella.
Cucurella. Se bebe una estrella. Ojalá yo.
ผมมีไปทำธุระข้างนอกนิดหน่อย
How
พรุ่
to
ง
say,
นี้
how to say cucurella eats a paella?
Vale,
Yeah.
cucurella.
Cucurella.
Ya.
Ya.
Okay.
Cucurella.
Ya, cucurella.
Ya.
Se come
Se come
una
คู
una
คูเลย่า
Paella.
paella.
no
Pa.
pa
Eh.
Ya.
Ya.
Ya.
Okay, now
Paella.
all together.
Ya.
Cucurella.
Cucurella.
Se come
Se come
una paella.
una paella. Cucurella.
Es que
Se come
they get to
una
the moment to
paella.
say pa,
Yeah.
ya,
Ya.
and they cortocircuito, you know?
Ya.
Overdrive. Yeah, basically.
It's good that we're going to need subtitles for our own desk here in
You can also
BCTEMEA.
have arroz al señoret. I mean,
Yeah, arroz al señoret is pretty
señoret,
nice.
very good.
But I
Same
explained
style.
it just today. No, just today I was talking about
I'm
it.
getting hungry.
About
We need to change
paellas.
this.
All right, we got to change the subject. Let's
Yeah.
cool off. Let's cool off here. And what
You're not
better
going to
way
try
to cool off?
calzots porque they are
Oh.
not in season. Qué
She's
pena.
not right back into it.
No worries.
We're getting
Sorry.
out of there. We're going
We're
into a
hungry.
different mode. Let's talk about the newest map in Valorant because we have seen a few of them
Yeah.
in EMEA.
Okay.
They've mostly stayed away from it. Let's be real. Less than other regions, perhaps, or more. They've stayed away more than other regions. Let's talk Summit. We've seen some summits. There's been some summits worldwide. What do we think about Summit now that it's been in the pool?
That Forsaken was absolutely amazing on Gecko today. I saw that ultimate where he ulted his entire
Back out
team,
shit.
and I was like, damn, that is the kind
Only.
of Gecko I want in my team. I don't know about you.
Definitely. I mean, for me, the most important thing is something playing Viper.
Yeah, something's
Also
Viper.
killing a lot. But
Very
Gecko,
something.
being playing mates Forsaken, has already played every single agent in the game in a
That's
competitive
incredible.
game. That's
That is
incredible.
actually incredible. And you know
Gold
the
Sagan.
you know the worst part of it?
What's the worst part of
He's
it?
disgustingly good at all of
เบร
them.
กยาวจัด
He's the
It's
best.
like it really doesn't matter what
ไม่
he's playing
ต่อ
because
อีวีเอ็นเอ
yeah.
ไม่ไหวครับผม
Do you know
พรุ่ง
when
นี้
we're
ไป
when we
ธุระ
talk
เช้า
about, oh, good vibes. Paper X is the team to beat.
Okay,
Oh.
I would like to tell something about Summit.
ดูแลตัวเอง
Okay.
เพราะช่วงนี้ก็ออกกำลังกายอาทิตย์หนึ่งประมาณ
How
2
the
ถึ
map
ง
is
3
gonna
วัน
be
ครับ
evolved.
Okay.
2
Because
อย่าง
right
ต่ำ
now,
ไม่งั้น
If
ไม่
you
ไหว
look at
ครับ
the statistic, not for EMEA
เหมือน
because
แบบ
EMEA is different.
เราทำงาน
It's
นั่ง
still
อย่างเดียว
different,
อะ
but
มัน
every
ต้อง
single region is much more defensive than
หา
offensive.
อะไรออกกำลัง
And
กาย
that
มัน
worried
ข
me
ยับ
a
ตัว
lot
บ้าง
because when I see the map, if we go to the minimap, I see the map and
เขา
the
บอก
first
ว่า
thing I'm thinking is
PC มีปัญหากำลังปิด PC อยู่ ใช่
I think
ใช่
it's
พอ
must be attacking because it has the map is huge.
มันก็
In
เว
the
ทเทรน
moment
นิ่ง
when
บ้าง
you're
We have a
closing-
wide
เดิน
map.
ชันบ้างอะไร
We
อย่าง
have
เงี้ย
white summit.
Whenever you're closing this door, whenever you close this, there is
Yes.
no fast rotation that you can make from the defense to try to move from a side to another. So trying to make ping pong into, okay, we're touching into A, we're making a ping pong into B, and we're going
ก็
back into
นาน
A.
ๆทีตื่นเช้าที
You're
ก็
gonna make
ต้องไหวแล้ว
the rotation speed is low for the defense. But anyways, they're managing to win. And after looking to Pacific a lot,
คอมก็มีปัญ
looking
หา
to
เปลี่ยนคอมอยู่ครับผม
Americas, not to EMEA because we don't know how to defend. What I realize is every single choke point number 1, choke point number 2, choke point number 3, choke point number 4, choke point, every single choke point.
เหมือนเคยมียกเลิกคู่หนึ่งนะเหมือนกันนะ
It's
ถ้า
hard
จำไม่
to
ผิด
close it. And any single utility on the meta we have with even
ทำไม
if we
มัน
have a
แข่งมา
neo
ตั้งหลายวัน
with
ทำ
the
ไมมันถึง
shortcut,
มีปัญ
when
หา
you
วะ
have
งงวะ
anything, it's hard to cross through it. It's hard to split. Making a split is really hard. And I think that's the biggest
And
issue
you
on the
think
map
so?
right now.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oi.
You think that the because this is the vibe that
Roll
I get
back.
here in EMEA that our teams underexplore mid a lot. I think that is one of the one of the things Team Liquid did very well.
Yeah,
Team Liquid just
definitely. But also, one of the biggest issues is that I
เห็นแล้วน้อง
don't
ล็อก
think that maybe we had time enough to prepare the
Yeah.
map because
คอม
sometimes
ก็มีปัญ
I
หา
see
ใครได้
some
ลาว
teams
เมื่อ
trying
กี้
to copy strats that we
ไอ้
see from
BBL
Pacific from Paper Rex. But when they train it,
ชิป
it's
หาย
not
ละ
working because you're not doing it properly. And that's the worry the most.
But that's the same thing with the compositions. I feel like that we see that not only on Summit but on other maps where a team would pick out some other team's composition, be like,
Yeah.
oh, they're so good on this map, and it's like, yeah, but do you know why? Like the composition's good, but do you know why? And
Oh, maybe they're copying Gecko.
yeah, honestly,
I would love to see
bring
it.
it on.
And what do you think about this side? side. Because to be honest, if we talk of this side,
Bro, there was this. This pen won't work there.
Yeah.
I think it was.
I think it will anyways.
¿Quién fue? Was it Fnatic that did the
มัน
pistol that they
มัน
sent
จะยอมเหรอวะ
Euro
วินมัน
TP
หมด
in?
จดแต่
Yeah, it was
โคตร
Fnatic.
ครีม
Fnatic
อ่ะ
did
Right?
something great. It was like they set a TP that was going into here. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
there was a Viper wall just crossing it. And what he did is making some pressure, making them fall into this, allowing him to TP and getting the flank.
It is so cool to see it in this moment because we're talking about the TP in a moment in time where we thought we were not going to be seeing a lot of Yoru.
Right.
But with the recent mini buff that he got, he opens for this kind of possibilities. So now the map is even more open. So think about the feels that we got just from the ones that we played in the MEA, right? Like we had the first one with the Duel of the Chambers, and it has to do a lot with those choke points. There's so many positions that you can take that you can TP to a safe position that you can get out of. That it makes a lot of sense. Then you look at Liquid, you know, playing with the double duelist, being extra aggressive. Fnatic using tools.
Yeah.
Like they've used in other maps in the past, and having those kind of plays. We've also seen it with the Omens, I believe in. I can't. Esto no pinta.
No, what?
With the Omens, like using the map in that way when teams are not so used to seeing everything or to have that many reps, even to have seen the rest of the world play it enough to have the awareness of controlling a map like this one. It's cool to see, but I still think a bit early. We will get better at it, guys. We just need some time.
But there is many compositions. I have to say that if we're talking about, I mean, there is energy playing the Chaos Sova, looking for information, trying to adapt to the team. Having Cypher also to look for it is great. But the one I like the most, I think, was Global Esports playing with Astra.
Okay.
Astra, Tejo. That composition, I really like it.
Okay, ¿qué más?
Hold on.
Hear
Let
me
me
out.
make this
What is
argument.
Wasi?
Hold on,
What is
hear him
Wasi?
out. Hear him out. What do you like about the comp?
Okay,
Tell me.
let me type it. It was Astra, I'm sure. It was Tejo. They had Fate to have the double spotter. And if I'm not mistaken, it was Race. And I'm not sure if they were using Beto, Chamber, or Cypher. I mean, I'm missing which one was the Sentinel. The most important thing
¿Cuál
for me.
está? Bro,
Yeah. Nah, it was Beto.
See, okay.
Okay, I have
So
to say,
you want-
Beto
you
is
want-
not, I prefer
listen,
Chamber.
I'm listening. I'm
Sky?
listening. I'm locked
No,
in.
no.
It was Sky. It was Sky.
Sky, Tejo,
Okay.
Vito,
Okay.
Astra, Race.
I like it.
Okay.
And I can tell you why.
Yeah, tell me
me
why.
why.
I am
First
honestly
of all,
like
Paint me a mind picture.
This small side is hard to play. Most of the teams right now are playing with a combo. They're playing with Sage and they're trying to do a bunker, trying to play inside.
I say we call Frost. Frost, darling, and
Frost,
you awake.
come here, Frost. So, first of all, if you try to play on the side and do a bunker in here,
เฮ้ย
hear
ยัง
me
ไม่
out.
มาอีกหรอ
Astra, doing a pull. Astra, doing a stun. All the Tejo Molly is coming into the side. It's hard to be in there.
ได้นมโพดปันนี้ครับ
But you have something that is your weakness. Yeah, you can do the smile. That was the thing I was going to
I
do.
what about
And,
this mine?
Ubu. That's an Ubu.
See.
Okay, so mostly the good thing you have is that you have a double spotter. You can go.
แต่งงนะทำไมเขาถึงไปเลือกเฮดของยุโรปเป็นเยอรมัน
One side. Meanwhile, if you want to
You want the
split,
double drone.
you also have double drone with the Sky. Also, the flashes from Sky are gonna
คน
ability
ดูก็น้อย
to get the space. You can close anything here. If you get a plant, tell me. How the hell are you going to
คอม
defuse
มูก็ไม่ได้เยอะ
with Astra,
Yeah.
Tejo in the other side? It's gonna be hard for it.
How do you control the back?
ควรจากฝรั่ง
I'm
เศส
not gonna lie.
I have to
I
say
did
that
watch,
for me,
but
the biggest issue is I don't like Beto. For me, the call on that combo,
หรือ
I
ตุ
will
ร
be
กีเลยก็
using
ได้
Chamber. Because with Chamber, first of all, when you're
Okay.
defending, attacking, you can just place the trap, whatever, and be taking control of the mid side and try to make some pressure. You can just hold the mid. Meanwhile, the Sky is trying to get the information with the wealth. And however, the most important is when you're defending. On the defense, you can just place the TP and look for the information with Chamber. We've seen it a couple of times, every single time. Every enemy player doing, even a fire on EMEA. Chamber is pretty strong on defense and is mostly doing the same like Vito. Vito was just playing on this side, trying to make the TP into make fast rotations. I didn't really like it, but Chamber's drop is helping out.
Now we do have a chance to check in with our casters. They're going to be joining us, and what I have to ask is, Haz and Cairo, were you listening to this pitch?
Or just calling them.
Just in our heads.
Hello?
Magical voices in our
Hello.
heads. Bring them in.
กินโยเกิร์ต
Hello. Pick up the
ราด
phone.
น้ำผึ้งครับผม
Hello. Were you listening to this pitch coming through from Ulysses?
Yeah, I'll have two double
He did.
XL pepperoni pizzas, please.
Uh-huh.
With a side order.
Do you want hot honey?
Yeah, go on.
I thought this was phone a friend for. Oh, hello.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
Hi guys. I thought this was phone a friend for.
But you're
who
dressed
wants
อัน
to
นี้
watch
เขา
the
ไม่
World
มีอะไร
Cup.
ทำจนไป
What's going
คุยกัน
on
หนักพัก
here?
กันอะ
That's so weird.
We've ascended. We've ascended. We're in
Would
a
you have
better
a wedding
place
and
now.
a funeral? Who's getting which?
Apparently they are. Well, I hope that you would. But depends on the wedding. No, that there's a dress
They're
code.
both
but
in white. I mean, look,
Yeah.
we're all about
Yeah.
the chemistry here for our casting pairs, so that's one way to take the step further.
We try our hardest, you know.
Yeah. We've gone to the other side.
The other side, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So respect.
Exactly.
So how you doing? You liking the what we were discussing about
Yeah,
Summit?
no,
Yeah.
I actually especially like the Spanish lesson.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
myself
how's your
already
Spanish?
Okay.
knowing about the Catroca.
Oh, yeah.
That was
Okay.
good. Yeah.
How's it? What do you have for Spanish? What's your
Yeah.
favorite Spanish phrase?
Hit
My
us.
favorite Spanish phrase.
Your go-to.
What do you know?
Oh, how do you say it again?
know.
I don't know, Cairo. You can also say.
Uno.
¿Por qué?
Yeah.
¿Por qué?
¿Por qué?
¿Por qué?
¿Por qué?
¿Por qué?
¿Por qué?
Vale.
Uno grande, cerveza grande, por favor.
Ah,
Yeah,
That's
there we go.
perfect.
That's a good
That is
one.
perfect.
that's
That's a
perfect.
good
Yes.
one.
Yes.
Important to know. Cairo, what's your favorite Spanish phrase?
You are asking the wrong person. I'll tell you that.
เขาบอกว่าคอมมีปัญหาครับ
Español.
เขา
No
ฮอต
hablo español, definitely.
กำลังตรวจสอบอยู่
¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
แล้วก็จะมีการโรแบ็กราวที่แล้วด้วย
Big
แต่
library.
BBL ไม่น่ายอม
Love the library.
Who doesn't? You know what?
But-
This is time for a PSA. If you've still got public libraries wherever you are, they're awesome. Go check
แย่
them
เลย
out.
นะถ้าโรแบ็กราวที่แล้วอะ
We love
I used to
libraries.
go to the library
พวกเรา
a
เอ็มแปด
lot.
กลับมาชนะ แล้วโมเมน
They're
ตัม
great.
ไหล
Yeah, when I was
แย่
in
เลย
uni.
อะ
But I'm not gonna lie. If I'm going to another country, the last thing I'm asking is for the library.
Yeah.
ผมไม่ไหวครับ
Many things.
ไม่ไหวจริง
Why
พรุ่ง
would
นี้
you?
ไป
Back
ธุ
in
ระ
the day, well, they didn't have this thing called the internet way back in the day, and if you needed to know something, repository of information,
But-
useful place,
Come
free
on.
Wi-Fi, free phones. Maybe?
What's the next? Ask to dinosaur.
Well, you know, if I could find one in a new country, I'd certainly love to go see it. Then we're getting into Jurassic Park situation there. I don't know if
I
we
love
want
Jurassic
that.
Park.
What's your favorite
What? You
dinosaur,
haven't
Cairo?
watched Jurassic Park?
No, he said I love it.
I love
Oh, I was like,
What's you
because
hold
we
on.
were talking about movies earlier today, and I was like, how would you
Yeah.
not watch
Cairo,
Jurassic Park?
you strike me as a guy who has an answer to this question. What's your favorite dinosaur?
Right, I think the T-Rex is overrated personally,
Yeah,
right?
okay,
So
sure.
I'm a pterodactyl man. I'm going to be honest.
Okay.
Gotta love the
Yeah.
wings.
Great answer.
Gotta
Fair.
love the wings.
Can you
Fair.
impress one? Can you impress a pterodactyl?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
Like-
impress
Do an
it.
impression.
Do an
Oh,
impression
yeah,
of it.
go on. This is bottom of the barrel stuff.
Oh,
This is
that's
bottom of the
real.
barrel
Bro,
stuff.
lately, bro, there's something about the tech post lately. We're
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
sorry.
But
So, like,
Are
the
we
most
sorry? I think
heartfelt
we're doing our best
sorry
art.
for what happened in Americas as well. So absolutely sorry. It's not happening here. Like, we're getting somewhere.
แย่
I'm
มาก
telling you.
We're getting knowledge. We're meta building.
Meta building.
Yeah,
Meta
more
building.
of a Triceratops man
You're a
myself.
Triceratops man?
Mm.
I respect it. What
What about you, Des?
Yeah, what
What's
about you,
your
Des?
favorite
I don't know the name, but
dinosaur?
you guys know, I think it's in like the second Jurassic Park movie.
Okay.
The girl, like the little girl goes running and she has a sandwich and there's like this baby. Is that, do you know which ones they are?
I don't
I'm
remember
so
the
sorry.
name.
It's still like weird to me looking at Willie and talking to him in English. But they have these like small dinosaurs that I think eat the girl.
Okay.
Those are my goats.
I don't remember the name. I don't know which one.
And those dinosaurs.
I mean, I kind of respect T-Rex. I mean, I know Cairo is a hater of T-Rex, but just think about it.
So
A T-Rex
overrated.
with his hands, he cannot do anything. If he want to open a bottle, just imagine it. I mean, I really like it.
All I'm saying is Ankylosaurus always seems like a chill
Tama-
guy to me.
Tama
We're
man
gonna
din
take a
ba
bite of these
pensai
two
kok
chill
da
guys.
ba?
We're gonna close them out
Okay.
here.
Yeah.
Because apparently production thinks we're getting a
That
little
impression
too
was
unhinged.
so bad. That impression was so bad, we've decided.
I think it was peak. If
Wait,
anyone
roll
wants to
back.
hear basically what a pterodactyl would sound like,
Roll
go
back
and
ให้เรา
Google your
แล้วที่แล้วมั้ง
favorite. They sound like demons. They really do. They really do. But they're beautiful birds. And we're going to take a beautiful little break here and
0-0
hopefully
ก็โห
be
ด
back
ไป
with
ครั
some
บ
Valorant.
เดี๋ยวก่อนถามว่าใครให้ใครแพ้ไปเลยครับผม ให้ M8 หรือว่า BBL อ๋อ จบ เดี๋ยวอยู่จบทีเฮดเขาบอกว่าคอมมีปัญหาแล้วก็เปลี่ยนคอมนะครับ สักพักก็บอกว่าตรวจสอบอยู่แล้วก็เดี๋ยวจะมีการโรแบ็กบอกอย่างนี้แต่เมื่อกี้ไฟเมื่อกี้มันก็ปกติ5 คนเลยนะฝั่ง M8 อะ BBL ก็ปกติ มันจะโรแบ็กได้ยังไงวะไม่เข้าใจวะมัน
ส
ไม่
ตาร์โซพอตายไปเอ้ยคอมแลกว่ะโล
โอ้โห ไม่ได้ไม่ได้ เกิดดาเมจเกิดขึ้นแล้ว มันต้องทวงตั้งแต่ก่อนเริ่ม ก่อนมีดาเมจเล่นเกมอะไรมาครับเอฟลองเล่นได้ยังกิวรันยัง
ยังเลยพี่
โห อยากเล่นแล้วพูดอยากเล่นเลย จัดไปครับผมปีเตอร์ มีแต่คน BBL แมป3เดี๋ยวรอบนี้น่าจะมาจริงละอีก3 นาที เห็นมาตีนยิงแล้วอยากยิงวาโลบ้าง แล้วพอเข้าไปยิงแล้วเป็นไงบ้าง
ออกเกมให้ไม่ทัน
ช่วงนี้ดูแข่งบ่อยไง วันนี้เข้าไปเล่นจัดแชมเบอร์ไปที โอ้โห กดไปปุ๊บรู้เลยว่าอย่ากดอีกนะ เป็นปีโป้เลยเหรอ คิดว่ารอบนี้จะมาจริงไหมอีก2 นาที The issue have been identified and we are working on resolution มันไม่ได้บอกอ่ะ บอกแค่คอมมีปัญหาแล้วก็เปลี่ยนคอมที่เห็นมีแต่มีแต่อีมีนะใช่ไหม เห็นพี่เล่นแล้วเหมือนมือปืนโลกพระจันทร์มันถึงแชมเบอร์นะเฮ้ยมันไปทางนั้นได้ยังไง
Yeah. He can speak Spanish.
Was he good?
Definitely.
He was very good.
Really?
He was very good.
Was this in a karaoke setting or just off rip?
I will not offer. No, I will. It was a great day.
It was a great
And
day indeed.
that's all.
Look, we've got an opportunity here,
Okay.
maybe to relax a
ล่า
little
สุด
bit.
แม่งเอาเน็ตมานั่งคุยแล้วอะ
Yeah,
คิดว่าไง
you've done it in tight interviews, but the real question
สวย
is,
ละ
how's Europe, man?
Honestly, it's been pretty good. I can't complain. I feel like
นี่ยาว
the biggest thing that I like about Europe compared to America is how walkable everything is. You can just walk to the store, you can walk anywhere you want, and the public transport is good, But in America, there's no really like good. There's no good public transport. It's always like pretty like sketchy to go on, and like here it's pretty nice.
I think it's so funny that you say that about Berlin because
อันนี้
Berlin
พี่
in
วูดนั่งเกา
territory
ไข่
is the
รอ
biggest city in Europe.
Really?
Yeah. It's
Wow.
because it was 2 cities. You will learn a lot of
Oh,
history
yeah.
here. But it's a very if you think that this is if you think Berlin is walkable,
Yeah.
which it is in most of the
พี่วูด
places,
บอกเราจนท้อตอนนี้
there are very clear differentiations in the city, but yeah, everything is walkable. You're gonna love the rest of Europe. Have you been anywhere
ต้อง
else?
เปลี่ยนคอมใหม่เลยเหรอ
After the
So it is
season,
your first time in Europe as well?
Not my first time, but first time like not my first time, second time.
Yeah, and it's a world of difference when you're like, I'm here for a tournament, and you're like, okay, I'm living here now. This is you're experiencing the city.
But you have to tell
น่าจะกำลังใส่แรมอยู่ตอนนี้
Oh yeah, for sure. I actually plan on after the season traveling to Spain for vacation for sure.
Nice. Where are you going?
I was actually going to ask you guys a question like where would you recommend to go?
We've got
It
some
depends on
expert
the
panel
vibe
for
that
you
you're
here.
looking
You're
for.
on the perfect spot.
Yes.
Awesome.
Literally sat you between 2 Spaniards.
Awesome.
So he is
I'm all
more
ears.
from the north,
Oh.
and I'm from the south.
But I will recommend South anyways.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, the South is great.
Oh, wow.
We have this song. Para hacer bien el amor hay que venir al sur. It means you have to come to the south. This is where
Definitely.
the good people is.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes. So you know tapas?
Yes.
Originally from my city. In my city,
เขาโทรเรียกพี่เปาเลยแล้วผม
completely
Yeah.
free.
Wow.
You order a drink, and then they either
เปาก็
give you
มา
the food or they let you choose what you want to eat.
Really?
เอาเรื่อง
So, Bale, what is that city?
Granada.
There we go.
In
Okay, so that's on the
Andalusia,
list.
it's right next to Málaga.
Really?
Yeah, right next to it. An hour car. And you can also ski. We have a ski station in
Wow,
Sierra Nevada,
really?
and we also have the beach.
I mean, he's coming on summer.
I'm telling you, there is no better city than my city. It's
Alright.
cheap as hell as well.
I'll have to go check it out. Is it easy to get around if you don't know Spanish? Like if I haven't
Yes.
Definitely.
I think that most places, like you will find that in Spain, it is not so widely that everybody speaks the language.
Yeah.
But nobody is going to be a bad person about it. You
Yeah,
know,
that makes sense.
we will try and help you. I think that we know that tourism is a very important part of our economy, and everybody. I think at least from my perspective. I don't know,
It's completely. I mean, first of all, if you go to Granada, it's going to be easy because it's a university city. So most of the people
Yes.
also know
A lot of
English
people.
because they
Oh,
have to
that's
communicate with people.
That's nice.
And the second part, most important, any Spanish people is going to help you. I mean, if they don't understand you, you're going to go on, what is the salt?
Yeah.
And you're going to, okay, I don't understand you, but can you just type it on a mobile or something? And he will try to help you at any time.
Oh, that's nice.
I think
that's good to hear.
On the subject of Spanish people helping you, we were learning a song earlier. Uli, could you? Oh my God, are we
Guys?
getting ready checks?
Oh.
I heard that in my ears. I don't.
You.
I'm gonna wait till I heard it second time before I get really excited.
I think you got too
Before we
excited.
do, Uli, can you teach him your 4K song, please?
Okay, so you
mean,
maybe
he knows
heard.
about
Did you heard any time 4K from El Alpha?
I've never heard.
Okay, you will have to.
Oh my
hear it, but I
God, it's
will teach
happening!
you.
It's
Sorry.
happening. We're gonna
will
sing
happen
this
off
lesson.
camera.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, of
This
course,
is
thank you.
wonderful for you for volunteering. We're gonna throw this back to the casters because it is time to get this game underway.
Poor Net didn't get to learn the song. If only there was a little more time for him to do that. I'm just kidding. We're about to get right back in, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience. We're picking up from the third and final map in this series between Gentlemates and BBL, a 5-1 lead, but still a 4-round gap for them.
Yeah, and time to
Finally!
remember of the stakes. Should we see Gentlemates win?
กว่าจะหาน็อตเมนบอร์ดไขอะไรเสร็จ
Should BBL win, they keep the fate in their hands. It's as simple
มาแล้ว
as
การ
that.
กล้วย
There's wider
ถ้า7 โมงก็เดี๋ยว
repercussions,
นอน
but
ต
we
รง
can
นี้
get
เลย
into that and leave that to Professor Permutation.
โอ้น้ำตาเอ้ย
and
สรุปมันรีราวนี่
get
หว่า
back into the 7th round.
Yeah, the only team you've not mentioned there, of course, Vitality, also in for
Fair
the
enough.
chase at the top of Group Alpha. And so here we
เมื่อกี้รีบ
back
ว่า
on
ถึงไหน
another
แล้วนะ
round, round number 7. Martin, the front man, the point man to
ตอนแรกมันเท่าไหร่นะ5-2ใช่ไหม
a lot of success from their top mid pushes. It's Mini to send in the stun. He's
โอ้
already
โห
found the
รับ
first
ไม่ได้ว่ะ
one onto
โอ้โห
Rose.
ดูดีมือไม้อ่อนหมดเลยเนี่ย
From Market. It looks like more of the
เอ
same
อ
for Mates. That's until Lovers
อย่า
Rock
เอาบ้าง
steps
ดิ
up
โร
and
เวอร์
delivers 2 big kills.
Yeah, Loiter also TP'd, and then you can see the wheelie of Larok not far
ผม
behind.
ครับ
But shot's not hitting for Gentlemates.
And Bippo caught isolated, the only player in backside, so
นี่
BBL
ไง
able to fill this space up themselves and
2-1
results from it. Prox in a 1
Prox
versus 3.
วางเปิดฮะ
He's a kill deep and is allowed to reposition into the
โอ้โห
clutch
จะสโมก
corner.
ตรงนี้
Spike planted towards the opposite end.
ว้า
He's
วุ่น
already
อย่างเงี้ย
heard Lovers Rock and should have a rough idea of where Larok is right now. Just the TP to try and play from. I'm waiting for that drop to come.
เฮ้ย
Hinder a little
โอ้โห
wide. As
เกื
it
อบ
lands, Larok will confirm the kill in the end and BBL get their
Yeah.
second.
Yeah, the
เอาวิง
return
กูคืน
to
มา
the
แล้วหลอก
scoreline
บ
we
อก
had before the pause and bring us back underway, but that was a lot more hard than what it was last time. And, yeah,
ไม่แต่
all
ลาว
those
มันเกิดไปแล้ว
flushes
นะไม่รู้
out there.
ยังไง
A little bit brawly, to be honest, towards that B side of the map. It was
ใช้กฎเดียวกันหมดนะ จริงๆแล้วถ้าเกิดดาเมจเราไม่มีโล
and, Larok, who managed to make that one work. Loiter not too bad himself.
อื้อหือ
Yeah, of course. Just to pick up from where we were as Rose has seen a ghost there. For those who are maybe just tuning in, maybe
เชี่ย
some
แม่
of
ง
the
โคตรมัน
America's audience now getting
พี่
on
โร
and
ด
seeing EMEA still live in this first series. It was Mate having no issue really with the scaling so far. Bippo so often being that player detached and offering them something to work off of here. Does spot
Yeah.
Lovers Rock early.
Lovers Rock now in a real issue because he needs to hit his shots.
He's smoked off here as well on the right side of top mid.
Yeah, one TP left, and rotate starting to come through.
See, one-way cage isn't going to do anything to stop Mini unperturbed on this push. Again, Mates splitting towards the B site where they found plenty of success so far in
ไม่เป็น
this
ไร
series. BBL
อะไรที่มันเป็นของเรามันก็คือของเราเว้ย
win condition for them in the
วิ
last
ชิบ
couple
หาย
of
ละ
rounds, but starts so identifying it, sends the Hunter's Fury forwards and just puts Mini on this more aggressive line.
นี่ไง นี่ไง 5-3 ทุกคน ชิลมาก
With the op.
Massive, still the spike not in,
ไป
and Lovers Rock
5-2
is picking away at
ยิงยัง
Gentlemates
ยิง
in
ยัง
the
ไม่หยุดยั้ง
meantime. And information back in, BBL have everything they need to retake.
Also does manage to interrupt things a little bit. Rose going down means no extra util here to
วาร์ปหาข่าว
end off this retake.
แดด บายโดนหนึ่ง อุ้ย
Starting to close in the distance. Larok had dashed
เฮ้ย
to create the
ชิบ
space,
หาย
but
ละ
no one
ทำไม
can
เป็นงั้น
follow
นะ
it up. It's Bippo
เอาเฮ้ย
the double. And Lovers Rock with everything to do. He
Oh.
hits the headshot mid-air.
5-2 วะใช่ปะ
But Starso makes amends.
That he does. The captain leading the line. Gentlemates not really solving the issue of the operator, but will do it essentially through breaking the buy of BBL. Unbelievable from Starzo and Bippo to combine like that.
งง
Bippo does so well on his target.
เลเวอร์บอกงง
Expecting from the corner.
งงสัสๆพวกมึงทำอะไรกันเนี่ย กูยิงไป 3 ยิงไป
The tech pauses that we had, and I think that's a big thing to note here. Momentum starting to battle back against them from the BBL perspective.
4 BBL วะผม
And now put onto an eco. We've seen
งงกันหมดฮะไม่ต้องห่วง
commit and suffer many times, but on this occasion, oh, well, yeah, it's more directness.
This worries me because there's 3 bodies strong for BBL. And as you have already said, there have been issues for Gentlemates when they
นี่ไง
go to execute.
นี่ไง นี่ไง นี่ไง นี่ไงมาเด้
With just an outlaw. How does this happen time
มาเด้
and time again?
เฮ้ย
It is a disease
เฮ้ย
that has no cure.
มาเด้
BBL
ช้อปปิ้ง ช้อปปิ้ง
thrifty.
It's just unbelievable.
มูหูแล้วนะ
About the eco because Larok was on a Guardian, and it is an exceptional sequence from the youngster. It's Mate failing to interact with this mid-round once again, and looking for a Hail Mary against Pistols. Struggling to interpret the situation and paying the maximum cost. I think that's, what, the 4th time we've seen that
ต่อให้ราวหนึ่งเหร
so
อ
far in this series?
I think so. It's definitely been at least 2 on Ascent.
Most notably, initial anti-eco that we had, but here we
ก็
go.
ฮันเตอร์เบรก
Mates runs on a
หนึ่ง
low by this time.
สวย
Lovers Rock has a souvenir to take into this retake now. And you say retake, Kreven's still
แล้วโรเบอร์ก็ยังตัดให้ยังต่อเนื่องนะ
proximity of this before the spike is planted, and here come BBL. They still
อุ้ย
want to fight this one front-footed.
เฮ้ย
Mates fighting back with some of their own Sheriff heroics. Lovers Rock TP is heard. It's absolute pandemonium right now. And Lovers Rock is the only one left.
เฮ้ย
His mates are heading for the hills.
เอาอีกแล้วทุกคน
This is still
โอ้โห
2 versus 1 with Lovers Rock though. TP used up, only 1 flash.
โอ้โหแล้วแม่งมาดัก3แยกเลยครับ
Lovers Rock's moving into this.
Yeah, look, mates are playing an incredibly high line here. Contact taken by Mini. It should be Starso for the swing. Mini can do it all by himself though. And mates get back on track with a back-breaking round.
I promise you guys, I know you've just tuned back in, but
อะไร
we
วะ
did
ตัด
not
ได้ก่อน
play
เว้ย
into
เฮีย
a team deathmatch lobby, because that's how it feels. And both of these teams are playing off one another, playing with the pistols. Nobody really missing here.
Let's go! Let's go!
That is why we're going to get a timeout come out from BBL, and understandably so.
Yeah, understandably so. I mean, you can just see there, at least in terms of keeping the emotions under control. Starso, a leader in that department, bringing everyone on mates up around him. The devs were talking about this earlier, maybe on the BBL side, things getting a little chaotic, out of control. The hero for me in that round is Mini. I mean, he hits 2 perfect shots on the Sheriff.
เชี่ยแม่งไม่ควรเกิดขึ้นเว้ยจริง
And currently
แม่งไม่ควรเกิดขึ้น
13 and 5 on what I have said several times to be his best agent out of the duelists that he's pivoted onto, the Neon.
Yeah, I think that's the massive part. The Neon has shown up time and time again, the gap close, the ability to take players off guard. And at 13 and 5, he is leading the line. Unlike, I mean, Martin, who usually does.
Yeah, I mean, Martin's not too far behind. 9 and 5 himself. I think the fact is you're getting both of them now. It's not just one or the other. Each with their own part to play. You contrast that to the BBL side, and it's leaving quite a bit to be desired right now. In terms of the macro, it feels like they've got it spot on, as they have done throughout the day. But this is a bit of a change-up. Lovers Rock walking into tiles early with the operator.
Yeah, taking that space away, and he knows
Wait.
there's players on the other side of
นี่
him.
ไง
And it's
เรียบร้อย
Martin who gets run it back offline, and mates have to try and work
สเต็ป
back
โยรุ
disadvantage once again.
I mean, the round's been
ยิง
fully
เสร็จหาย
reset.
เขาขีบเมฆ
Gentlemen need to come up with a plan now because they don't have that ult to take the A site, which would have been the pre-round call from Starso, you assume.
ทิ้งวาร์ปไปที่
No
A
issue taking the A main space though. This
มา
is
ล็อก B
territory which BBL have sought to fight for.
I mean,
And in fact, it's left only Loiter here in elbow, like you say.
Yeah, I was going to say Loiter has to try and come up with at least
อืม
one.
เขารู้ว่ามีเอโบ1 คนแน่นอนครับเสียงในต้นเกม แล้วจังหวะรีเทคอย่างนี้ แม่งภาพคุ้น
Many is watching and waiting.
He's one from the ult as well, so he wants this into the retake. It's a 4-on-4, even man count as it stands, but mates only just now getting the plant.
ๆนี่โดนโยนหมวกว่ะสวยละ
With the hat off his head.
Yeah, and Larocque should be given away as he tries to be cheeky, tries to take that space, and all of mates swing him. I mean, from a disadvantage, they could be
พอแม่งรู้อินโฟแม่งดันซัดเลยอะ
strong from CT, and
แล้วอ้อม CT
the call perfect from Stars. So
Who's getting on this defuse though?
They can get back onto the
Oi.
side, can deny it. It's just a full
เฮ้ย
defuse stick.
เอาดิ
Mates have missed the mark.
เอาดิ
A Red Bull clutch for
มันก็ต้องมีกันบ้างเว้ย
No way you let that slip.
That's a
วินอย่างเงี้ย
huge unforced error from Gentlemates in the post plant there.
วางปิดแต่พวกดันอ้อมบ้าน
There was no one set up to defend the spike plant. The post plant on A lot of the time is just all
โอ้โห
about
แล้ว
knowing
เลเวอร์
which
แม่งยิง
part of
ถูก
the
คนแน่นอน
retake
จริง
that
จริง
you've
เนี่ย
got to try and fight and isolate.
แม่งเลือกยิงมาติน
Catch Larocque, but then
เฮีย
just overstepping with this overcommitment that Starso makes.
I think honestly, and I mean I don't want to be too harsh. I think it's Bipple.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Oh,
เฮ้ย
Kundi. I think Bipple doesn't like steps too far back.
Yeah.
You know, needs to be further forward. Like Loiter
ทาง
on
จัด
A main
เชี่
right
ย
now. He's already on an angle very early, and that's why BBL are pushing all their bodies to the B side.
To take it back to where BBL found success in the previous round as well. Yeah, it was getting aggressive early, and so here they're trying to instigate a fight in middle. Ult's coming up. It's the convergent pass from Larok, which tees up Lover's Rock to get one for himself. Kreven
เฮ้ย
still
7-5 นี่สวยอยู่นะได้คุณพก
and while Bippo's got out
Wait.
onto B, the spike is still in no man's land.
Yeah, but BBL still need to try and wrangle the Cypher.
บอมตกกลางครับ
That's why you can see that Kreven's
หวานเจี๊ยบเลยอย่างนี้เหลือปีโป้คนเดียว ไม่น่าเสพ
And else it's a 7-5 half.
7-5
But it would be BBL just fortifying the mid control there. Couple of rounds where that has been the conduit for their success. Bippo's got 4 targets to get past here if he wants an 8th, but I think mates should settle for the scoreline in this half. Of course,
30 seconds left.
no opportunity to build that momentum really, considering the circumstance. It's been a rocky one so far, but BBL are back in this now.
Bippo also back in this realistically, although players are going to cut off his rotate onto site.
Cam takes first contact.
Wait.
He's got too much to think about here to make this a possibility.
อ้าวยังไงทีนี้
Gonna break the trap, but
วางไม่ได้
right in behind, and there you have it. Nails the
ไม่มีที่
shot
วาง
to find that 5th round for BBL. A best case scenario for them, considering how things started.
Yeah,
เออ
I think
จะแพ้
that's
ไม่แปลกครับ เสียวินที่เป็นเสียไป2 รอบ โดนดึงวินอีกเฮียยากจัดตอนนี้ BBL ด่านกันครับผมแล้วนี้
Red Bull gives you wings.
ไหวฟูเซนไหวพวกนี้ ไม่แพ้ M8 ถ้าแพ้สตาร์โซ่ต้องเป็นไงปุ่มมันตีออกอะไม่แน่ครับ เพราะว่าตอนจำตอนเมตาโยรู้ได้ไหม บุกกันยับอะฟูเซนคู่แรกครับคู่นี้ใช่ไหมฟูเซนคู่แรก พี่คิดยังไงตอนนี้ระบบรวมก็คือ ตอนแรกเราไม่ได้เล่นระบบแบบพาสซีฟขนาดนี้ดิเฟนซีฟขนาดนี้2 Sentinel เนี่ยหรอปะแล้วผู้เล่นพอเปลี่ยนมันต้องฝึกมันต้องใช้เวลาครับ มันไม่ได้เข้ากับผู้เล่นขนาดนั้นด้วยตอนเนี้ย
Locking themselves a playoff
ก็น่า
place.
ต้องใช้เวลา
And
ก็
hoping that that will head them
เหลือ
to
อีก 2 นัด
Barcelona nice
ก่อน
and
จะ play
early.
in นะ
As
ครับ
it stands,
ก็ต้องเตรียมตัวให้พร้อม
Gentlemates
ฮะ
are in the play-in
เอาเวลาที่เหลือก็
and that means
เตรียมตัว
there'll be more soul searching for them to do, more time for them
สวัสดี
to
ครับ
allocate
เดีย
their
แซน
resources. But we're about ready to dive back in
ชาร์
here.
เปอร์ 5
BBL
ไหวคิว
onto
นะครับ
the
ไหวครับ
attack side
ทีมห
now.
น้าไหวครับ
Seeing if they can't pick up right where they left off.
Saving grace for Gentlemates is the fact that they have 2 timeouts for this next half.
Yeah.
Should they need them. And oh, that's a big bit of information for Bippo. Camera used, seen all 5 players, and the rotation start to come in.
Yeah. Oh, not even a set retake. Mates flooding into backside here.
Yeah, but it's a good paranoia that stops players getting out. A good flash from Martin, and it's a brawl in the backside. One that Lovers Rock controls. Many as well.
1-1
It's captain versus captain.
กับตันเจอกันครับอินเกมคุยกัน
Rose escapes the net of Starzo.
แล้วโรสไป A เลยแบบนี้
Starso playing up close to the newsstand.
ประตูปิดหรือเปล่า
should have their dart come back up.
แล้วประตูไม่ปิดนะฮะโอ้โหเป็นโรสเทียบกว่าโดนเลย
And with that, BBL
โดนเลยมึงทีนี้ไงล่ะ
For those who don't know,
เฮ้ย
there is
เฮ้ย
a blooded rivalry between these
โกรธ
two.
จัดเฮียเดือเอาวินกูไป
Realistically, because of what Starzo
รายการถัดไป
all the way back.
หมายถึงแชมเปี้ยนใช่ไหม ยังมีลุ้นอยู่
BBL have not forgotten. They do not forget, and they're willing to pay that back twofold.
It was Starso that started things back in Ascension with Job Life in
เฮียไม่โคตรเดือด
2025
เลยว่ะ
you know, if he didn't have the health issues that he did during that event specifically, then he would have sat those kids down. That's me paraphrasing. That is not verbatim. I don't believe it is broadcast. So
BBL แม่ง
you
แบบ
get the idea.
เฮียเดือดจัด
Wears his heart on his sleeve. The mates fans love him for it, and I think there is a mutual respect between BBL and their opponents here. Both
ไว้ใจได้จริง
kickoff
ว่ะ
upper
เฮีย
finalists.
โยรู้ของเลเวอร์
Santiago success now to life in the midfield, but gotta say BBL back on form and hoping that this anti-eco is a clean one towards the bonus.
You imagine it would be with how BBL have been playing so far. Even the lesser weaponry on Krev and the Ghost is something that you would fear if you're a Gentlemates player with how they've been playing.
Yeah. We're just sort of waiting to see a
Yeah.
semblance of what
Ui,
those protocols
Om.
are looking like for mates in these positions as well. We saw the backside B flood on the pistol round. Not really in a position to try and challenge BBL here with a gun advantage, of course, and I think that's exactly what you want, right? You've got so many tools to initiate. On the other side, I'm really looking at LaRock on this waylay, right? And how he
ชอบ
holds
แบ
on
บ
to the
เดิมห
hinder,
รือ
for
แบบนี้มาก
example.
กว่าครับ
What he
ชอบ
can
แบ
do
บ
to
เดิมมากกว่า
delay
ครับ
some of that setup, interrupt those timings.
ชอบแบบเดิมมากกว่า เป้าไม่จับไหมก็ส่วนหนึ่ง คือเป้าไม่จับแบบมันพี่ว่าสาเหตุมันมาจาก
Ooh, go on, Martin.
วิธีการเล่นครับ
Always good
มั
for
น
a clip.
มันไม่ได้ยิงมันไม่ได้คอมฟอร์ต
Here, though.
Yeah, he wants to try and die
พอ
to
เกมมันตึงอ่ะ ความมั่นใจอะไรมันก็แบบ
the run it back. Doesn't get it,
หายอ่ะ
dies to the spike instead. So it's 7-7, all even once again.
ต้องใช้เวลาเปลี่ยนวิธีเล่นอ่ะ
Sweet nothings across the stage to mates, as always.
เอาละเอาละ
And just looking at it here, we are heading into what is going to be the first
เลเวอร์กดไป
round for
ทุกคน
BBL.
21
Real gun round between the two
เนี่ย
in
โย
the
รู้
second half.
แม่งของจริงจัดตัวนี้บอกเลย
I think what we've critiqued them for before as well is just again that directness. So seeing a bit of a default setup by them here and getting a chance to listen into the comms on the BBL side and figure out how they're handling this.
Gördü beni drone açtı.
Mite kalın. Eren mite üçlü kır. Ay drone açmaya gitmemiz.
Mite drone'unu kırdım da.
Umut bir de geri yürü.
Tamam.
Kaan Baysal yanıma gelsene.
B'ye klon açtım adam beni B'de sanıyor.
Kaan yanıma gel
Tamam,
Umut.
Tyres'ımı atabiliyorlar.
Mite üçlü kırın. Umut git mi de?
Tamam gidiyorum. Ben Mite geri çıktım. Mite drone açtığı için
โคตรมัน
Gelin açacağım drone'u.
Bekle.
Gitmemiz lazım bunu.
Bekle. Geldim.
เก่งนะบอม
Elbow'da ikili setup
วอยคอมแม่งโคตรมัน
Kaan gör. Sağda bir Kaan dikkat et.
A'da market beyler. Neon A'da değil B'de.
Kortan'a bir şey yapsanıza sayda.
Kortan diyor.
Ölçü dediğimi
Sen
yap.
de gitsene 4 yapın.
Şuradan cross
Beraber
dikkat
oynayın.
et. Gel
Ölçü
pik
dediğimi yap.
bekle. Pikledim. Şuraya pik.
Elbow boş. Short'a dikkat edin. Çıkın smoke'tan birlikte.
Mami boş bu doldurmaz.
Elbow'da adam. Elbow'da.
Ha short. Ha short pik.
อุ้ย
Orbal orbal orada.
Orbal vur amına
ชิ
koyayım.
บหายละแม่งมีเบสอีกตัวด้วย
Gentlemates with an in-zone flawless there, and it's Starso on the shutdown of short. Very impactful double kill to cut off the spike in that situation, and the better guns get it done.
Yeah, I mean, look at the difference in the scoreboard when it comes back as well.
เมื่อกี้มันบอกว่าถ้าคัด
Yeah.
ถ้าแบบนี้ชนะเดี๋ยวจะเลี้ยงไก่งวงตุรกี
Overall, nicely done by Gentlemates, and that strong rifle round will empower that
จะ
bonus.
แปลออกได้ไงผมตุรกี
For future rounds, but let's have a look at the scoreboard. Lovers Rock 20.
แล้วแม่งฟอร์เรสเลยเฮีย
That is just ridiculous. Using the arrows to highlight. I mean, Mini as well, 20 and 8.
สวัสดีครับ
both of them doing a
Safi
deadlift right now.
มันก็รีพอร์ตในเกม
And that's the question, right? Who's gonna bring more
เนี่ยที่
value
อาร์ม
to
ถาม
their
หา
team?
วันนี้
Lovers
โดน
Rock
ไต่
with
ขึ้น
Yoro on his comfort, or Mini with this Neon? Because I have to say, when he's been on the
แล้วแม
snipers,
ปนี้
it
มิน
doesn't
นี่
feel
แม่งมา
like he's offered perhaps as much as when he's getting in the face of his opponent. It's an ever-looming threat, though, and with him already spotting out the first of those players, Larok bottom mid, everyone is within one-shot range of this outlaw.
แม่งก่อ25ทุกคนด้วย
Even more dangerous. Feels like an operator, and those 2 bullets, well, they have been nerfed, has it? Still shoot quicker than an operator.
Yeah.
มีอันติอะยังไง
Managed to get numbers towards A. Actually, it's this B main proactivity that they're looking to lead. Bippo played in off the back of Mini here, and as he
เฮ้ย
gets out,
สวย
to get them both. It shouldn't be so, but once again,
เฮ้ย
simply magic out of thin air.
ทำไปเล่นไปสวยมากบีโป้
Can rely on his stability to get in post.
The thing is, though, we've seen General Mates
อื้อ
do
หื
I was
อ
about to say, fight back.
แล้วยังไม่ได้ใช้อันติโยรู้ด้วย
They will not be given that chance now.
สบายแล้วอย่างนี้
Martin looks to be thrown in the tilt.
เขาบอกว่าคอมมีปัญหาครับ แล้วเปลี่ยนคอมเลยนาน
Gets the ult up at the very least, so something to bank on for the next round. But BBL have started strong in this second half, and it comes back to the heroics of Loiter once more. He was the player in kickoff, and
ต้องชมบีโป้เลยช็อตนี้นะ ยิงฟรีเอาไม่ลงนะ
from the NRG game, which BBL depended so heavily upon.
พี่เคบอกมินิมามันโชว์เลย
system that they were playing and how aggressive they were. The fact they've
ผมซื้อมิสซอมาแล้วพี่ลองเปิดใจ
means that they're
ยัง
not
ไง
as
บอกด้วย
alive,
สมาร์ท
I think, but at the same time, he comes up with massive moments. He has the most clutches in the league on their roster, of course, as well.
Yeah.
But also the highest amount of assists of any smoker. And yes, he plays more Astra than anyone else, but he's a difference maker, whichever way you flip it.
I think he was the player I was most excited for on this BBL roster at a time. And that
เฮ้ย
shows
น
you
พ
just
ดล
how impactful he was being.
นพดลมาแล้ววะ ตามมาแล้ววะ
Towards A
สวย
main,
มาก
because
พี่เห็น
those
แล้วผม
volleys
กดติด
about
ตาม
to
เมื่อ
hit
กี้
a stacked site for mates.
And an operator. Mini's upgraded this one, and while there was no returns of his investment in the previous round, with a little bit of silence on that right
เฮ้ย
hand
พี่
side,
คุย
you
กับ
should
เพื่อน
now
อยู่
be
มัน
thinking about just taking this line and
มัน
avoiding
น่า
a
สนใจอยู่
rotation.
นะครับ
That's exactly
Google
what happens.
ไอ้
Martin
บิดอะไรนะ
and Prox
มัน
both guided towards
จ่าย
the
ที
B
เดียว
side
ใช่ไหม
now, where the hit looks to be coming
เจอ
in.
หนึ่ง
Dimensional drift, good. Look at the
เฮ้ย
setup from.
เอ้า
Oh,
โอ้โห
no, and Starzo is the one who saves Beppo. His captain keeping his player alive, but the
Nè.
Spike makes its way on towards sight. The Rock spamming through the cage. Kreven now under fire, feeling the pressure, but no one's near him. It's only Starzo, and he's heading
ต
for
ก
the
ใจ
hills.
คลิกเลยครับผม
Martin tries to get back in. Starzo saved by Mini, but not by the players from Market. Here comes Martin. He
เดี๋ยว
goes
พิมพ์
for
ให้
the last
แป๊บนึง
minute.
นะฮะ
Rose is there to
ดูวิน
deny.
นี้ก่อน
Spike on the back of the Sova. He knows where
ละลาย
and
หนึ่ง
it's shock dart to condemn his life.
เฮ้ย
Rose would have got that information that Mini was coming in late, but
ส
now
วยเลยอ
Rose
ย่างนี้
shapes game with the ultimate.
Yeah, the thing is, as well, Rose is on the front foot. Mini is not too far behind. Not much more sprint left.
ระวังเปิดครับ
And Rose does have the ult to play with, but it's a question of whether he can get in a position to use it or not.
It's a big if. Rose is here in that slide. He knows that Mini has to basically jiggle this one out.
12 seconds on the dart.
Could play for
Good
it.
burn.
He's going to come up against Mini now. A swing round. Oh, the fast lane works against him. Mini thinks it's
สวย
elsewhere. Rose will get his fourth of the round. A Red Bull clutch in BBL with the
อุ้ย
advantage.
Again,
ไว
it's
จัด
Rose in the late round.
น้อง
The
บาบาบี
perfect
บู
close
บี
to the BBL. I love this initial setup for them to try and find the
โอ้
market
ช็อต
find,
นี้
but
เสี
for
ยดาย
me, Bippo navigating things really nicely.
แม่งใส่กันไม่หยุดแต่จังหวะ
Then
นี้
it gets a little chaotic, and I mean, mates ultimately have to figure out what it is they want to fight. Are they looking for the isolation?
เขาเรียกว่ารีโพซิชันแบบ
The site.
รวดเร็ว
Martin seems to think it's the site with his ult. Starso and Mini looking elsewhere, and caught in two minds. They can't convert the 2 versus 1. Another timeout used. This is their
มาครับ
last.
ออริจินต้องบอกว่า
Last one.
แม่งเทคพอร์ตเกือบชั่วโมงปะ
In this map, third and final, and it feels as if every map has required
เกือบ
coach
ชั่วโมงเทคพอร์ตอะ
intervention twice at least, and this is one we wanted to touch on. Starzo, in a recent interview with Sheep Esports, said, "I've been waiting to play against BBL since kickoff. I want to smash them, and to stand up, I'm looking forward to this." And
Hey.
Liza, to be fair to him, he showed up when he needs to.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's certainly impressed towards the late stages of this one, but I think for me, Starso
อ๋อ
counted upon in terms of his
เอ้ย
core
ใช่สตาร์โซ
rather
ป่ะ
than
ที่มัน
his
มี
skills.
ที่มันมีเรื่องกับ
Some of these rounds
ไอ้
are
แก๊ง
going
ตุรกี
because
แก๊งเนี้ย
I
ตอน
wanna
อยู่
see
ตอน
mates
อยู่เทียร์สอง
handle
อ่ะ
that threat that is BBL. In terms of their approach, you can see now the way
ไม่
that
ได้
they're playing the map,
เอ้ยเทค
showing that they
เทค
can
พอร์ต
turn
คุณ
up
ไม่
the
ได้
tempo in these situations, and In that instance, it was Lovers
ใช่ไหม
with the ult to send them
คุ้นๆอยู่
forwards.
And as always, it feels as if there's a
เชี่ย
rogue buy in there for Gentleman.
ก็ว่าทำไมมันเดือดขนาดนั้น
Seems to be on Martin. It's going to be his rifle. Lovers Rock forced back. Many
เทคคุยไม่ได้ครับต้อง technical
capitalizing there.
And I think this is something to note as well with the Yoru. It's a comfort not just for Lovers Rock, but the calling for Rose and having a little bit more control on the map. The A pressure was created early, but mates are gambling on the B site.
There's a trap here.
Yeah. And Rose looks like he's going to use this drone to re-clear A.
เช็คปะ
So
ไม่น่า
he
เช็ค
isn't
ว่ะ
there to meet it.
Yeah, Lovers Rock is walking.
Oh,
Doesn't
my
realise. Right, maybe he does.
No way he clears that.
It's just unbelievable.
มันด่ากันแหละ ไม่รู้ด่ากันยังไง
To form.
จำไม่ได้ละ
That's
นาน
the
จัด
keynote coming out of this map. Should BBL win?
แล้วเป็นตัวเดียวที่มีปืน
Just
ไง
spread all over the place right now. It's only Mini on A to defend this. If he can keep the elbow control, that might be a win condition later on.
Yeah, but it's a big if because he's only got a sheriff and he's going to fall. Oh, I thought prey.
Oi.
Oh, the drone to the
Yeah.
fake. Doesn't work out in that way. Bippo does manage to capitalize on the damage Mini does. And overall, again, we're looking at the rifles of BBL to finish this one off.
Yeah, Starso still has Dart. Prox can combine it with a Paranoia. Rifle in hand, but he's away from the alley players.
It's a nice paranoia, but I mean, the response is there. BBL have this one under lock and key. Starzo managed to recover a rifle to come back in on, and maybe it's scotched there.
Oi.
Maybe it's damage.
ยังไม่
that
จะ
he
ส
can
แมั
do
ว่ะ
here as he goes towards elbow. Known LaRock was there. A tap of the spike brings players out, and this gets a little bit more worrying. How many bodies actually get through for BBL? The answer probably not a lot. It will be up to 10, but everybody has died there. And that will be costly
เฮีย
for
ตั
the
ดหมด
economy.
แม่ก็เฮีย
Yeah, I think Gentlemates will be pretty happy with the conclusion of that round, despite the fact that it slips through their fingers. Didn't really have a grasp on it at all, if I'm being brutally honest. Starso at the end, sending the dart in from short and then pathing with the rest of his team meant that it was a little difficult to capitalize on the info there. And now Mini bringing the
รอดูตอนมันจับมือกันไม่ไหวหรอวะ
Gotta look at the ults that are available for BBL in this last cycle. If they can get the better of this and space them out, then that should be them home and dry, one game away from the playoffs.
Mini's operator very quickly on the line on 8. And luckily enough, the Omen identified, trying to play in LaRock, doesn't happen. Creven actually finds a way, a gap, to try and make this defense count,
สวยละ
to make this defense pay. Bippo caught in his
เฮ้ยแล้วไม่ออก
ultimate,
อ่ะ
and now it's just going to ensue into fights. It's going to be
โอ้
trades
โห
either way.
เป็น
Martin's
เรื่อง
the
เล
one
ย
who edges things in front, but not any longer. Loiter bringing it back even.
Yeah, Prox was looking to try and play that paranoia back in, but he has to wait for Mini and BBL.
เฮ้ยแล้วพอวางหลอกรู้เลยจะโดนยัดครับ โอ้โห
Operator Prox should know there's a player behind him. Many does.
เฮียทำไมไม่วางวะ
But I mean, within one once again.
Yeah, picking up the pieces there. Keeping BBL honest, no free rounds in this game, especially not against the 4x there. And in fact, it's rocked their money a bit on this attack side. Looks like they're going to be into a half buy, so we could be looking at a tied game fairly soon. I like the set piece from BBL.
Let's go!
คือมันทะเลาะอะไรกันสักอย่างหนึงครับแล้วสตาร์โซ่มันบอกว่ามันอยู่อันดับหนึ่งอ่ะสถิติอันดับหนึ่งตอนที่คัดมาเลยประมาณเนี้ยเหมือนมันด่ากันนะครับ
The individuals overall on Gentlemates actually have better kills, weirdly enough. The round count though sits firmly in BBL's favour, but maybe for not much
สวยเลย
longer. This is an equal round, sure, but there is a judge in play, and that will absolutely shred any players sent their way.
Yeah, it was Prox on high alert. Starso trying to fight through
ใช่
Ivy into short.
พีเอสฟอร์มพันปลาวันนี้ฟอร์มขาขึ้น
Mates are well and truly up for this one now. And with BBL
เฮียไม่น่าโดนเลยว่ะวินนี้ไอ้วินที่แล้ว
You're looking at what they can do on this round, where they don't come in with the best.
ไม่แค่วางแล้วรอเป้าจบแล้วอีกตัวเป็นสไนรีเทคยากจัด
series as well. It's about staking their claim as one of the top teams in the region again for an org that has those ambitions of going to champs.
ตีนพดล
This game with BBL. So
เมื่อ
let's
กด
just
ติดตาม
look
เมื่อ
at
กี้
what
นี่
it
เมื่อกี้
actually is.
พี่เห็นเรา
Shot
กดอยู่
on the outlaw is actually decent here.
อยู่ครับ
And
แม
we've
นอยู่
seen things get tricky before.
แต่ถ้าสี่แมปนี่ไม่รู้จะไหวเลยวันนะที่เฮ็ดอะ
That could be a rifle handed over, and it is.
พวกนี้ตื่น
BBL once
ตื่นเร็ว
again.
อะ
The sheriffs get to work.
Yeah, right back down to reality, and well, mates are healthy here in the retake.
อาจจะจัดทีแค่สัก2 แมปแล้วกันนะ
They do. BBL though have played in LaRock. Does he get cleared? No, he
ส
doesn't.
วยมาก ลาหลอกเราได้ไงวะเนี่ย
Another unloaded thrifty. That's what gentlemates will see in their nightmares.
แม่งเดือดมากตอน
That's
เนี้ย
why I said they had to play together because there were so many close corners to clear. It had been Lovers Rock in the past, Larrock with that Guardian, the last thrifty, and here a repossessed rifle will make them rue their mistakes.
Stop
And
that.
look what that means.
โอ้โหไม่ไหวแมน
Said he wanted to get up on his feet. He's got the coaches doing the same.
Let's go. The last timeout used by gentlemates. 2-round gap, and it feels like at this point in time, the way that things are going, I mean, BBL just have plot armor. There's nothing that is stopping these players.
Yeah, I did misspeak. Mates did have another timeout available to them, but look, it's another intermission right now, which I don't know how much impact
อันนี้คิดละ
can really be brought
มันทำได้แค่อีโคปล่อยให้ BBL ขึ้นแท่นครับ
coming into the next with next to nothing in terms of weaponry. Yes, there are ultimates to try and play off, but I think what you'd really want here is Mini with that overdrive and Starso's Hunter's Fury rather than run it back, so you could just go for like an A main crunch or something along those lines if you really wanted to full invest.
หน้าตามาตินคนอยู่ BBL ใช่เหรอ
Another thrifty, Cairo. Another thrifty that's put us in this position. Mates could have probably 2-0'd this series, I think, with all of the rounds that
เกมมันกดดันไงครับซอน
Yeah, it's not even a bad take. Same time, I mean, what do mates have to try and make this thrifty difficult? We've seen them before. Managed to bring up their own thrifties themselves, right? The outlaw scene. But it is onto a B site where things have gone wrong before for BBL. But few and far between, let's be honest.
Yeah, and here mates have to go full retake protocol, waiting for Mini, but BBL want that extra space.
Now they do. Bipple, his sheriff looks decent and doesn't get the chance to show it. Martin does though. And unfortunately, everybody fallen ill to that fake clone. Mini's actually sent it forward with the overdrive. Krevin managing to survive.
ไม่มีปาฏิหาริย์ครับ อุ้ย
Now on the hunt. A rifle of his own.
ที่มาตินยังอยู่ สวยละ
Back that they can play with. I mean, it could be scorched earth territory. I think that's going to be the case with the Hunter's Fury sent in. So how many bodies can they take with them? The answer, not a lot. BBL are on map point.
เล่นอยู่บ้านครับผม
Point as well.
วันนี้ก็เล่น
Push them right towards the top of the group. Small win for mates to draw out that Hunter's Fury at the very least, but overdrive invested here from Mini. He finds Krevin. It's a full main post plant that they're up against. But they're still clutching at straws.
ถึงก็ต้องตัดเสียงออกคิดว่าไงอะ
For all of the bad feeling that they had around stage 1, this is now their chance to really get back in control.
Yeah, and I mean your next match is up against Pacific, which feels like should be a slam dunk. They can be a difficult team to beat, but so far yet to net a win.
Exactly, the only team in the VCT to find a win. So if you can't confirm playoffs,
ทำไมลบหลายนั่นจังวะ
still very much existing. Mates were all in on this A main control at the start. It's smash and grab from
ชิบ
Larrock.
หายแล้วโอเคไม่เป็นไร
Gets caught on the back line
แลกกันไปครับ
with the ult.
Spike not
เขาไม่มีสโมกครับ
either.
บุกง่ายอยู่
And this lean heavier into the Cypher setup seems like the correct gamble.
Full-blooded default for BBL. As you can see them now starting to move towards this B finish. Mates with their focus split. There's a smoke up in the face of Mini there as well. He's been left as residual in A main. It's cleared out by the dart of Star. So
มาตินซัดเลยครับ
Mates will understand what exactly is going
เฮ้ย
on.
ชิบหายแล้วยา
Towards the B site with only Martin here to fight it in his own.
แม่งมีมาติน2 คน คนเดียวก็วิกฤตแล้วไอ้เหี้ยเฮ้ย
just had his chance, misses out. Clear advantage for Gentlemates.
ไอ้เหี้ยดูตังวินหน้าเลย
for BBL. We've seen them win from these positions before, and it would be symptomatic of Mate's performance today if this one were to be let slip.
โอเคเว้นไม่จัดเท่าไหร่วะ
Standing between them, and top two a step closer for BBL. Has to drop down and gives the audio. Starso full sticking round the corner, and there you go. Safe pair of hands. Play extended, and two left if Mates want to take this to OT.
Keeping themselves alive a bit longer. Operator recollected by Mini, and we know what he can do when he's on that weaponry. Not quite sure what BBL will have on the next, but if it is a buy in the next, it will be choice weaponry in the last should they lose. And it is overall a nice smash and grab. I mean, the round plays well enough for Gentlemates, and when they're given their ones, they do well, and you can see the effect it's having on Kundi.
With Mates out of direct top two playoffs contention, this game more than anything is just to prove to themselves that they can compete after the Vitality result. Mini straight in there, unperturbed by the situation. Lovers Rock TP's up fast. It's a quick play from BBL. A change of pace towards the B site.
Yeah, dimensional drift, identifying everything. Bippo at backside, playing within the smoke, the defensive smoke.
Wait out here for Lovers Rock, but Gentlemates find all the kills. Mini still running hot with this op. Loiter and Larocque, sorry, clap back. It's that duo that you can't help but combine. 2 versus 3, and yeah, Loiter's actually going to fake the TP here.
But Gentlemates don't blink. They stay towards B. They know that they need to gamble.
And this is the perfect call. I mean, how could Larocque possibly get off?
หายแล้วไม่เชื่อ
back through market. Mini's holding on to this one.
1,210,960 ครับ
So they're guarded in position. The spike still needs to cross though, and if Mini is curious about this, he has half a chance.
โอ้แม่งไม่เชื่อว่ะสวยแล้วว่ะ
He's the safety net for Loiter.
Spike now heard, and there's flashes to come back in on.
BBL looking to fight into CT. They've done this a few times. It's only Larocque left behind for the time being. Paranoia is going to cut off. That's the supply line, but Larocque does it all single-handedly. The Kid Wonder keeping the lead, but Mini back down to the duelist now.
พี่หลอยใจให้หน่อยเว้ย
The round in his hands, as was the hand.
โอ้ GG ครับผมเหี้ยละหลอกกับพี่หลอยจัดให้ว่ะเป็นไอ้นี่ครับผมเทคนิคอลพอร์ตได้เทคพอร์ตเลยนาน GG
A course correction for BBL, but Gentlemates are falling by the wayside. This has been a great best of 3, pauses aside, but I think the biggest problem here is the fact that Gentlemates are letting things slip. BBL punished when they needed to, but this should be done in 2.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Those fixes for Mates, how simple are they? Is it just a case of ironing out some of the micro, or is the calling into question? Because they're not going to have as much time as BBL heading into that play-in stage, of course, and maybe that's what they want. Maybe it's more game time that this team needs.
โอ้คู่หน้าก็
a potential 2-week break
ต้อง
should
ดู
they get past
ต้องดูแมป
Pacific.
มันก็มีตบไหล่กันอยู่นะ
A feel-good moment for BBL, and it's a
ไม่ได้
deserved
ขนาดนั้น
win for them.
มันต้อง
The better team overall. You can't
ตบ
help
แบบ
but say.
ตบแบบอะไรรู้ป่ะ โดนกูดิ แบบรู้กัน
With them as they head into play-ins, will that extended play actually help them fix those mistakes? That's the questions we have to find out. But for BBL, they look towards Pacific, and to finish 4-1 in this group, which would all but decide top 2.
Yeah, and it sets up a fantastic game later in the week as well. We've got Foot versus Vitality for what will essentially be that second spot in the top 2 towards playoffs. The kind of buy which you can't go without.
ใครจะกล้าให้ 2-0 TH ตอนนี้ถามจริง
20 TH ผม
So impressive. Some of the moments you get out of these BBL players
ก็
really
มีน้องบอก
deep
เพิ่ง
and showing
เค
that
ยเห็น
grit
เพื่อน
and
ไม่มั่นใจ
determination when it's
โอ้
asked
โห
of
ดู
them
TH แต่ละ
most.
วีคดิ
Your winners
เดี๋ยว
today
วันนี้
are
เรา
the
อีกแล้ว
ones that walk away
แต่
from
แต่
this. It's
แต่
an
มันฟอร์ม
interview
ปัน
with
ปลา
Larocque
จริง
we've got
วีค
standing
นี้
by.
วีคนี้มันคือถ้าตามฟอร์มมันอะวีคนี้มันต้องฟอร์มดีครับผม
Marathon of a game. I gotta ask you about that last round. You and Loiter, you're in the 2vx. How do you do it?
And I was said before the stage we are deadly duo and we did something on the last round. If we have 2 versus 5 or 4, anyway, we are gonna win it.
Whatever it is, you know you're gonna win it.
Yes.
Now, this is a marathon,
How
right?
many
You have
as
that
said
large
now?
break in this map. The tech pause coming in. How do you reset? How do you get back into the game after that?
Yeah, we are just chilling on the tech pause and when tech pause ends, we said we need to focus and reset everything. Before the tech pause, they delayed our round. We roll back on the round, and we said forget the negative things and focus the positive things. We are gonna win today. Just focus and just it.
And now with this win, you guys control your destiny, right? If you win against Pacific on Sunday, you're in the playoffs, no problem there. How good is that to have that control?
I think it's good. If Vital to win versus Foot, and we are gonna win Pacific, we are got
ถ้ามี
first
แอส
seed
เซนนะ
and we are support
ที่ได้ติดครับผม
and we try
ชอบ
to,
ชอบราวC9 มันเชื่อใจไม่ได้เลยนะ
let's see what's gonna do.
เมาจัด
One
เลย
last question before we send it over the desk. I know your favorite hobby is baiting
เฮ้ย
us
บีม
in
สวัส
the
ดีครับ
agent select. Any chance we're gonna see the mix ever coming in? Anything weird?
Maybe you can see it.
You're always gonna keep us guessing. We'll send it on over to the desk for more.
วากิวสวัสดีครับ
And more is what we have. We also have Key and Rose joining us here. I'm Kakuka. Ulises is with me here on the desk. Congratulations,
Thank
guys.
you so much.
What a series. Happy that we were able to get you some water. Rose, you just told me you didn't stop believing for 1 second.
Cause like for if we lose today, I think like everything's gonna be hard for us. Like for the next days.
เฮ้ย
But as I
วัน
said,
นี้
like
แบบ
when we
เฉียบ
were
เฉียบ
losing
ทุ
like
กคู่
105, I mean like 125. Like when we got take pause, I was just like thinking about can we do that? Can we do that? Can
พี่
we
ว่า
do it?
2-0 ว่ะ
Like can we just come
เจ็
back
ด
from
ซี่
here?
เน็ต
Can we do come
ไม่
back
ไหว
from
ว่ะ
here? And I think
2-0 ป่ะพี่ติด
we did
2-0
it, like with a good way. Like as I said, in myself, I was just always believing.
วันนี้
to us
ขออนุญาต
because
ถูก
I know
4
our
คู่
sunset, our game
แบบ
plan,
ตัวเลข
and
ตร
our
งเป๊ะ
motivation. If I'm believing, they are believing also. I'm pretty sure because they need my
2-0
support
ที่
on the game, you know.
ให้
That's why.
2-0 เลย
Because I was always
No.
trying to
คิดมาละ
give that support to them.
That's great. I would like to ask you. So, well, that's true. Is this a good club? So, you lost the first map. It was your pick.
Yeah.
What was the message? What did you talk to the team? What was the motivation?
I mean,
moving to the next map.
Yeah, like before the first map, we were like talking about them. We just talked about today. Like we don't need to be too smart for today. We just need to play like a like a monkeys.
ยังไม่ได้ดูเลย
from,
มัน
you know,
พูด
like,
ว่าไงบ้างนิว
sentence, you know, like that. We just need to get some better
สวัสดี
traits.
ครับ
Like,
จัตวัฒน์
I mean, like against them, like they're just playing together. They're getting so many traits with the Martin skills, you know. And like as I said, like I mean, like Kay said to us, guys, you don't need to be smart for today. You just need to get some traits. Just play together. If your teammate fighting, just fight. Like join them. Say him to like, I got your back. Fight with me. Like he just say to us. And I think on Sunset we did it with a good way. You know?
What happened in Lotus? I see that you're nodding, you're
Yeah,
applauding, but we
เดี๋ยวไป
also
ลอง
want
ฟัง
to hear from you. What do you think went wrong in that first map?
Yeah, we picked.
ถ้าวันนี้ถูกทุกคู่ขอเลข3ตัวด้วยนะครับ
They asked
ต้นเดือนพอดีเลย
picking Lotus sometimes. Why did you pick Lotus? But at the beginning of the match, we had a great advantage. At the
It was 7-1.
Yeah,
It was because
it was
like from there.
7-1, and we were fighting very good. But when we had advantages after of the round, after of the middle of the round, when 5 versus 3 situations, 4 versus 2 situations, we just waited, and that's why they had a very big area to play. And I don't know.
Yeah,
we
like
just stomped, and they killed us.
Yeah, like sometimes when you are playing and the like your Larocor lovers that got 2 kills in the like round, you are just feeling like it's like 5v4. If I don't die, I think we can win this. But if you're gonna play like that, they will do some like the reactions, like the moves in the map, and they're gonna catch you. And like it doesn't matter if you're gonna die or no. Like you just need to do your job still, like in the game, you know.
Because
yeah,
of the mentality, we lost the rounds and we lost the first map.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happened on the first map. On the third one, though, and speaking about mentality, Rose, I really want to and not want to ask you at the same time, what is it that you are screaming at them? We have your clutch from Sunset. Tell me, first of all, do I want to know?
No need, I think. Like
I've heard some translations.
I mean, like I can just explain it like with the good words, you know.
Look at this one. Can you talk me through this round?
Oh, that was huge, man.
Bro, look at this shock dart. It's like that was class.
They said minus say 80. He is low HP, and I did it.
And what about this one? I also, because you're speaking about the mentality and keeping, I mean, definitely having a play like this works a lot, but we will see in the reactions as well that you're always giving it, but I feel like today it was a new level.
Yeah, of course, cause like I know they wanna win against us, like they wanna get their revenge, but if I'm here for my team, of course they will not get it, like for the next matches also. I mean, M8 or like the other teams, like in this clutch, I mean, like I know, like I just say to my teammates, guys, you don't need to talk, just let me play.
He said, "Shut up."
In good words, I said, guys, you don't need to talk, you know. And like about screams, like when I won against like in pistol against Saxo.
อ๋อมันเคยเป็นโจทย์การน้องหยำพีแค่20ยากไปไหมครับเป็นไปได้นะเมื่อกี้ไปดูมาละคิดมาละเป็นไปได้
เป็นไปได้ยากหรือเปล่า
เฮ้ยเป็นไปได้เป็นไปได้
Okay. Going to
คิด
the
ว่า
half
ทีแค่
time, you're
20ครับ
5-7 down on the Sunset. So what do you identify into the defense in order to punish that much to get control of the
มันเคยทะเลาะกันตอน Ascension ตอนที่ Qualify ขึ้นมาครับนานแล้วแล้วมันกลับมาเจอกันอีกเลยใส่กันนิดหน่อยไหม
And we just I don't know how to say, like we just have been like so late in the aiming control when we were playing like defensively at the beginning because they can try to punish us. And because of that, we were like looking so late. That's why our rotation was so bad, and they used it. They just make pressure for A and go up to B split from market or top mid. It doesn't matter. And they like they.
ขออนุญาตปิดเสียงก่อนทุกคนเดี๋ยวมานะอาบน้ำก่อนเดี๋ยวยาว
Anyone's for the taking? I'll tell you after Ascent, I guess.
I can't help but cheer for the underdog. I can't help but cheer for Giant X, but we'll see how it goes on this stage because it's time for the face-off.
มาแล้วทุกท่าน เริ่มพอดีไหวครับบางเปาไหวอยู่แล้ว จบที่แอดเซนครับ GX เลือกมามอบ 2-0 let's go เฮ้ย ทีเฮดดิ
Giant X. For Giant X, they are
เราจะแตกแถวเหรอน้องตู้ฮะ2-0 ก็น้อยเหรอ
play before having a net on the team, and where Westside is playing with the Phoenix, I can understand it. They're keeping the same building, the same energy, but I really like maybe Net playing the Cypher and Felix going into Initiator when he's IGLing. I mean, you're getting out of the pack to be IGLing.
This is something they keep touching on, though, is that in those moments, Net maybe takes over more as the mid-round IGL, depending on who's got the information, who's in it. But now it's time for a takeover all our own, because it's our casters, Mitch and Tom Biz. Take it away.
Thank you, Darth Mike. Time to get into the battle for the bottom. That's what GX are trying to avoid here today. They don't want to
เฮ้ย
be
ตอนแรกมีคนให้
on
เคว
the
ส
very
ที่
bottom of the board
BBL
because
คัม
that
แบ็ก
would
แบบ
mean
3นี่ว่า
that they're last. It wouldn't really kill their tournament run or anything like that, but it definitely would hit.
อุ้ย
Give a little bit of a hit to the ego.
Well, what they're fighting for is
ซับสไครก็มาให้ขอบคุณบอฟฟี่นะครับสำหรับซับสไครด้วยนะครับ
spot in the plan.
That's high.
ซับในนี้ไม่ค่อยมาขอบคุณนะครับ
The stakes are, well, they're kind of medium to low here today, but for GX,
แจ๋วเลยแจ๋วเลย
Stakes are well done. And nobody wants that unless you're weird.
No, some people do. My family, I tried to convince them, but my little brother had some media.
ฮาเว่นเฟดไหวไหม
For me, actually.
ได้ครับ ถ้าเป็นแบบว่าเดินคอนแทคอะไรเงี้ยได้ครับ ขึ้นเดินใหม่พอดีจัดไปขอบคุณครับ
To lock them in to the bottom of the
ยังไม่ได้
board.
ทำนะ
We'll see.
พวกโลโก้ซับตรงนี้เดี๋ยวไว้
A lot of things to discuss when it
ว่าง
comes to
ทำ
GX in terms of the changes. Uli was touching on them there in the desk. The fact that this is a team that has had to make some roster changes, and we haven't really seen the identity shift in the way that we expect. Mentioning that Net, for example, played a solid Sentinel, but they're coming in here with the double duelist lineup, and Westside, man, is also known for a similar playstyle. On the Phoenix, we've seen him
แล้ว
deliver
เป็นที่
before.
เปิดได้ครับ
It'll definitely be a focal point for me in this
ปล่อย
matchup.
รีเทค
With
4
Winkler's flank no longer possible. The plant on the C
5
side
ต่อ
in a
4
5v4.
Yeah, it's not the greatest lurk of all time, and it's given a lot of space over to the defense. Koshmaras back on his trusty neon. Will look to lead the charge. Paranoia through.
เรียบร้อย
Very awkward for Westside to
เอาคอร์สเอาไป2ยังไงทีนี้
Ara and Net to try and hold that line and
ตลาดตันมาโดนตันสวน
be in a lot of trouble. In fact, he
บอลเลดครับ
certainly is. That will be
เรียบร้อยแบบนี้
preemptively say it an in zone flawless.
2-0 แน่นอน
Yeah, nice work by Heretics from the
เอา
very
เลิกเอาชัย
get-go, catching Flickless, dropping out of the window, and then pushing together to get back into those fights. Kosh doing a lot of work, dealing with Westside, a man who's known for his headshot potential, but of course, when he's caught with his hot hands out, he doesn't really stand a chance of connecting those headies.
ไม่โดด
Following
เออ
up
โด
on
ด
the
โคตรผิว
Jesse, pretty much sealed the deal on this round. Well, Benji was there to do that.
Let's go! Let's go!
I think as
Oh.
well, just talking
Oh.
over stories.
Kosh,
I would have come into this stage with obviously GX losing out on Cloud. It didn't seem like that was a decision that they made. He ended up leaving, and Pipson seemed very sad about it, and understandably so. And then even one of the replacements they were hoping to bring in, not being the replacement that they wanted to bring in, starting as a stand-in and then becoming a main roster, I would have gone in and gone, okay, Heretics should be massive favorites going into this game. But then you look at both teams' last 3 games.
แต่ถ้า
It's a 2-0 loss
แต่ถ้าคอมอย่าง
to
เงี้ย
Liquid for both of them. It's a 2-0 loss to
โอ
KC
เค
for
อยู่
both
นะ
of them and a 2-0
เซน
victory
ติเนล2 ตัว
against
นะ
Eternal Fire for both of them. So
เพราะแมปนี้
if
แมปนี้
anything,
ไว้
this feels
ไว้
like a
ตัวเดียวไม่พอ
perfectly balanced game, which
แต่ถ้าแบบมีแชมเบอร์
is
ใหม่
very
ตัวหนึง
worrying
โอเค
for
แล้ว
Team Heretics side, which has very high expectations on their shoulders.
Yeah, I think that's a fair criticism for Heretics. We don't expect them to be 1-2 fighting for that 1-3 position, fighting to avoid it more so. But perhaps this is a chance at redemption for them. They're facing a fractured GX, and you know it's funny you touch on that with Cloud leaving the roster. Another end zone flawless indeed. Nice start. And with Cloud leaving this roster, you know, he's someone that Pipson had attached a lot of hope to when it comes to GX. Someone that I personally was a bit critical of stepping into that IGL role because personal drop-offs in performance and thinking about what it could be if he was serving under an IGL, contributing to the voice. But they started to make him look like a very solid choice.
ปืนพอไหวอยู่โบนัสราวฮีเดติก
Probably still their best player as well.
Yeah, probably still the best
ใช่
individual player. And as
ทีม
he's
มี่แชมเบอร์นี่
into this
มีภาพอยู่
beautiful IGL, he's stolen by another team, and Pipson's
หนึ่ง
left
เจ็บ
to rebuild
แจ๋วเลย
again. The rebuild has been again locked into what I think a lot of people will look at and say roles for certain players that don't really
เฮ้ย
seem to be
วุฒ
their strengths, but they're making the best of what they've got to work with. And
กระ
at
โดด
least
ไป
for
หา
now,
เพื่อน
it is working for GX to get into
มันจะ
this
ลง
season.
ทำไมวะ
Versus 3, good trades early, and with Woot and that Vice setup from Benji Fishy gone, this has made it much easier to set themselves up in the post plan.
Well, they've got an opportunity
เบนจี้ซวยเลยช็อตนี้
do better than Eternal Fire did when they played
เฮ้ย
against Team Heretics on this very map. That was a 13-0, lest we forget.
นี่อ่ะ
That's a problem. Yeah, I think Jesse tried to bait the TP. Instead, he gets caught. West side up close. He does have his ult, but clearly doesn't want to use it in this
โอ้ย
scenario.
โอ้แล้วเทรดไม่ได้ครับ
Hasn't cleared the
พอดแทน
angle,
สวยจัด
Maybe too many targets for him to try and find with the time ticking
โอ้
down.
ยาก
It
เลย
should be a done deal.
ยากละ
They should have beaten Eternal Fire on this map already, and for Riens, it's about damage. It's about making this as costly as possible, and he will get nothing. Because one thing that is always
เราเว็บ
consistent
ไซต์ไม่มี
is
รันอี
West
แบ็ก
Side is still on fire.
On
Shit.
fire on the Phoenix, so run it back online early on in this round. Honestly, him getting the last few kills, not the end of the world, but a great early stance from GX. The fact that Westside doesn't use the ultimate even after that pressure from Kosh, I was a little worried to see him molly in hand up close after what happened earlier on towards those double doors, but well, it hasn't panned out poorly for GX whatsoever. Heretics come back in with a buy. Woot this time with an operator is going to be much harder to deal with. And even with that smoke down on long, he is just pushing down, taking the control, trying to use it as a bait to pull someone around the angle. But GX are very, very passive indeed, trying to contain any aggression coming out of the other side. Of course, the problem here is going to be that late round information.
แม่งรอเข้า B ว่ะ
Constantly having the C-long control. And
โอ้
I
โห
imagine in a while, Woot's going to be stepping forward, hearing that drone on A.
ทำได้แค่ปล่อยครับ
Securing a bit
บู
more space.
วีนี้
Even if he doesn't, He's probably on for 1 kill and an instant TP
1
out
นา
of
ที
there if they do go towards that side of the map. He's got Vice utility behind him as well as the trap covering Garage. So Heretics can stack a lot of presence at least towards B, if not
วงเหมือนจะโดน
hear this noise.
Yeah, it's
GX
interesting.
approaching.
They're still
มีหนามเบรกอยู่
committed to that B side of the map.
They've heard
Potential for some delay. I guess
ไม่เจอ
that's
อ่ะ หน้า
sort
บี
of
ไม่เจอ
counter to
บี
it,
ก็
but
เงียบ เตรียมแล้ว
paranoia available
เปิ
anymore
ดน้
for Boo, so he's at least going to have to try and get something done. No support from his teammates, and he's still sticking
สวย
around. He's denied the ultimate at
เฮ้ย
least
อื้อหื
to
อ
start with, but then he's traded out for nothing more.
แม่งหนามหมด
Yeah, it looked like a nice play with the vines there to slow them down, but
คู่นี้น่าเล่นเลยยาว
on the back foot now are Heretics. GX get their plant. Ara does very well to quickly pull that advantage away, and Boo now no smokes to play with on the way back through.
Okay, nice shot.
Koshmaris. Well, it's been a great start to this map so far. He's looking crispy, but it's going to be tough diving out of heaven. The wall not covering him fully, and Ara quickly picks him off. A flurry of frags leaves Rienz alone. Nice isolation of the first. He had a chance onto Jesse.
พี่วูกระโดดเอาสไนเข้ามาตบอ่ะ
2-2. And early on, there is a bit of a contest indeed, but Koshmaris is drawing my eye. He's already seeming to have quite a game panning out in front of him if he can keep up this pace.
I was going to say that it's the other Lithuanian that was drawing my eye in this round, because I felt like from my perspective, like Boo committing that hard when he's up against a run it back was intriguing.
เมื่อกี้แม่งไม่น่าปล่อย A คนเดียวหรออยู่ตรงโซน B กับ A ลิงเยอะไป
He stuck around for so long and had no
หน้า B
support
พาวเลอ
in
ร์ไปไม่มีน่าจะแบบ
He had time
over
to TP
rotate หรอก
if he wanted to.
บู
He
เสีย
made
เอ
the
ช็อต
decision
เสีย
to
ข่าว
stand his ground after the Phoenix was dealt with, and I think I like the setup to it, but indeed overstaying is welcome. Going for the skill check up against Ara, who, you know, again, when he joined this league, was a player who had his ups and downs.
I think he's back there right now.
Indeed, right? But he found that moment of calm, a season or two where he was consistent, and
When
now
they
has
made
to
it to
find that
champs,
identity again.
He found that consistency.
But considering where GX are at least in this stage, I think it makes sense for him to struggle again with that backline changing. The system that he's operating in has to be adjusted. And, well, Benji's made a brave play. Nice work. You know, those nasty little kills in a round like this where you want to get your value, but the ult from
อุ้ยมาดิ
the eco
คอร์ส
pistols across the board.
Jeez.
I'm not sure what made him think about throwing that ult in, but it
โคตรดี
is blindsided GX. I can't believe that. I'm thinking what Benji did was good enough because he got one.
Yeah, you know, you get
and
one.
Koshmaris just steals the round again. I don't know what it is from round one. He's looked activated, but that's a ridiculous way to win a round.
To be fair, I think after last week, he has a point to prove.
มันตรวจแล้วกู
Really,
อยู่
really
เฉยๆไป
struggled in their last matchup. A matchup that we kind of expected to be a bit of a show instead ended up as a complete KC dominance. And while on a mode of Thrifty off the back of
ไม่อยากจะเชื่อว่ามีวันนี้วะ
and it's what you want
พี่
to
คอร์ส
see,
กำลังแบก
especially
เพื่อน
with Team Heretics, you have to have that caveat that like they'll go from looking like the best team in the world to looking the worst in the space of a week, or with this format in the space of 3 days. But this is a wonderful start from him, and the fact that he's been able to completely take over in a round where they had no right winning, that's going to put him very high on the scoreboard, and more importantly, it's going to send the economy through the roof.
นี่เดี๋ยวเพย์นี่เป็นที่น่ากอบเอาไปเล่นเหมือนกันนะ
Fantastic round delivered by Caution for GX. It's
แจ๋ว
going to
อยู่
be
นะ
about dealing with Caution. Team Heretics with some momentum. Let's jump in and hear how they manage that.
Okay. Maybe to watch out down grass. Watch out grass, guys.
Yeah.
All right, I'm ready. I'm gonna read your name when the smoke fades. Okay, focus hold window.
Yeah, I go.
Tell me when you're ready.
จะสงสัยทำไมเป็นเฟดวะเฮีย
I think peeking. Hold on.
Blank. Again, cage.
Nothing get window now. I think they're gonna walk down mid, bro. I'm gonna meet you guys. I'm out. Come mid, guys. I think they're down mid. Clear under window. I have garage. Okay.
You're holding. I don't see anything.
สงสัยไหม
One jump spotting backside C long, boys. Okay.
I go C long on this. Yeah, and you guys go garage.
Yeah, right to fake.
Wait. 2 seconds.
No smokes on them, guys.
Wait, guys. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Ready?
It's good to do now.
I'm gonna reveal. Ready?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Go.
Yeah.
Revealing area.
Climbing.
TP.
Hey, open razors. Holding now.
Goes right.
Jumping, Jesse. Can you jump?
Yeah, don't say anything. I'm strong as today.
Alright, you go plan. I'm playing ult.
Give me.
Take the bomb.
He's not here. Come cross the wall, bro.
Just go. I'm ulting up you guys.
Break this trip on garage for me, guys.
โอ้โหเล่นรีเทคอีกแล้วเฮ้ย
Listen, call the retake and I ult you. Tell me when they start the retake, guys.
มีสตีลการ์เด้น
Backside, guys. You can stabilize.
Yes. He's backside on the right
ไอ้
side.
เหี้ยโดนจีคืน
I see.
I'm fighting until the ult is over.
Neon default. Just go back. And save it up.
ตัวแม่งต้องรออ่ะ
Bro, I meant to wait for a push and then we do the play.
Anything you can do, I can do better, says Ara, out with a point to prove himself.
Yeah.
He's done very well in this round, shutting down Heretic's attempt to get back into that site. And
พี่
as
เหรีย
we
ญลื
said,
ม
someone who
ไม่น่า
hasn't
ใช่เขา
found
พี่เหรียญ
his
ลืมไลน์อัพ
path before, but seems to be back on that bumpy road. Well, that's certainly one way to reset your momentum.
Yeah, I think as well, just like we talked about this initially, where the conversation was about, oh, Net's the IGL, because GX tweeted that Net's the IGL. Then it turned out Net wasn't the IGL. Interesting. And that Flickless had taken over. But in this round, it did really feel like Net took over. It's like, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. I'm going to have my ult, you go through, plant, and they seem to have a setup based on that. So it's interesting that maybe with things not necessarily going to plan, I think Flickless individual level has suffered a little bit. Maybe they're sharing the load a little bit more.
แต่วันนี้ก็ดู
If you can call off rounds like that, it works.
น่าจะเอาอยู่แหละทีเฮดดูไม่ซึมอ่ะวีคนี้ ได้แหละมันก็ได้ครับ เดินคอนแทคเดินเข้าเฟสมันคล่องกว่า
Can see the vision. And other
แต่ปัญ
times
หา
it does
คือ
come
GX
crumbling
เป็
down
น
to
ไซเปอร์
GX.
ไง
I think a lot of that, you look at this roster, you look at Westside, you look at Ara. Yes, they are players that can carry you through
เคลียร์
individually
เคลียร์
at
ของไซ
times.
เปอร์ไงเดี๋ยวดูดิ
But when they meet another team who has that element to them, that's where we look deeper. And for GX, I think those building blocks are still being formed. For Heretics, not so much, but they're also a team who's had that drop-off. Wu walking through the smokes, being met with great force from Ara. And again, 2 rifles in this round. The Headhunter gone
เรียบ
now,
ร้อย
so
เลย
down to pistols alongside them. It's definitely not one that we put a lot of stock in Team Heretics winning.
Yeah, I think another player that consistency has been a massive issue has been Wu. It's still trying to find his place, it seems, taking over primary duelist at times, playing KO on other maps, which I'll say I haven't particularly enjoyed. And we know the level he can bring. When he's at his peak, he is on point. Nonetheless,
โอ้โห
re-aggression not really working out. GX able to hold the line wonderfully.
รู้ว่ามีเฟสอีกหนึ่ง
Prepared and even having the run it back. If
เข้า
they
เลยห
want
รือเปล่า
to use
เป็นเล
it,
น
but
แบ็กด้วย
with the advantage they already have and versus a bit of a weak buy, I'm not sure if value is necessarily there. Then again, if there was any man to stop it, would be Riens, but the jump peak from Ara is perfect, gives the space to
จบเลยครับ
Westside.
เอามากระโดดล่อ
Wow. If he ever wanted to make a pitch for the Heretics Classic, this would be it.
Yeah, well, you've really set him up with some high expectations there when the ceiling wasn't that high from the floor. Now 1v4 against the rifles. Not going to happen. Westside coming into the next, the rifle round of Heretics. GX will have a run it back to work with. And again, that ultimate
เฮ้ยเว็บ
getting
ไซต์ไม่ใส่หมวก
online
เหรอ
quite frequently
ไม่
has
ใส่
been
แล้ว
a
เลิกใส่มาสัก
discussion
พักแล้ว
recently. Dirk getting the game changed. Through no surprise.
No, it was just a
What he was
coincidence.
able to do. Yeah, definitely.
A little coinky
Had
dink.
nothing to do with him getting 6 ults and a half.
Yeah, we only got 1 in the next half. So
Yeah. It was very reasonable. Very reasonable indeed.
Oh, GX now with the lead. As I said, we've not seen a massive amount in stage 2 of this map from Heretics, but the one victory they did
มาแล้วครับนีออนโอดินฮะ
was a 13-0.
ไม่
That was
ได้
on the
เลย
attack side, so maybe they're going to flawlessly win the attack side, but I think we're already seeing GX deal better on this side, and obviously the form on this map from GX isn't fantastic, but it's 3 losses in a row to KC. Other than that, in the past, they were very good on this map as well, so maybe not the strongest of picks that Heretics might have thought it would be. At least in this round, though, I feel like they've been waiting for a B hit for quite a while, and they've got quite a lot of players on B again.
Yeah, I gotta say, I wasn't expecting the Koshmaris Odin spam to counter the run it back, but it seems to have worked, if not him getting the kill. Boo getting in there for most of the damage, and Benji's got a free
เบรก
behind
ได้อยู่
Ara.
เฮ้ย
The Cage almost helping out there, drops and reveals a nice prize behind door number one. Rian's
เฮ้ยเบนจี้
catches net walking through on B. Flickless tries the same on C and gets himself a kill, but it's a 4v2 now. Flickless is half HP, and getting that plant through, I was going to say it could be difficult with the Odin around, but it looks like they're going to give a lot of respect to Flickless and Jesse.
ไม่มีอะไร2นี้ไม่มีอะไร
This is a very slow retake, grouping up. Look how cautious they are, clearing garage, watching for a flank. They don't want to give GX any opportunities.
No, it's just not worth the
Ui.
risk. But then again, first shot
Good
goes
deal.
their way. Flickless though, 43 HP, would need to double his kills here and now. And well, he's not even going to get past the Odin. Sliding through the smoke like it was absolutely nothing.
ได้จริงๆเหรอวะ
Go level
ไอ้
yet
เหี้ย
again.
มีออโนดิน
Team able to really get a proper foothold on either side of this map thus far, but GX have at least built up enough credits that they will comfortably be able to repurchase back into this next round. They will have to be a little bit more wary though of that sliding Odin.
Good job.
Yeah, Kosh is definitely throwing in a bit of a spanner in the works. The guy who started out with some clean and crispy
เดี๋ยวเอาลองเอา
headshots.
ไปเล่นบ้างดิ
Now he's going for the cheese.
มุมซ้อมอันนี้
The meat and potatoes from before. I do appreciate a good mix, a good spread. Let's see what his Odin spread is like here. Aiming down early
ตรงอยู่
on
ตรง
to
อยู่
spam these players walking through A main. He's already
โอ้ไม่แม่นเลยอ่ะ
a little bit. Put a dent in the shoelaces,
โดน
but
อยู่
that's
นัด
about
เดียว
it.
เนี่ยโอ้ยโอเมนเนี่ย
That'll be the end of the spams.
มันไม่ยิงตัวทิศซ้ายวะ
Nice
ไอ
early
ทิศ
damage,
ขวา
but
วะ
not too much to report about. Now, I do want to see what Kosh's ideas are with this, because we've seen him sliding through smokes and
ชิบ
using
หายแล้ว
the Odin with
พี่
great
วูดเสียเหลี่ยม
levels of success.
พี่วูดเสียเหลี่ยมเจสซี่
But for now, at least he'll find himself waiting for the action to go down. GX extremely patient. And I wonder what aggression they're looking for. I don't feel like we've seen Heretics push all that much. GX were talking about them pushing mid a few rounds ago, but they have been much more keen to sit back and let the attackers make a move.
Oh, well, saying that,
Okay.
Benji runs straight through a cage.
แล้ว
the
เป็น
second
จี้โดน
you
คลิก
said
เลต
it.
โอ้
Neither did I, to be honest. I just saw him doing
เรีย
it
บร้อย
on
เล
the
ย
map
เจอ
like
เขา
an
โยนหมวก
absolute lunatic. Even still, it's ended up even.
โอเค
And almost went the way of the attack for a moment, but Flickless not quite able to convert that kill onto Boo.
Ui.
The aggression.
แล้วตี
of
2 คนในไซด์โดนหมด
clearly feeling like he needed to make a play, and now with the Nightfall at least connecting onto
โอ้โหโดน
one.
แค่1
It's going to be very difficult. Net is now 1 HP purely off just being tagged by different utilities.
Ui.
Even still, he's got a kill and given Jesse a chance, but 37 health. His position relatively known, and the jump across. Well, it's the jump across and shot from Woot.
พี่วูดว่ะ
Will end his
ตัด
round
บิ
with
น
a
มาเลยครับ
triple and give Team Heretics the lead.
Yeah, you definitely understand why Ara wants to make that play. 3v4, Nightfall on the other side. They're the 3 as well. And the A side not going to be very kind to you if a Nightfall comes out of heaven, which it did. So it makes sense that he wants to get ahead of it. But he steps out of that smoke to 2 players watching him. And, well, I'm not even sure how Boo reacted that quickly. That tells you all you need to know. Solid round from Heretics.
Nice, Woo. Let's go. Good jump.
A 5-4 scoreline. Woot
Good
getting
jump.
a little bit of a momentum
It was a
build
good
around
jump.
and a new position from Kosh.
นี่
This
ออมเป็น
time
โอ
it's
ดิน
found
กระโดดก็
towards the window.
สโลว์ดิ
Although we can see
เจอพี่โบ๊ทถือมีด ถือมีดกระโดดไง อย่างพิ้ว
Just put out there.
That's true, Tom, but I've never seen you on the basketball courts. We'll have to fix that one day.
I might be really good at high jump. You don't know.
I doubt it.
Yeah, that's fair. Pretty valid. I reckon Milan's good. The high jump.
That's not called jumping at that point, mate. That's just a big step.
That's true.
พี่เขาเจาะไม่หยุดเลย
Well, 5-4. Credit still available for GX at least. Ultimates, a bit of a miss in this round, unfortunately. They don't have the Hunter's Fury to pad the gap just yet, although it is a little bit close. Baiting out the wall, removing some of Benji's utility, and actually forcing a player away from this B side. Maybe that's the realization. When that utility's online, they can have more space, and well, that was almost a catch onto Kosh. Instead, though, they've got the TP across, and
เฮ้ย โอ้โห
okay, they're just going for it.
เหลือเชื่อ
To go the second anybody tried to tap that plant, and well,
สไปตก
spike back, that's going to be a challenge.
A trap setup is one way to look at
เหลือ
that.
เชื่อป่ะ
It looked like they came up against 4
อยากเห็นเหมือนกัน
berserkers, just
น้องพีเกน
decided to run it down at them. All out aggression from the defense. And you see what I'm talking about with Kosh. It looked like he bit off more than he could chew sliding in there, but he still gets away with one. And sets them up in the chaos to have Boo TPing up on top.
เฮ้ยทรงได้อยู่นะแบบเนี้ย
Comes in that moment of, was that someone saying go, go, go? Because it looked too perfect to be random. Like Boo's TP was too well in tune with him going forward. But it is also possible that both players were like, hey, they've been hit by a trap. I'm just going to go for this.
It does feel like they just called for that aggression and everybody responded with exactly what they could think to do in that moment. That TP up top. See it there, and there we go.
Yeah, and Rienz goes through the smoke at the same time.
Yeah, it was a perfectly called launch into that one, but really, y'all got to be on the same page. All got to be a little bit crazy. Then it pays off. 6-4. Now for Team Heretics, the defense certainly taking shape. They've got that 2-round lead off the pistol and a chance to lock in the lead at the halftime with a round win here for GX. Others' weaknesses. Ara right away has to go down to a
วิ่งรีคอนใหม่วะนี่อ่ะ
pretty deep for the next, and
ปิงมาก
shut down. That was an
อันติมาหลังซ้ายครับ
shell and A fake, but with Ara dying that
ปิด
quickly,
หายแล้วตอนนี้
they have to rely on Jesse finding something from the shadows, getting him behind in the spawn, and
โอ้โห
again, an angle
เรียบร้อย
on the
เลย
bench. Good work to bring this back, but Heretics quickly find themselves back into a 4v3,
หมด
and
Very
they've
nice.
located net.
Very nice. The trap left behind, the paranoia to push him back, and then Woot holding the angle. It was meant to be disarray caused by the attack, and if anything, sure, you got the singular kill from Jesse's TP, but everything else, it felt like Heretics were very ready for it. Now with still a decent amount of utility available, they could even use the From the Shadows just for information if they really wanted to. But instead, they're just waiting to make sure they know where these last couple of players are before trying to make their move back to the site.
Yeah, again, very patient when it comes to these retakes, Heretics. You can see some of the times, some of these rounds have come down to a tight enough margin, so it's a good job. GX trying their best to fight their way back in. Okay, an isolated fight to start with, but the numbers
อุ้ยได้เสียวเฉย
win. And for GX, I think this round's a little disappointing. Like, I like the chaos that they're going for, the TP into the spawn.
ถ้าสมมติเวสไซด์ไป M8 นี่คือคนโหดใจแอนนี่หมดเลยนะส่งออกไปหลายคนมากนะ
One of the key parts of that round, Net sneaking through, gets caught by this. That's ridiculous. He caught a pan. But Net gets caught by the same TP that they saw last round, the same TP that was the go point for Team Heretics to rush back through, and to not see like, well, either that position avoided or that utility dealt with early with something like a shock dart. I think it's a bit of a miss from the attackers. They should have known about that.
Come on.
It is now the Heretics after being 4-3 behind, winning 4 rounds in a row. Their map choice starting to look a little bit stronger. And you have to bear in mind they only won 1 round on the defense last time they played. That was because they won 12 in the first half and they only needed 1 round, but it's still a fact.
It is a statistic that's irrefutable.
I am misleading you by telling you it, but hey, you know, I can do what I want.
Misleading is the same as lying, and that's important to remember.
Everything I said was true. It just, you know, doesn't tell the full story. Aggressively positioned, and he is not falling back. Well, in fact, there was even a little temptation, a twinkle in the eye that he wanted to go through that smoke, but he has to.
เราได้เวสไซด์ครับโอ้โหหวานเจี๊ยบเลยอย่างนี้
and to fall back and play a slightly more passive angle, which isn't as fun, but it probably is the right thing to do.
I think he realized his TP range wouldn't quite cover an extension like that.
But where's the fun in that?
Exactly.
เรามารอแล้ว
What a loser. Look at him now. Lost out on the information of the A site being clear. Now the hit coming in on C. There's only 2 of them waiting. There's only Benji Fishy. There's
โอ้โห
only Kosh again.
คอมโบคอมจอยเฮียเบนเจียนคอร์ส
There's no stopping Koshmaris today.
Yeah, like I said, he was having an incredibly rough performance last time they played. He's 16-5 right now. Utterly ridiculous, the performance this man is having, and a man that is hoping that maybe he
ก็ถือว่าเวสไซด์พลาดนะเอาตัวไปแลกกับอันติ
Flickless match against Heretics today. What's the big message to the team?
จบแล้ว
What's
กัน
the
ได้8
focus for you guys today?
I mean, we already know that we are play-ins, so we shouldn't get too affected by the score that will happen. Obviously, we want to play to win. We know that we can beat them. We beat them before. We beat them, I think last time was in kickoff, I think.
Yeah.
So we're confident that we can beat them. They are also shaky just like us right now. So if there's a time to do it, it's right now.
That it is. Asking about you personally, the way you've been playing, the way you've been calling, the way the team's been working, you've been playing a little bit of that Viper, which naturally means that you're a bit further away from the pack. Does that add its own challenges to calling, to trying to do the leadership?
I mean, it does, but on those moments that I'm not with the pack, usually Net tries to take over more. So with this, when he does this, it helps a lot, you know? So it's fine to be away from the pack. If someone can take over it, it works.
And that's something we've been talking about all season long, right? All stage long, is the chemistry between you and Net. Now that you've had a few weeks under your belt, do you feel like it's stronger now than it was at the beginning of the stage?
I mean, obviously, yes, because at first we had to get used to each other as well, you know, and he would have IDs and I would have IDs. Sometimes both of us would have a different ID. And now I think I give more room to him, he gives my room, so it's way better than it was before, so.
And looking forward, you already talked about the play-in, so those challenger teams that are coming up, that are potentially going to be challenging against you, what do you think about them? Anyone we should have our eyes on?
Like, what do you mean? Like, what team I think is the best?
Which team do you think is the most interesting?
I mean, obviously, Enterprise. I think Enterprise has players that they all deserve to be here. And honestly, I think Reborn you have to be really careful for as well. And Job Life with bringing in Pies can be dangerous as well.
Okay, some things to look forward to, and we're definitely going to be looking forward to this game. Good luck today, my man.
Thank you.
So everybody except Frankfurt. Cool. Nice to hear that, Flickless.
Wow. he's come in today with a point
3 out
to
of 4
say.
teams. That's all I'm going to say.
They can't really do that
I'm
without
not saying
us
that. That's not my opinion.
drawing some attention
not
to
my
that.
opinion.
Flickless, you've got something to answer for, that's for
16-5
sure.
I should
yeah.
have done that, but yeah, I did, so yeah.
Well, 8-4 is the scoreline. Perhaps Karma getting back at Flickless here. Frankfurt going to be more than happy to see them struggling after that statement made. And
So
for GX,
join us.
this
Join
defensive
us.
side, like you said, only one round last time, but it was one round that won them the game. So it's not exactly a fair statistic.
หายละ
Well,
อุ้ย
yeah, they got 12 rounds on the attack, so if anything, I
คม
expect them
จี๋
to win all the rounds from here.
Well, yeah. Let's see if that stat holds true for Wu.
นี่ไงนี่ไง
Be able to take down Ara, leaving Heretics into
จะ
a
โมง
huge advantage here in the pistol. And for GX,
โดนอย่างงี้
4 rounds down. That's about the last thing that they
รี
want
กรุ๊ป
to
เลย
see. A
go
gamble
together
stack is called
ที่
for
เฮด
already, and we can see.
Yeah.
I think they've missed the boat, the spike, heading in the other direction.
I have the spike.
Man, I think you kind of understand the logic. Team gets 2 kills towards the A site. Maybe they run it down towards the A site. If they don't, then you're going to have to split your defense or gamble all in on a site that they've had no presence towards. So it makes the most sense for GX, but unfortunately, yeah, Heretics did not barrel directly into the place that they're fighting for, and Woot is already going to get his 3rd orb of the round with the post plant. For the remaining players, it's a difficult one. They're walking, if they go back towards C Long, they're going to head straight into a trap. And then the trap alerts re-ends, which if anything is worse.
I think the C's is going to cost them enough time.
ส่งเวลาไปอีกแป๊บหนึ่งครับ พี่เหรียญ
Caught 2 of them. Or stay sat on long while Flickless waits on the other side of the smoke. Yeah, they'll take down Rienz, but Woot's the man that seems to be putting danger in the minds of GX. He's already got 3 under his belt, picked up a lot of his orbs, and well, now there's plenty to go around, it seems.
อุ้ย
Oh, no! What? A knife from Koshmaris.
เฮ้ย
It's gone from bad to worse. They thought his Odin was disrespectful. That's taken
Yeah.
it to another level. He's just fed them steel.
That was his only kill in the round as well, right?
Yeah, it was.
He
It
didn't do
was.
anything else.
Look
So
at this, man.
was he even out of bullets?
Oh,
No,
you
I don't think he
rascal.
was. I think he's just...
Rascal.
What a
Nice to see
turnaround
you,
from
son.
Koshmaris. Genuinely, I think he's either there or close to getting more kills in this map than he did in the last series. Like, it's always a worry, especially when you're playing new roles. Like, was playing smokes on at least one of the
เฮ้ย
prior
วันนี้แหละ
maps that
ถู
they
กหมด
played,
เก็ต
but
ขอ 2-0 เลย แบบเฉียบๆตัวเนี้ย
turnaround.
It's definitely
scary. Oh, no, he's
scary.
way ahead. Sorry, I'm foolish. He went 8 and 31 in the last game.
Oh, that's not a good stat. But yeah, for Heretics, this is somewhere that everything's working. They've looked very disciplined on the retakes on the defensive side. Barred the time that Boo stood his ground against the run it back and Ara after the Vines. Everything's looked very disciplined. They've looked patient. And then when it comes to the retakes themselves, they've looked well put together. At this point, no complaints.
2-0 บุญนฤทธิ์
Is the Heretics
ตรงนี้
that I
2-0 แน่นอน
expected to see. And then you add to that individual showing up the way that they are.
เฮ้ยแต่มันจะช้าไปหรือเปล่า
Kosh having a game like this isn't something we're going to be able to repeat.
เดี๋ยวถ้าเป็นจี้ได้ข่าวน่าจะ over rotate มาหมดเลย
It's a ridiculous level.
ซีเคียร์ซีเคียร์
But it is something that we have
ซี
wanted
เคียร์ค
to
รับ
see from
เพื่อน
Heretics. Individuals showing up, the game plan being there, the discipline being there. For GX on the other side, it definitely doesn't feel good. They're fighting to avoid the bottom of the scoreboard. And it looks like like to bottom out of the season like this, definitely not where we want it to be.
Well, let's be real though. If you're going to the play-in, you might as well play the whole thing. You might as well.
Yeah,
like,
mate.
Build into it.
I'm sure the org is sat there going, you know what, boys? More games for the fans.
Let's
go.
No, but genuinely, I think if you're a team in bad form, it's better to
I would
get more
love
reps.
to have you as my general manager, mate. This would be fantastic. You've had no results for weeks now. You know what? 5-year deal for Pacific. Let's go. We're gonna make it in the long run.
อุ้ย
The sooner you start the run,
พี่วูดมันอะไร
the
วะ
sooner the run gets going.
จุบ
Or
จับ
the
จุบ
sooner
จั
you
บ
end it, but we'll
It's a
move on from
wonder
there.
no teams have reached out, Tom.
It's because I'm so successful at what I'm doing already, you know.
Oh, I
that's
see.
why.
You're not fielding any offers.
You know, one day I will be the assistant coach of James Banks, and I'll prove you're wrong.
I wish you the very best
That's
of
your
luck,
one claim
Tom.
to fame.
I wish you the very best of luck.
10-4. It was a comfortable conversion round, which Heretics will come back in with some pretty decent weaponry to play with. Koshmaris, honestly, he hasn't had much to do so far in this second half, but they are incredibly far ahead. And for GX, there was a blip in the middle between round 3 and 7. But they're going to have to try and find something in this one. Now, of course, this round would be the gravy
ดูไปเจอกระทืบ
for
ไง
Team Heretics. So rather than listen to us, let's see what they're saying while they try and convert this.
1 HP, oh my god, 140.
Okay, all good.
พอได้ลุ้นอยู่ปืนพอได้ลุ้นอยู่
Inside garage.
Can you
trip
run
on me.
A?
Guys, listen.
Kill
I
the
think-
trip and let's go retake
Kill
it.
the trip now? Okay.
Yes, just kill it. Listen, guys. Retake
They
A,
flash
finish
mid.
C. Make sense?
Retake A,
finish C.
1 mid, pushing. Take this.
Ui.
I got your garage.
I will go pro, okay? Bro, I shall look for you. Bro, please. He wants rabbit.
แม่งพอเป็นไว้กับแชมเบอร์แม่ง
I'll go back. I'm going towards C, okay?
Guys, we should go C split, not
ไว้แม่งเล่นได้
Okay, then I wait outside garage.
ตัวเดียวไม่พอ
He just recreate garage, okay? With Phoenix flash.
Guys, when we go, can you break left side and I will prowler?
Can you do prowler? I will go at the same time.
ready?
Yes, I'm
You break it, okay? Wait.
Okay, I break the door.
Do smoke.
Yes, I'm
They
smoking
smoke
now.
Go prowler.
Now trap on B. Reloading.
I'm anti. Okay.
Yes, I think no Phoenix flashes.
Okay, guys, I'm ready to smoke CT for you.
Okay, let's wait for the wait. We have Phoenix wall on us. Just wait.
Yes.
Yeah,
We'll go after the wall, guys. I'm ready, guys. Let's go now.
I reveal plat, guys.
เฮ้ย โอ้โห
He's 1 HP. I'm on 1 HP.
Okay. I don't know
I'm
if
blind.
he is.
Nice, nice.
One more right.
Wait, outside. Just wait. Flat.
Last player standing.
Oh, I
Bro,
see, bro.
my bad,
Let's try.
I wanted to pull close left.
ไม่เช็คซ้ายเฉย
And the round secured by GX is a lifeline.
ป้าจับขาของ
10-5, Tom.
ไอ้
At this point,
เหรียญแม่ง
little advantage they
ปา
can
ทำไม
get.
วะนะ
It's not going to be plain sailing though.
หน้าป่าเช็คซ้ายแม่งปาไปกลางถนนเลย
Fullby coming up next.
Yeah, I think like
คือถ้าไปเหรียญนะปาเช็คซ้ายเฉียบจบแล้วมันก็งงปาไปไหนวะ
GX had a very good read on that one as well. But as you said,
มันปาออกไปกลางลานเลยครับผม
7-round streak.
เมื่อกี้รู้สึกจะไม่จับอะไรเลยครับกลางลานเลยอะ
A little bit surprising if I'm honest, and the TP across immediately. Wow.
อุ้ย
I thought that maybe it'd be a problem for Boo.
เฮียเซตอัพคอนโทรลเอแจ๋วอยู่นั่นน่ะของ TH น่ะ
And West Side, two of the highlights for this GX squad gone immediately, and while the walk up for Flickless,
ใช้ได้เลยอะ
very easy for Woot.
Yeah, the patience. It's a hard spot to play from. So easily tradable, but
Ui.
on the chamber, that TP is going to let you get right back out of there. So the risk
ซื้อ
taken
เลยว่ะอันเนี้ย
paid off tenfold now. Team Heretics 4 versus 2. Still waiting outside this A site. And having not decided to go for that push just yet, look, there's an opportunity.
เอาแชมเบอร์มาโฮตรงกลางใช่ป่ะ
Sit and wait.
วับหนีกลับได้
Here on A, I see no reason for them to go rotate.
เหลี่ยมเมื่อกี้นี่เซอร์ไพรส์ได้1 ทีแน่นอนอ่ะ
Smoke down there's a little bit strange. Honestly, I think maybe trying to sell false information. That short is wide open. If they go to peek it, they don't check net in the corner. I like the idea. And with time ticking, they're still moving towards this position. That's
เรียบร้อยครับ
away though. And with him down,
เจอ
okay,
2 เป้า
Jesse could be in the right place, but
เหลือโอเมนตัวเดียวเจสซี่
I think without them springing a trap,
เฮ้ย
the round is pretty much done
โอ้
for.
เป้าเปิลไม่จับแล้ว
Even the
เจอกระโดด
jump
ฉีก
out from Koshmar is like, look at the respect Heretics are giving them here. They've just cleared it with a reveal, and he still goes jumping through. They're not giving an inch to GX.
Yeah, I don't know if we caught much of it, but it sounded like after the last round,
เฮ้ยมัน
going like, okay,
ใช้ได้นะ
bit of an oopsie in the
เซต
last
อัพ
round,
มา
clearing that
ได้
corner.
เรื่องอยู่
This was just a very controlled round. 'Cause I think it's easy when you are far enough in the lead to just go, okay, we can kind of just outfrag them. We can take some more risks, and then you get that little blip, and you immediately go back to, okay, we need to be very careful. I think as well, you could see the confidence from Koshmar. It's like when you're having a good game, you don't mind taking those risks for your teammate. You're not looking at the scoreboard and going, oh guys, I really would appreciate a kill or two here. He's
มัน
18 and 6, doesn't give a damn.
รู้สึกว่าแต่มันต้องทำแผนมาเฉพาะดูโอเคอยู่นะ
It was perfect that Woot comes around the corner and Benji goes back to check it exactly the same time, intentional or not, makes it impossible for the re-aggressing player. And while for Pipson, it's going to be difficult to find the words to turn this one back around. You're on your opponent's map choice. GX has said in the past weren't bad.
แม่งทำอย่างนี้ทีมมาเทคคอนโทรล A ไม่ได้นี่เหงาอยู่
I think it's always going to be a driving force of the calling. I think it gave a lot more freedom to Westside as well. Like when they had successes, it was basically him dropping like 20, 25 every single
แจ๋ว
time.
อยู่
Unfortunately,
แล้วมันเป็นแบบว่าช่วงนี้มันเป็นเมตา2ดูเอลด้วยไง ฝั่งรับแม่งยังไงก็ต้องสู้อ่ะ
by the way, post pause, they're going to invest into this one. It's not a perfect buy. Flickless going to be left onto a
รอบนี้ไม่เอา
pistol.
ละวูดมาลิงคนเดียว
Try and get it done with the rest on rifles.
Yeah, early aggression from GX, the name of the game. Mostly rifles to work with as we
ได้
said,
1
and
เก็บ
it's Woot to take
เฮ้ย
a
โอ้โห
lot of HP off of net. And he almost goes down to that spam. Jesse doing a remarkable job.
NA ไม่ได้ดู
Good of a spam that
ไม่ได้ดู
was.
ขนาดนั้นนะแต่คิดว่าน่าจะเป็นราวนะ
Nearly giving them the advantage. GX still though. They
ราว
early
ไม่น่า
push
พลาด
A.
ซีนายมันมึน
They
อ่ะ
embed Jesse,
Why
and now
not?
the rotate to the C site. To the site that's stacked with Cypher utility. They are putting a lot of eggs in one basket. Jesse's just seen that
นี่ไปแล้วไม่กล้าสู้แล้วตัวเนี้ย
back up pretty soon. All the while waiting for Benji to get an angle on this cross. If they can drag those rotates through B, it'll be Benji wanting to capitalize. And for now, at least, GX don't seem to be taking those risks, falling into those traps. It'll have to be Heretics to make a move of their own volition.
It's been one of the cooler things of having Woot play a secondary lurk is Benji is often given a lot more space. Okay, I think Boo maybe had a bit of a misread. I'm not sure how he's still alive.
ตรงไหน
He's
ตรง
been
ไหน
shot in the
ยังไง
face,
ดี
but somehow has dodged enough bullets. Doesn't
เดี๋ยว
get
บูวาร์ปหมด
caught
เลยดิ
by the blaze wall either, which normally denies the plant from this exact position.
อื้อหือ
Well, eventually
ทำอะไร
Westside
ไม่ได้
will
ครับ
get the job done, but it's a post plant that maybe not necessarily expected. For Westside, he does still have that running back online and immediately looks to use it.
อุ้ย
Yeah, completely blindsided Woot. The flash out from Benji, not
No
enough.
chance.
And Kosh has been sensational, but not to be this time. And I think for Heretics, just running out of ideas there as the round ticked on. They didn't get any of those rotates through B. They didn't get that over-aggression on A. They didn't catch Jesse down in sewers. And so finally, it's a little bit of an all-in blind play towards this B site that GX adjusts to in time.
Yeah, I think Ara does fantastically well. It sort of plays off of his teammate's flash, avoids the Vice flash as well.
That goes there.
Better round from him individually, but there needs to be quite a few more, of course, for Heretics. Still a purchase here. Tour de Force available as well for Woot, which is always going to be devastating. And a very aggressive start from Kosh! He was 6 health.
แจมไอ้เหี้ยโคตรบ้า
It really is. I think it's round 1 or 2.
สเปรย์ทรานสเฟอร์วาโลมันได้ไงวะ
He's on today.
We had 8 kills in the last series.
ถามจริง
That's
รีกูเว้ย
ridiculous.
53 อ่ะ ถอยมารีกู
Knifed the
เดินด้วย
guy
กัน
in the pistol round of this half. He swings out a long. I mean, the gall on this man. You talk about how, oh, you're so
เฮีย
far
ใกล้
in
ก่
the
อน
lead, you know, but sometimes you take
อย่า
a
ช้า
risk.
อย่าช้า
It's going
เดี๋ยวเขา
too
ไหวตัว
far.
ทัน
You gotta
ไป
tighten the
Yeah,
ship
that might have
after.
been too far.
You gotta tighten the ship and say, okay, guys, no more risks. We gotta be safe. We gotta close this out. And we do see that from Heretics sometimes. They lose the last round and say, should we just send Kosh, a man in a catapult, just see if he hits something crucial? Well, Ara and Net down, the C site wide open. There's a utility in the way, but no one to capitalize on it. There's a plan here for
เฮ้ย
Heretics.
พี่
and a
ไม่ได้
5
จริงเหรอแม
versus
น
3 that
อุ้ยโอ้ยเหลือหนึ่ง
I think GX might
He's
be
now
more
one
inclined to save this, but at the same time, everyone can buy bar.
Did he almost die to the trip?
I don't know what we even do. It's pretty grim. To be 11-6 down and save where
I think
4
we
of your
just call this
players
12.
ผล
have
เหมือน
got
จากการเล่น
2
โอ
KO.
ดิน
Uh,
สกิลติดตัว
yeah.
เซฟเลย
It's
ครับ
not really where we want to be
เอาไว้
at
เล่นวี
for
สุดท้าย
GX.
ครับ
It's a very grim, dark future for them to be in this position.
Well, I'll also say as well, I don't know if this is maybe the third or even more, where we have seen them lose 2 picks on a side of the map and then gamble on that side of the map, and every time Heretics have gone the other way. I think the only time they didn't was when they had that massive 4v2 advantage and then they walked into the 2 individually as they went looking. So maybe something that they need to read into, because Heretics are just going, yeah, we got 2, they're going to gamble stack that side, let's just go the other way, and it's worked 100% of the time. Yep, let's get the second one. Yeah. Wow. Just imagine every gun's an Odin, and sometimes that will happen.
I was 6 HP and the
พี่
trap
ส
is
นใจ
-5.
TFT เซตใหม่
Yeah,
ไหม
see, they
สนดิ
literally almost died. Imagine if you're
เล่น
Flick
อยู่
was
แล้ว
looking at the damage at the end of the round, you going, you mother.
Did anybody else hit him?
Actually, yes.
Oh, a little 144 in there. Well, 12-6. 1 round to close
มี
this out for
แมน
Heretics.
มี
The question is, how close can GX make it? Winning is not looking
อุ้ย
likely at this point, but dealing with some
ไป
of
วัด
these
กับสไน
players
เฉย
reining in the ego could be enough. Arrows already taken down. It's a good start, but now Heretics looking the other direction. Flickless is being pressured, played with, and taken down.
GG
Koshmaris is having none of it today.
ทุกนี้คอสมาลาลั่นที่สุดในชีวิต F
Just walked out
Dude.
that door.
Spike planted.
Didn't let it hit him
พอ
on
ได้
the
กลับ
way
มา
out.
จับ
Now
นี
he
ออน
sat
เหมือน
there
มัน
waiting for
ทรงพ
noise
ลัง
to be made, waiting for that wall to be tripped. But it looks like they're ready. Net's holding the angle, and he will at least punish. Still, though, they've got a 2v3, and this time there's no sense in saving.
Take flight.
Well, they've at least managed to keep their guns. There's a silver lining, but as we've spoken about many a time, getting into this seaside with...
เฮ้ย
I was going to say with Benji's util can be difficult, but if
สวย
Kosh
ละ
is going to peek him like that, that's an opportunity. They now know where Benji is. A clear as well for Ara. Another chance at a multi-kill round, but it's Boo in the clutch. Normally the man you want in these moments. A first headshot landed, time ticking, and okay, Net's just going to run at him, but he doesn't have enough time.
ไม่ทัน
He's just going to try and stick this at the very end of the round, but that spike
แล้วพี่
is
บู
going
คืออะไร
off,
อ่ะ
and it's not
เอาหน้ามอบตุ่มกำแพง
incredible clutch from Boo to close, and a 13-6.
เฮ้ย วันนี้ก็เชื่อไงให้ 2-0
Of all the disrespectful ways to close this game, we had a knife in the pistol round, for God's sake, but Boo just staring at a wall, just saying, do your best, bro. Do your worst. It ain't gonna make a difference. Koshmaris 22-8 leaving this. We talked about him having a rough game
ลั่น
last
สุดใน
time
ชีวิต
around, but
He
วัน
only
นี้
got the 8.
what a turnaround from him here today. And one man that might be able to tell us something about what the hell changed with Koshmaris is Boo, who's standing by for the sideline interview.
Boo, how good does it feel to play a game of Kosh Go Kill?
I mean, honestly good. I think he was feeling really well this game. He was confident, he was making plays, so yeah, it's a nice feeling.
What do you think led to that? Was there anything that you guys changed up to make Kosh more comfortable?
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about mental and how we need to play the game. I think that's what he did, and yeah, it helps a lot.
It certainly did. We'll look forward to seeing it going forward. The next map comes on the other side of this break.
38ครับผม แมป2ก็ TH ไปเลย TH ชนะแบบหืดขึ้นคอแบบนี้ ปิดเกมสวยๆวันนี้ นะฮะ คมๆ โอ้ย 18 ก็ โอ้โฮ 18ต้องไม่พี่ไม่นั่งสตรีมตรงนี้หรอกครับผม 18 ตอนนี้นั่งแข่งอยู่เกาหลีเลยดีกว่า บอตมันรู้ไงน้องบัสวันนี้พี่มา BBL วันนี้ 2-1 ครับ โดนขโมยวินไปด้วยนะ Tech Port โดนดึงราวกลับ แต่กลับมาได้ BBL แม่ง พอไอ้นี่เล่น Yoru แล้วแม่งทรงพลังว่ะ ไอ้ Rover ครับ ตามได้เลย BBL ตอนนี้ Rover ฟอร์มดีจัดตอนเนี้ย ดูดิ กดไป 60 อะ Yoru ทุกแมปอะครับ First Kill 18 First Death 6 คือมันทำให้ทีมเล่นง่ายครับ มันเป็นอย่างงี้มานานแล้วครับ ไอ้ Yoru ของRover อะ โคตรดี เฮ้ย สอบถามคนในเขียวหน่อยดิ คือเราติดตามที่เพิ่งมาติดตามอะ คือเพิ่งเห็นพี่ในเขียวครั้งแรกเหรอ หรือว่าแบบ ตามมาจากที่อื่น? อย่างมีน้อง 55 มาถามอายุเนี่ย แบบเพิ่งเคยเจอในเขียวเหรอ? เพราะว่าช่วงนี้ยูสเซอร์ในเขียวนี่คือแบบ โอ้โฮ มโหฬารอะ ตั้งแต่ทัวร์เดอะวันทานเป็นแชมป์เพิ่งเคยได้ยิน BBL แชร์ในกลุ่มบ้านพักคนชราน้องบาส กดแท็ก Valo ไม่เจอจอห์นโอ
จอห์นโอเมนเหรอ?
จอห์นไหนเนี่ย จอห์นโอเมน จอห์นโอเซ่นเหรอ? จอห์นไหนเนี่ย จอห์นโอ? ของยูทูบนี่คือเขาต้องแบบว่าให้ขยันกดไอ้นี่ใช่ไหมเอฟ? ขยันกดไลก์ แล้วก็ตั้งคำถามตอบอะ มันเปิดการมองเห็นเหรอ?
อ๋อ ไม่เกี่ยว ผมก็ตั้งไปงั้นแหละ
ไม่เกี่ยวเหรอ?
วันนี้ผมสตรีมแบบว่า YOLO จัด ทำอะไรได้ก็ทำไง แต่ผมมองว่าไม่เกี่ยว
เหมือนพี่ไปถามมา ถามเอไอมั้ง บอก ข้อความถ้าพิมพ์ตอบแชตกันเยอะ ๆ ใช่ไหม?
แต่มันมีความแอ็กทิฟ มันก็น่าจะเกี่ยวแหละ
ถ้าแชตอะไหลอะ มันจะเปิดการมองเห็น
พี่ลองติด hashtag เปิดการมองเห็นดิ
ช่วยได้จริงเหรอ?
ไม่ช่วยพี่
มีคนบอกแต่พี่ก็ไม่ได้เชื่อนะ พี่ก็ไม่ได้ทำ
ไอ้
พี่แบบ
พวกที่ติดแฮชแท็กใน Facebook อะเปิดการมองเห็น AI เปิดการแม่งโดนพวกขายคอร์สอะหลอกมาขาย
เหร
ค
อ
อร์สทำคลิปหารายได้
โอ้โฮ แย่จัด กลุ่ม M All New ใบคันใหญ่ คืออย่างงี้มันเราต้องกดเป็นภาษาไทยครับ น้องโคฮัว พิมพ์เป็นภาษาไทยอะ จะหาง่ายกว่า
แต่มันกดยากอยู่นะคลิกอะหาภาษาไทยอะผมยังหาไม่ค่อยจะเจอเลย
ไม่ยากนะ คือยังไงนะน้องบาส แต่คนเยอะมากเลย เอฟเห็นคนตอนนี้เปล่า?
คนพี่เยอะเปล่า? คนอะ
ก็ 100
แต่คนเยอะจริง
แต่คือพี่ยังไม่ได้แบบว่า คือพี่ multi นึกออกเปล่า? พี่ไม่ได้โยนคนมา ก็คือเปิดทิ้งไว้อะ ถือว่าโอเคนะ
โอเค
เหมือนแบบว่ามันเป็นแบบ เป็นยูสเซอร์ใหม่ ๆ อะ น้องพิมพ์บอกว่าตามพี่เลยจาก Among Us โอ้โฮ นานจัด อ๋อ ตอนเล่น Among Us พูดไม่ทัน อืม
ไม่มี
นา
ใคร
น
พูดทันอยู่แล้วพี่
ๆ นาน ๆ จะทันทีอะแบบ โอ้โฮ นานทีมากที่แม่งจะมีแบบโอกาสได้แบบ คิดได้พูดทัน เพราะเวลาเล่นใช่เปล่า? เหมือนแบบอย่างกายเล่นน่ะ จะไม่ค่อยทำเควส จะสืบ
อา
จะหา พอถึงช่วงเบรกปุ๊บก็จะแบบ สืบที่สืบมาพูด แต่เวลาพี่เล่นน่ะ เฮ้ย พี่ไล่ทำเควสไง กำลังไล่ทำเควส อ้าว ไอ้เหี้ย มีคนตายแล้ว ยังไม่ได้เล่น ยังไม่ได้ทำอะไร ทำเควสเสร็จ ยังไม่ทันทำเควสจบเลยตาย
คิดถึง Among Us นะ เกมมันก็ปั่น ๆ ดี
เดี๋ยวนี้มันมีเป็น Among Us 3D แล้วนะ ยังไม่ได้เล่นเลย
ผม
สนุ
เป็
ก
ด
เลย
ผมเฉย ๆ กว่า
Going now
เป็ด
on
มัน
to Phoenix
เป็ดมันชอบประมาณฟีลแบบ คือคนแม่งไม่ทำเควสอะ ก็ไปวิ่งหาใส่กันเพื่อที่จะคุยกัน อย่างงี้
เออ ๆ เป็ดอะไม่ทัน Among Us สนุกกว่า แต่
Among Us
Among
มันตลกเงียบอะ เวลามัน
Among
มอ
Us
ง
มัน
ยืนมองกันแบบไม่พูดอะมันฮาด้วย
ใช่ ตอนเล่นกับบอย เกมอะไรครับตอนนี้เล่นกับบอย?
was doing that I was mentioning is Ara going for those opening kills. If we see a Woods that keeps going down to Ara, I think that Giant X will have an easier time dealing with
ค
the
อม
rest
ชน
of the
คอม
map.
ครับผม
If that is the case, and to me it's about how effective
Accent
this
เนี่ย
is
สู
going to
สี
end
ครั
up
บ
being. With Flickless now
แต่
playing
จาก
with,
ฟอร์ม
from
วันเนี้ย
within the pack, it
Heretic
should
สู้ได้
be
ครับ
technically
Heretic
easy.
Ascent ก็
But for Giant X, let's
พอ
talk
ได้
about
อยู่
what Pipson was saying. Let's leave this match not feeling that you came in defeated already.
ให้ราวครับ
Man,
ให้
anyways,
ราว
if you're having, I like the approach of Pipson, but if you are having
ตีนาย
two
ไม่รู้
zero
หาย
meta,
เมาหรือยัง
and you
ราว
can
ดี
bring
กว่า
the KO from Flickless, I know it's not the meta, but we've seen on other competitions, on other regions, they're bringing double initiator and it's working. GX has the potential to do it, and Flickless,
แล้ววันนี้ล่ะครับ
during the time that he's playing something
มา
that's
ทุก
not
คู่
comfort could be harder, even if but if he's playing on KO, it should be easier. I don't know. I think that maybe
วันนี้
he
พี่
has
ตรง
to
ยัน
look
ตัว
on
เลข
his
อะ
own playstyle.
I think we're just hearing that you're begging for
วัน
a
นี้ถือ
KO.
ว่า
We're just not giving it to you.
It's just not gonna
เฉียบ
happen.
อยู่
I mean, it's Giant X.
They're
I
not
think that
playing
you
it.
have more chances if you ask for a breach.
Yeah, could
แมปวิน80 อ่ะ
We haven't had one of those in a
ใจแอนแมปวิน33 อ่ะ แต่ใจแอนเลือกที่จะเอาแอสเซนต์มาชนกับทีเฮดอ่ะ คิดเอาแล้วกัน เขาเรียกว่าเลือกมาเสิร์ฟ
The irony. I just want to spend a little bit of time with Darth Mike, but it's never to be.
I don't know. I think the audience have seen enough today.
Well, have we seen enough of GX is the question. I don't think so. We didn't get to see anything really on that first map. It was
แต่ยังอยากเล่นวาดรูปอยู่เลย ซื้อมาเล่นได้2 ทีเอง
contested. We got to 2-2. I remember when I still believed it would be
Hey,
a
it's
close game.
4-3 to GX.
Wow.
แก๊งผม
Yeah,
ชวนเล่น
that
โปร
went
เจกต์ซอม
downhill
บอย
pretty
กันแล้ว
quickly
เนี่ย
though.
ผมไม่
And
รู้ว่า
for
จะเล่นกันเมื่อไหร่
Heretics, now they come in to this map with a chance to close
ถ้ามันเล่น
it out with
มันเล่นได้เยอะปะ
confidence
อยากลอง
for
เล่น
GX,
เหมือน
though. We don't want to see that
โอ้ย
happen.
เล่นได้
We want
เป็น
to
ร้อย
go
คน
all the
อะ
way to
แล้ว
load
แต่
แจม
it.
เลยโปรเจกต์ซอมบอย
มาดิ
Let's see how this map goes first. I'll let you know
No,
about
no, we,
halfway
no,
through.
come on now.
แต่พี่จะ
We
เห
want
งา
to
ๆ
go
เลยนะ
all
เพ
the
ราะ
way
ว่า
to
ผม
load
เล่
it.
น
So
กัน
we
แล้วแบบ
talk,
ว่า
come on now.
We
ต่าง
as
ค
a
นต่างไม่
collective,
เปิดไม
maybe
ค์
not
จนกว่าจะมาเจอเลย
At least 50% of us
โอ้ย
want to
ใช้
go
ไมค์
all
ใน
the
เกม
way
คุย
to
กัน
load
นี่
us.
ก็มันดีนะ
The others,
เออ
it's been a long day.
แต่อาจจะปวดเสี
For
ยหน่อย
Heretics,
มันเล่นยาก
อย่างนั้นส
a
นุกอยู่
1-0 start. And a
C9
pistol
โดนครับ
round
วันนี้
here would really start to push them
C9 วันนี้
forward
สภาพ
more
เดียว
than
กับ
the wind in
GX เลย
their
วันนี้
sails already is. I like the flash setup here for Cautious.
มั
Definitely
น
a
มี
lot of
ครั้ง
eggs
ห
in
นึง
the
ผมไปเจ
basket
อ
at the
เดิน
B
ไปเจอ
side,
พี่
but
เอก
there's
อะ
also
แล้วแบบต้อง
GX
อยู่กับแกตอน
knocking
ยาว
on
ๆ
the
อะโอ้โห
doors
โคตรเบื่อเลย
now.
ที่
Still an
คือ
option
ผม
to
เป็น
go
คน
back
พูด
with
น้อย
net
อยู่แล้ว
waiting
แล้ว
on
เจอ
Jimmy.
พี่เอกแบบ
อ๋อ
I do think that
no dead air
the trap
Uh.
Heretics have set will
พู
be
ดจนข้อ
strong
มูลในหัว
sooner
ไม่มี
or
ด้วย
later.
ผมจะพูดอะไร
And
ดี
that jump has just kept them around.
อุ้ยเอามาหนึ่ง
It's going to be Koshmaris with contact.
Counter flash.
เดินขึ้นท็อปมิด
Spike now
2 ครับ
having to run back, going it alone to B main wouldn't be worth it, and it seems like Woot's on the chase instead of falling back at this point.
โหชิบหายละ
Yeah, the A site
เฮ้ย
is under
ดี
the
ๆ
control
ต้องมีแก๊ปนะตรงเนี้ย
of the opposing
หนึ่ง
side. Flickless
โอ้
waiting,
โห
needs
กู
to
ว่า
get a
แล้ว
couple, and he does. He might not have the KO, but he's got his flashes nonetheless. Boo's going to be able to clear out one. Benji's found another. Swings and roundabouts in this round as we go back and forth once again.
โหแม่งได้พื้นที่ด้วยเน็ตแม่งเล่นเลยดิ
It should be a surprise for one, but he
อ้าว
doesn't expect the player back
เฮ้ย
around the corner. It's left to Jesse.
ทำไมมันถึงแบบรีบหันเร็วจังวะ และไอ้นี่ไม่รีโหลดครับ เจสเซ่
Difficult, but paranoia
กระสุน
not
ไม่
gonna
พอ
catch
แน่
him.
นอน
An opportunity for him to maybe go unnoticed, but eventually they're going to figure it out. And while he gets nothing
Jesse,
for his
Jesse
troubles, it will
Bash.
be a Heretics pistol round, another strong start to the defense.
Yeah, I was going to say he's got the right weapon for it. Having the bandit up close like that, exactly where it's meant to be used, and even on further ranges, it's pretty good. But the jump in from Boo really caught him off. He's just bumping his head off the roof, doing little bunny hops along his way. And that will definitely affect your ability to pop a guy in the head. We'll see it here. Look at him jumping in like that.
Let's go!
Focus
2-0 ว่ะ
Woot's reticle on the right spot, a 1-0 start. And you can see Bibson's
กลุ่มข
already
มับ
upset.
โค้
They
ด
got
GX
6
โคตร
rounds in the last, lost both
เครียดจัด
pistols. Now they need.
He's being comforted. No, it's
คือ
okay.
คืออะไรให้กินน้ำซักผ้า
Don't worry.
We got the plant out of it. That's pretty good.
Flickless got a couple of orbs.
เฮ้ย
Okay.
ไอ้เหี้ยมันต้องทำขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอวะ
Quick double. There you go. You mentioned the bandit, and there it is. Is there any weaponry to be retrieved? It's being defended by Boo.
Honestly, makes me quite scary to see Westside picking up the bandit because he's a guy that's known for his sheriff play, for his headshot percentage at a time. He was by far the best in the league at it, and it did feel like most of that came down to his sheriff play, which was close to 100% on the headshots. Now you give him the bandit.
Oh.
Well, could be even stronger. They should not be losing that fight. Benji down. Heal
เครียด
on
เลยช็อตนี้
Flickless. Weapon picked up, and the spike on its way to a wide
ไอ้
open
เหี้ย
site with backup. This is
This
not
is a
the
new
round 2
style
I
of
expected.
IGLing.
Is this what he was pointing to Pipson for? Yeah, it's okay. We're going to win this round. See, and then they go
The
in a
solo
worse
lurk
position.
Phoenix round.
Yeah, this was the call
Yes.
from the get-go.
มันเกิดขึ้นได้ยังไงอ่ะ
Generational
Huh?
strategy
They've
from
done well
GX.
with the
ใครมัน
space.
หาทำ
Flickless has been able to
มัน
heal
เกิด
himself
ขึ้น
back
ได้
up.
ยังไงทุกคน
Boo also damaged to 50 HP. If anything, starting to look like an advantage, especially with Westside having that weapon. The problem is they now know exactly where Flickless is. The shot dart into the corner is going to leave him incredibly low. That's one cleared already. Rians took a tiny bit of damage in response, but not anything to really worry about just yet. Westside still at the back of the side, but it's net that they need to potentially worry about from behind. Only with a classic, if they can clear out west side, it could become a problem, but he's looking to be a nuisance himself. The shot dart's not connecting, but the pistols will do the damage. It's going to be an immediate response from GX, and that doesn't go as a small surprise, to say the least.
That might even put a smile on Pipson's face.
วีนี้งอนมาดริดเอาทำไมงอนมันงอนอะไรอ่ะ
He's just punching the monitor.
ทำไมมันถึงงอนมาดริดอ่ะ
Well, 1-1, definitely better than it looked like we were going to start here. And again, props to Westside for being able to find that double. And here it is, clean as can be.
I think that's the kill that surprised me most.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Westside was quick, clean, and clinical. On the other side, it looked more like a bit of a whiff from Benji. He got a few bullets out. And,
so yeah, I would definitely say that.
Disappointing for Team Heretics, but
เครียดเลยเจออย่างงี้เครียดเลย
is exactly what you want to see about the best start that
ได้เงิน
GX
น้อย
could hope for.
จะมานอนให้เยอะกว่ามาดริดต่อ
Losing the pistol, winning the follow-up. Woot is one away from the Blade Storm with that pickup, so it definitely is still time to be cautious, but run it back and rifles for GX on the attack side. It's a recipe for disaster for the defense.
I think you might know the cams there.
We certainly should.
เข้าเป้าเอาละ
They certainly know that short control has been lost. It's still, remember the Woot getting a single kill here. Trying to be cheeky. Was hoping that maybe that wouldn't go online. Okay, running back's been used.
ไปเบรกได้หนึ่งครับ40 วิโยกได้ถ้าจะโยกให้รู้ว่าเยอะ
I think it's the right call. You've spotted enough players on this side of the map. Paranoia is going to be used to slow them down from Boo. It means that now they have another decision to make, and well, the patience of Ara will net them the first. Still waiting to see if Woot can get anything, but because they've caught that kill,
ยกกลับไป A เพราะเมื่อกี้ตัด A ได้ตัว
towards the other side of the map again, where Koshmaris is waiting.
Okay, Kosh, time to shine. The flash certainly going to shine bright in their eyes, but it's a bit whiffy on the second. Damage done, Blade Storm online, but 66 HP. He'll go for the Guardian instead. Bit more help there, and this Blade Storm could be what turns the tide in their favor, but instead Heretics, they might almost just be in that conversation of damage at this point. Boo without a rifle. Woot, opting to carry this Guardian forward. It'll have to be quick and clean from him, and nothing but net and headshots. And you can see how passive GX are being. Again, giving no quarter to the other side. They know how important a strong start is here. Even keeping them all alive.
เฮ้ยวางปิดเฮีย
He's brought it down to just one. He won't get the round in the end. It's Flickless with a 4K.
มันแอบกู้ได้เมื่อกี้
That was much more costly than it looked like it would be.
Yeah, he's on a bit of a heater, which, considering he's coming in with a Blade Storm for the next round, this is just smart for taking them out of positions, but ultimately, the conversion is the most important thing, and as we know, a lot of the weaponry was picked up in the last round, so they're not going to have that massive economy boost.
เตยวางปิดแต่กูเปิดไอ้บูท
Going to have plenty to go into this round with for GX, and more importantly, the lead.
Well, an operator out from Woot. Looking to turn the tide. He's already had a decent set. Reveal over. Rian's is forced
ไม่
back.
งั้นหล่อเลยช็อตนี้หล่อไม่สุด
gain control over B main. All the while, Ara's waiting outside A.
ไม่คู่ครึ่งได้
Someone goes lookabouts.
ชัวร์เมื่อกี้โซน
So far, it's been Benji going down in a few of those early fights. Boo won't be given the opportunity for them to change the name on that kill feed early. Just to smoke the one-way put up, and GX give up on their control on that side of the map. No aggression for them to punish. So instead, the group up and run it down into the B site. Remember, just one away from Flickless because of that 4K in the previous round, and the orb here.
ก็ต้องรอหมดสัญญาอย่างนั้นถ้าแบบว่าสัญญามันไม่ต่อสัญญาแล้วเหลือพีเดียว
The hope is always that someone from Heretic steps forward, but instead they patiently wait for the mistake on the other side. Woot's out of there, caught on pizza. And blinded up, it's dangerous. Jesse gets close. Benji should be there to save. Woot never mind.
เหลือเชื่อฮะ
Woot's got his own back.
Yeah, didn't need saving. Benji was there to maybe just get the trade in the end. And what, 30 seconds left? B main control is all that GX currently have. I think even going for this would basically just be throwing the weaponry into the wind. So I think they're just going to have to sit back and try and hold on to these remaining rifles. It will give them a purchase for the next round, so is definitely worthwhile if they can. And they might be lucky in the sense that Heretics don't actually have any bank. So they're probably not going to hunt this. Maybe one player will go and have a look, but I think if anything more than that, it would be silly. And in fact, they're going to keep all 5 alive, which I think is the smarter play in this case.
Yeah, no, I think like if Kosh didn't have his ulti online, he'd probably be
ถ้าแมปนี้ก็คอมนี่อยู่แล้วดิ
at the situation, but run it back available.
Yeah.
There's not really much else that's worth that trade when the economy's spread that thin early on. Great patience from Heretics. Again, the idea here from GX was to bleed that info out of the hands of their opponents, hoped that Heretics got a little too curious. And then even at the end, when they try to force the mistakes on mid, take some space, Woot is locking it down. 8-2 from him. A solid start for GX. The slow approach didn't work. Let's jump into their comms and see what changes in round 5.
Wait, I'm gonna reveal soon. I'm
Can be
revealing now,
right side
guys.
in the
Revealing
corner,
now.
okay? Can be right side corner.
One way faded.
Revealing now.
They broke it.
He pushed out mid. Watch out top mid push.
picking
Real
up.
miss, real miss.
One aim main, guys. He broke
Running.
the reveal.
I can break. You can break.
Could be one.
Could be one, yeah.
I broke.
I will give smoke as well.
You can take orb maybe. I'll just take orb. I'm staying empty.
Let's go back in the mid now, guys. Let's go back in the mid.
โอ้มีร้านดีแบ็กครับ
We'll go into B. We'll go into B, guys.
Okay.
Like we'll go.
Well, listen. They rotate mid when I drone mid. I think I drone mid and we just go B hit.
Yes, come forward towards B main.
Go B main, guys.
Okay, go.
Cypher is playing towards lane most likely.
Do you want to smoke M3 and
No.
Give space to
Reveal, I broke.
They're gonna know
รู้
we're
ละ
Lane.
ต่อ B
Alright,
B
wait. I'm gonna drone now.
3 ตัว แน่นๆฮะ
They smoke short. They've known
Camera.
first. Camera mid. I'm gonna break it.
Get a short out picking now.
ไม่มีไรโดนหลอก
I broke camera.
We'll go now. Go smoke.
I'll reveal, bro.
All ulti.
Smoking.
Ready? Yeah. I will cage Andras.
I will have blind for the big
Why the cage? Oh, it's one way.
There's one logs. One lane. One
Lane, market.
อุ้ย อะไรอ่ะ
Let's go, guys.
อ้าว
Wrong side. Give me the bomb. Give me the bomb. Give me the bomb. Stay front side. Give me the bomb.
โอ้โห พี่เหรียญน้อย3อีก2 คนไม่เอาเลย
Tell me when you're fighting CT. See on your camera.
โอ้
I'll top
ไม่
your
ร
camera.
อด
I'll top your camera.
Camera taken out.
Nice.
ตาย
Guys, you got
I need to take back the
120 Cypher, no?
Yes, 120.
I have knives.
Okay.
You
Close,
want
close.
smoke.
And
I
I'll
want smoke
pick
backside. Yes, you can pick.
Yeah.
Do whatever you want. I'm holding your lane.
I'll pick close. No one. I'll check
I'm
one
ready to
close.
paranoia green.
Wait, got it.
Go.
One close.
One close here.
That's one judgment.
Go. Nice.
อุ้ย
Excellent calls, low HP on the Cypher. They knew he's down to 20. Woot's confident to take the classic out
Yes.
there. Of course, op in
Oh,
his back
sway.
pocket. Blades run dry. Not much of a choice, but he couldn't have had a better player sat opposite him in that moment.
พี่เหรียญ
A
บอกยิง
big
คอ
clutch
ชิว
from Team Heretics, and that's the
ๆพรุ่งนี้
lead
ให้ทีเฮดครับ
salvage.
ผม
Yeah,
2-0
it
เล
was
ย
again a round of, well, I guess 2 halves. The fact that it started so strong with Rien's, well, getting 2 and taking down the ultimate.
บ้า
Then
จัด
an
มินิ
immediate flurry from the other side. And
ก็
then the
เสก
clutch
ก็ได้
out
นี่
from Woot with a little bit of help from Boo. 10-2 right now is Woot. We've always said the peak performance of this guy is pretty much unmatched. It can take you all the way to a Champions Grand Final, and when he's on, you do see glimpses of that brilliance. And
เหมือน
right
วัน
now
นี้
he's
พี่บู
most
ธ
certainly
คึก
on.
คักอยู่นะวันนี้
Well, that's the IGL
Well, then
of
map lag.
GX taken down. I did physically make some quotation marks on that because I'm pretty sure we've only heard net calling when we jump over, but the social
Could
media
just be
team may know
coincidence.
what's happening. Yeah, it could be coincidence. It could just be that they lied to us. I have trust issues because of these players, but not these ones in particular, but now we may be adding them to the list. But a 3-2 scoreline, an opening pick for Heretics immediately found. Obviously, weakness is still for GX in this round. The Stinger, the pistol, even the Guardian that the other two have. Hunter's Fury is almost perplexingly put into play here. I didn't expect to see any pressure on Heretics to use ultis, and well, that's a ridiculous spam.
หมด
Well, yeah, maybe there wasn't any pressure, but they've used them.
Ball
anyway,
late
and if
way.
it gives them a wonderfully clean round, then
absolutely.
I guess it doesn't matter too much for them. For Net,
seconds left.
he's got a chance versus Woot if he misses, but as we've seen so far, he hasn't been missing. In zone flawless for Team Heretics, and 13-2 now for Woot.
Yeah, Woot 13-2 or 12-2 at the time, and you say he's
รวย
got
ว่ะ
a
แบบนี้รวยว่ะ
chance if he misses. Yeah, well, that's a pretty long shot for what was a very close shot. Indeed, Woot definitely carrying them across the line in this round, and now
in
dealing
this
with
map.
This
Look
map
at
indeed.
everyone else.
He's got 13. The next is on 4. Hey,
เอ้ย
Koshmaris got him that
มันเพิ่ง
130
ไม่ได้เล่น
damage
แบบนี้
assist.
เอง
Let's
กาลา
not
กับเจสอะ
forget it. So he's basically 4-4. But yeah, it's fair to say Wood is drawing the eye of
แต่เจส
GX
หนัก
for
อยู่แล้ว
now.
ครับ
Maybe
มั
the
น
ire
มัน
of
ไม่ใช่
Is
ตัว
that
จริง
what
อ่ะ
you
มัน
used to say
มัน
when
คือ
you
ส
were
แตนด์อิน
playing
ที่ต้องมา
Blocker?
ที่ต้องมาเป็นตัวจริงเนี่ยหรอปะ
He's dropping like 30 kills and bye.
คนที่
Hit
เจ
that
ส
time
ควร
box.
จะได้ที่
carry me a
ตั้งใจ
lot
จะ
in
เซ็น
my
มามัน
games.
มีปัญหา
He did.
วีซ่า
No, he definitely
The
did.
first time I got Immortal might have been because of Looker, but
Might
the
have
other
been.
times I did it
Was
on
he
my
like?
own.
Wasn't he like #1 Radiant at
The
the
late
time?
Noir, yeah.
สไนตอนนี้เหรอครับ
Yeah.
จะบอกอย่างนั้นก็ได้นะ
No, don't worry. I'm not nullifying your achievements at all.
Hey, I queued with them on that account, Tom. I queued with them on that
เพราะ
account.
ตอนนี้
in the
โซนอื่น
deep
ก็
end. Let
ไม่
me
มีสไน
tell you,
แบบ
I
ว่า
got
'He
devoured.
ว้าวๆอ่ะ
#1, and where did you get
That's
to?
why I had to learn to
เฮ้ยน้อง
wall
ทิน
back.
โซล่า
It
สวัสดี
wasn't
ครับ
a big deal. I was losing. There was no
มาดึก
question
เลยฮะ
about it. We adapt, we overcome, we survive. And for
GX จะ
GX,
เซ็น
that's the name of the
เป็น
game
เด็ก
here.
ตุรกีครับ
Movement towards the A site.
ไอ้
They denied
ชื่อ
that
ว่าอะไร
mid
วะ
control
ไอ้
early.
น้องซอนชื่อว่าอะไร
Sitting
นะ
back
ไอ้
and
ตุร
waiting for
กีอ่ะ
Heretics to make a move hasn't worked out. And in this round with a run it back online, it's more so you don't want them to be making a move on you before the advantage is already found. Koshmara's close, but the Molly's going to keep it back. Boo in trouble with that reveal. The spams come through, but Kosh right onto Flickless. Old popped and he's running through, running it down. And he gets a bit further than I expected. But Westside puts an end to
ไม่
that
ตาย
for
เฮี
GX.
ย
Man advantage. They certainly are sporting some scars.
Oh,
จบเลย
Oh, Benji's had a couple of nightmare moments.
ถ้าเมื่อกี้เบนจี้ได้
so far.
เวสไซด์มีสิทธิ์ชนะ
That looked like a freebie. Instead, now it becomes an impossibility for the last two players. That
โลทุกตัวไม่ตายตัว
felt like everything. And yeah, 3 remaining players incredibly low, but I don't think GX are going to give a damn. They got their 3rd round onto the board.
I would have killed to have a Hunter's Fury in this round. A little bit of extra tickle damage. Could have made all the difference for GX. Very lucky that
โอ้โห
Funny
140
If it's anyone else, they're not reacting fast enough to kill you.
Yeah,
either.
but you chose the
It's
wrong
Westside.
guy.
มัส
Hey,
เม็ด
over to
เช็คเหรอ
Westside,
ชื่อเม็ด
guys.
เช็คฮะ MUSZ 3
He
KK
certainly came in with a vengeance in that round.
ซันตาเลส
One round
น่าจะ
behind
ผิด
now.
เกม
Team
หรือเปล่า
Heretics
ซันตาเลส
back out with the
แปลก
operator on Woot. This time it's towards the A side, and it's quite passive. No run it back to contend with either. You would say this is the easier round. Koshmaris
ๆ เวสไซด์เฟกครับ
very aggressive up in that
Duel
smoke.
กับ
He's dodged the
Sentinel
flashes for now. He threw his hot hands out of that smoke. He is really playing a dangerous game there when spams had already come very close, but he will get out. And then they reset for this A aggression. I like this. They've shown
ถ้า
presence
เป็น
on
พี่
one
พี่จะ
side,
ไม่อะ
and now they're going to sneak Koshmaris
พี่ไม่ค่อยได้ดูอ
into
เม
the
ริกาแล้วแต่
corner
ว่า
of wine. It's a nasty
ตาม
strat,
มา
and this
C9
might
มัน
pick him up
ไม่ค่อยน่าเชื่อใจเท่าไหร่
a little bit later on. The problem is for now, Boo's going to have to delay on his own, and last time that resulted in him being smashed.
Well, the good thing is it gives Woot a way deeper angle. Because Woot was basically holding just towards main. Now that main is covered, he can hold back towards short. So it makes this a much tougher fight. Although saying that, Ara's already managed to get past the angle. This could be a nasty surprise if they're unaware of how far he's already got. If Boo takes a millimeter of a step, and the problem is eventually they are going to have to move because the spike was baited on the other side. Great work from the run in towards middle. But now do they go back? They know there's still an operator here. The TB from Jesse has been caught.
ได้อยู่ได้อยู่
Also going to connect the shot. Now they have
บอ
to
ม
go
ละสอง
back
คน
again. They've got 17 seconds, and it's going to tick down. And there's still 2 players at the back of this site. One of them was Rien's. And they don't have to look at the left.
เฮียพี่หลิน
There's
ยิ
a
งไว
trip
จัด
there. You either got to jump, make noise.
It's done.
Or go walking down that stairs that they're both holding. You saw Rien's take the fight, but Benji was
พรุ่ง
there
นี้
to
ชนะ
swing
ครับ
in
ปู
and
เซน
trade. Rough of a game as he's been having.
คิว
I
ครับจะ
don't
คิว
expect him to falter in a moment like that. And for Heretics, 5-3 locked in as a result. Really nice work. Again, losing Boo on short there was the reason that GX were able to get into this side last time. You understand why they try to pressure it, but it's that added layer of having Koshmaris in main. As we said, after taking short control the way they did, they expected that this would be them putting the pressure on Boo with the operator. Instead, he had
08
backup, and
อะ
that pretty
เฮีย
much
อยากจะออกแล้ว
locked in the
อยากจะ
round
กลับ
one for
บ้านแล้วอะ
Heretics.
จริง
Yeah.
ไม่อยากอยู่แล้วแมตช์เนี้ย
Like the bait initially from GX was nice, but then it ended as a constant back and forth, time ticking, and just became a little
เฮ้ยแต่
bit
เซ
more
ต้ามันเล่นดีจริงครับ
Still credits
เซต้ามันเล่นดีจริ
to
ง
buy. When they played versus Eternal Fire, they had an incredible defensive side, 7-1. So you feel like this could already be enough if they're in that same sort of form. That's a lot of ifs and a lot of buts. And also Eternal Fire, seemingly we're going through an incredibly rough patch. For Woot, this is basically a get one kill if you can, or, well, there you go, just dash out.
The retake play for Boo staying alive would be enough, and I didn't think I'd have to say that for Woot, but he's gone down.
เฮ้ยสแปมดิบูไอ้เหี้ย
Now Boo doesn't even want to go for the spam. Lurk in mid caught. West side's been spotted, but he hasn't been revealed by that drone. It just about missed, but Benji certainly won't this time. Numbers back to even. And the reveal giving all the information over to GX. It's opening the door for Boo to make a very quick wraparound, knowing that there's a player towards main. He'll cut noise just in time, throw the smoke up top, allowing his boys to get out.
สวยมากเลิกสวยๆ
Flickless could hold the line,
หนึ่ง
but with net down, now he's going to worry
บาย
about main as well. The paranoia
หมด
is perfect.
โอ้โห
And Heretics,
พารานอยแบบ
again,
คม
the patience on these retakes, they have been so clean, and the fact that they check mid here is what makes the difference.
เงื่อนไข
That could
มัน
have
เป็น
been
ไป
a nasty
เป็นไป
lurk
ได้
by
ยากเกิน
West
ไปอะ
side. Instead, it was information for Benji, and that's what got that flank in
คิดว่า
so quickly from
เร่งฟอร์มตอนนี้ดีกว่า
It's the forcing him back from
ถ้า
Rien's,
พรุ่งนี้มาเจอ R เจอ RQ แล้วดูเล่นดีขึ้นนะ แล้วเจอเจนจีเล่นดีขึ้น ไม่ว่าจะแพ้หรือชนะนะ
And then the paranoia is just perfect.
ถือว่าเป็น
Like, it
นิมิต
catches
ใหม่
two
ที่ดี
players,
ตอนนี้
there's
ไม่ต้องไปดู
absolutely
สม
nothing
การ
you can
ติด
do about it.
ท็อป 1 ท็อป 2 ไป
Yeah,
เพย์ออฟ
that's
แล้ว
as good as a retake
ดู
is ever gonna go.
ฟอร์ม
6-3,
ในทีมดีกว่าตอนนี้
5 of the last 6 rounds coming in.
เพราะว่า
Heretics. A little bit
มัน
surprised we didn't see a
ไอ้
pause here.
เท
I
คนิค
feel
ข้อ
like
พ
the
อสครับ
attack side rounds
คู่แรกมีปัญหา
are
ยาว
normally
เลย
the tougher to get.
น้องทักอะ
So I kind of want to see the pauses invested a little bit more heavily on this side of the map.
ไอ้แท็บอันเนี้ย
เวลาตีที่ยาวไกล
พี่เอามาลองติดหลายทีแล้วมันยังไม่เคยมีคนติดเลยเนี่ยเห็นแท็บที่เบนจี้ติดปะ
Maybe a little bit too much Woot. You know he's going through that smoke. But this time the shot won't land. Benji Fishy in the cage that's soon to fade. Pistols and weak weapons up close, dangerous. And the horde mode works out. Jesse, that's his first pick of the game. What a time to find it. GX still have a chance to be equal at the half, and it's a flurry of frags for Jesse.
ทำไมมันไม่ดูบันไดค้างไว้วะ
Alongside is up, trained in on net, will put numbers just up by 1 on GX, but they've got the sight. They can sit back and wait for this push to come through. The flash already fired in with the updraft from Woot, but they're tucked in. Nobody giving an inch. Instead, it has to be seized. Woot finds the first. The second.
ว้าวกูก่อน
In this round, Woot, the
wonder
child, puts them up to
เอฟดูอยู่ปะ
ไอพี่วูดอะ
ไอ้เหี้ยโคตรบ้า
That's a Red Bull clutch, by the way, guys.
พี่วูดแม่งอินเซน
In case you're wondering. That's insanity. Like, sure, he's being set up in the early stages, but the rest is just raw skill. Tag
ไอ้
to
เหี้ย
22 HP.
นั่งจดอยู่ด้วยนั่งเม้มจดอยู่เลย
What was that? The duality of man. Yes! Oh no!
You can't even celebrate in a moment like that. You feel so bad for GX. Down in the dumps, 13-6 map win. This is their chance to
เหี้ย
fight
ขอ
back.
ขอ
That
ร่าง
was
นี้
their
ยาวๆ
round.
ด้วย
Jesse's
ไม่เอา
getting
แบบ
his
อาทิต
first
ย์เป็นอาทิต
2
ย์นะ
kills. Feeling like he's on cloud
นี่
9,
อาทิตย์เป็นอา
and
ทิต
what
ย์ไม่ไหว
a
ว่ะ
long way down it was from there.
วูดเหรอ
Unbelievable. This
ทั้ง
is
ทีม
Woot's
เลย
map. He is activated, and of course, without even activating the dash, he's pushed down on mid. He's dodged the cam as well. They don't know
Why
what's
Khon
just
Malad
around the
mo-
corner, and
on
Woot
mga
won't give
Woot
the
din.
info.
ใช่
Not without a big boom.
วูดมันเล่น
And I
ได้
think
หลาก
West
หลาย
Side's
กว่า
about to learn this the hard way.
Woot
Oh, he
len-
smoked short, so he can't peek me. He's still
วูดไป
peeked.
เล่นนีออนรู้สึกแปลก
There's nothing
มัน
worse
หม่ง
than
มากอะ
playing
ไม่ได้เล่น
against
ด้วย
Woot in form, other than maybe a confident Woot alongside it.
Oh.
Well, this has just turned into a
บ้า
slaughter.
จัด
That's 2
เหี้ยอะไรวะน่ะ
kills off the hot hands.
พี่วุฒินีออนฝืน
It's
ปืน
going
อะ
from bad to worse
มันไม่ค่อยเป็น
for
ตัว
GX
ของ
and
ตัวเอง
for Team Heretics. It's just getting
พี่วูดไป
better
ฟินิกซ์ดี
and
กว่า
better.
I'm actually begging
Khon
for a
len ni
Pips
on.
and Cam, please. It can be the replay of the last round. Like, I would pay money to see how he reacted when Woot got a 4K. But this round as well, to have to try to bounce back. You won the last round with the weak weapons. You won it. And then one guy came in and said, actually, no. We're going to revert that decision with VAR. We're taking the goal away. And now you step into this one and you get double killed by a hot hands before you even make it into the choke point in A main, let alone
หมาย
through
ถึ
it.
งนัดสุดท้าย
So
เอาง่ายๆคือ
that's gotta
GE
be
แพ้หมด
about
เลย
as tilted as a man
แล้ว
can
ฟูเซน
get.
กับของทีมชนะ2 แมตช์
And I think we probably already replaced
เรื่องที่
Vincent's
ดีนะ
monitor.
Is
They're closing in the walls on him.
There's not many places left to go. Is he going to have saved for
อุ้ย
basically 45
น้องน้าปล่อย
seconds?
พี่ได้ไปพักดีกว่าผม
Right at the very, yep, right at the end, right at the very end. Brutal. 8-3. Again, it was a back and forth in the early rounds. So we were sat there going, okay, this was actually relatively close.
Ah, no. Ah, no.
Jesse's
วันนี้อาการเจสซี่แบบแย่จัดอะ
No, you won't, mate. You're dead.
That's not
โดนแต่ละช็อตแบบไอ้เฮียปล่อยกูกลับบ้านดีกว่า
Hey, don't push that hairline too far.
เอากูออกไปตรงนี้ที่เอากูออกไปจากตรงนี้ที่ตอนนี้ไม่ไหวแล้วไม่อยากอยู่แล้ว
I think the stress alone might send him to your neck of the woods here, Tom. This is a
อยู่ไม่ไหว
tough position to be
อยู่
in.
ไม่ไหวอยู่ไม่ไหวอยู่ไม่ไหว
He's
เจส
keeping
ซี่
his
บอก
composure, I'll say
ตอนนี้
that, but, GX
Okay.
certainly aren't.
Why is he taking pause now?
It's the last round of the half, Tom. It sets the tone for that next half, right?
Does it?
It's very important to stop the momentum of a team who've won 7 out of 8 rounds.
Yeah.
If you just get that last one on the board, you think about it from their perspective. Heretics are like, we're playing so good, it's basically 9-3. And
What's
then they
he
go into the
typing in
next
chat?
half 8-4.
Last round wins.
They go into the next half 8-4. You're like, dang nabbit, guys. We should have had that. Everybody gets angry at each other. Boo calls Woot the worst player he's ever
John's
played
really
with.
great.
Woot
And
go
then
ไป
it falls apart.
19
It's a nice
It's
strategy.
like everybody has between
Wootลั่น
8
จัด
and 2 kills. Like there's no, like 8, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 6, 4, 2. And that's all. We'll just ignore the guy who's got 19.
He's got the lobbies kills in his bar alone. It's ridiculous. What a game he's been playing here.
It's
And
just
for
like, oh,
Heretics,
these teams are unfair. I'm going to swap sides or whatever. No.
but like you had Koshmaris do the same thing last map, albeit even to a lesser degree. And now you come into this one where we've been talking about Woot. GX probably coming into this going, geez, at least we're not facing the Woot of old. You know, they might put him on a KO. And instead he's come through and got 19-4 in the first half.
Yeah, Westside almost just
Well, it's
died
over.
to spam.
Yeah.
Just threw the smoke at the
that did
beginning of the
happen
round.
last round, the 3 of them, so.
Yeah, true. Koshmaris also has now got the Phoenix Odin. I'm not sure how
โอ้
I
ทีม
feel
ไม่
about
พร้อม
it.
ครั
In
บ
this position,
ขาดตัวหลัก
probably
ไปอีก
quite good.
probably gonna
And
get
that's
3.
forgetting that Woot is also here. He goes for the
Oi.
high shot onto the Jet. Now goes back in for a little bit more.
มันต้องเดินไปยัดเลยหรือเปล่า
Overdo it though. Now with the wallbacks there already
Oi.
tapped so low. And now he gets another bite of the cherry.
พี่ฟินิก
He
โอ
knows
ดิน
Westside somewhere around. Is he going to jump back across? No, they're going to go. Yeah, this is smart. Go in with the drone. Boo. A chance for him to get double swung
Okay.
here if they time it correctly. They have not timed it correctly.
Ow.
And he's going to get Jesse as well. No.
เจสซี่
Oh, we need the halftime.
Sorry.
เจสซี่ไม่ไหวแล้วอ่ะไอ้เหี้ยเจสซี่ไม่ไหวจริงๆตอนนี้ โอ้โห
เจสซี่แวดอีกอะ
หนักกว่าเจสซี่แวดดิยิงหลังไม่ตายบูขันมาสวนตายในจดนี้นี่
They have got to be down in the dumps, but
โอ้โห
they weren't
อยู่ไม่
earlier.
ไหวอยู่ไม่ไหว
Before disaster, we sat down with GX. We asked them about their goals and expectations. Let's see if they said 3 rounds in the first half of our map pick.
หันมาว่าช่วยกูหันมาว่าช่วยบอกเฮียกูยิงเฮียอะไรแบบเนี้ย
I think my goals are
Oh.
same like GX to just make jumps, honestly. But if I would say for myself, I would like to make jumps, of
Oh, my
course,
wife.
and probably have like a really good performance for myself.
คือหน้ามันออกตั้งแต่ช่วง
I would
ต้น
say
เก
the
ม
team
แล้ว
chemistry is very good.
ไอ้เฮียไม่อยากอยู่ตรงนี้แล้วก็หน้าแบบ
Westside, R and Flickless have been together for
มีแต่
about
แบบ
a year
โดน
and a
ใส่ก็
half.
ใส่ห
I'm
น้า
not quite sure to be honest, but you can tell that they get
Oh,
along very well
JDT.
and that their chemistry is very strong. And the new additions are Mushek and myself. It's been pretty good, honestly. Like for the time that we've had, I feel like we've been making good progression, mainly due to the coaches of Pipson and Waylander. They've been putting in a lot of work, and so has all the team. And we're looking to come into stage 2 with a very strong start. I would say that I'm very vocal, and regardless of like if we're up 11-0 or 0-11, like I'll always be communicating, I'll always be giving my opinion, and I'll always be doing whatever it takes from my perspective to win the round.
I think the biggest improvement
from stage 1 to coming into stage 2 that we made some changes. Like maybe it's not the improvement, but it's something that sometimes the teams need, you know, changing environment and stuff. It's gonna, one player always is gonna change so much in team that you can expect that it's gonna be better and better.
อยากเห็นโฟเรส
That
เล่น
is
กลับ
from
มาเล่น
America.
EME
We all know, yeah. So he
จ
actually
ริงๆมัน
speaks
เก่งนะเว้ย
a lot
เก่ง
when
เล่
you
นได้
think
แต่มัน
about someone that is like
ทีม
speaking
มัน
a
ไม่
lot
ไหว
to
อ่ะ
you. It's
เอ
kind
เป
of
ก
person like this, but he
ทีม
speaks
มีตั้ง
two
มาก
times
มาย
more.
ไม่งอยู่
So
ทีมจะ
he
ยาก
brings
มา
like
ถึงเห
the
มือนพี่
mood.
ชายเลือก
He's
พา
like
ร์ทหมด
super energy guy. Like he's having super much energy in like practice, in like. And
เอ
I
เปก
think
มัน
this is
ขาด
what he's gonna bring to
ขาด
stage
คน
also,
อยู่
that
หรือ
we're
เปล่า
gonna have
แท
like
น
all
คัด
the
จักร
boosts
อะ
on him.
ทีมแบบท็อปในลีกมันก็เต็มหมดแล้วออฟเฟอร์มาก็
Well,
ต้อง
the vast
ล
majority
อง
of
หน่อย
that has aged very poorly. 9-3 and fighting not to be on the bottom of the board. GX want to make it all the way to stage 2 finals in Barcelona and champs from there, but it is a long way away. But it's not
อยากไป
too
บาร์เซโลนา
long
ว่ะ
in the future. So make sure to scan that QR code if you want to get tickets to join us in Barcelona to see teams like Heretics, most likely there. For GX, it's a dream that might die soon. 9-3 down on their map pick, but we all know they picked it for the defensive side.
Hey, 7-1. Last time they played. Ara, good position, dead. Flickless, looking for the trades, the spams, lots of spams. Not quite as much damage as there was spams though. Jess is going to get one, but immediately traded out to two. A couple of low players. Koshmaris, who is healing. Very slowly, but he is healing. Rian's waiting on the other side. They're still wary that there could still be a player on site, but there is not. Rian's under serious pressure and will be cleared.
แม่งโดนจับ
Puts
กลุ่ม
things back into a 2 versus 2. A very real opportunity here for GX to at least start this second half off strong.
Yeah, they wanted to start out stage 2 strong, but it has been a bit of a slog to get there. 1-3, facing down the barrel of the bottom of the group. And this is their moment to fight their way out of it. Crawl out of that pit, Christian Bale style. Kosh Maris, 2 under his belt already, peppered up the rest. And he is taking his time, waiting for Boo to get a chance to strike, and there it is, his opportunity converted, and they slip away, playing with their food now as Westside will be put to bed. 10 rounds on the board for Heretics, and for GX it goes from bad to worse.
It does. It's so interesting watching Heretics play because from day to day they can go from getting dumpstered to absolutely dumpstering teams, and unfortunately for GX they've met the version that doesn't seem to be giving them absolutely anything. Jesse's definitely been having a bit of a rotter as well, which hasn't helped.
But it's always fine.
Did you hear what he said? Sometimes Kosh, you give me a heart attack, but it's fine.
Oh, it was just fine for Team Heretics so far in this series. Kosh doesn't look like he can put a foot wrong, and well, that's about
that was
actually
quick.
quite possibly the quickest in-zone flawless I've ever seen. 11-3 now, and it looks like GX just wanted to get that round over with.
Yeah, no, they tried to battle and brawl into mid, not having much to play with, and now it needs to be
น้องราม
if they'd
มา
like
ใหม่
to
ก็
try and
น้อง
take
ราม
this in regulation, or they can afford one more blip on the radar. Oh, wow, it seems like Benji Fishy is having a wonderful time, making sounds, making noises, enjoying himself. So why would you want to listen to us commentate when you can hear
ตามของ
sounds like
ดีเรา
that
ดูตอนพีว่าจะไหวกับทีวันไหมอ๋อ
They didn't smoke us anyway, guys. It's
ประเทศอะไรอ่ะ
Listen, guys, I will drone now and I will pressure, okay? They smoked us now.
I'm just peeking. I'm checking close, right?
Yes. I'm drawing now.
Guys, get into cam and I'm ready to
ready. I pick cam now. Tagged one stairs. I think market. Come. I'm getting out. Come.
Yes.
I'm waiting until you roll. Care locks. I close door. Bad reveal. Just chill for now, guys. Going to break it. Guys, one CT. He dashed side. There is 3 side.
Can you kill CT, please?
Yes, bro. I'm going inside the cage already. I'm close. One left.
Guys, I can smoke off stairs for you.
Go, do guys, I'm just peeking. Do it ASAP. Being's close right.
เรียบร้อย
Kill him together, guys.
Close right. Come.
Last player standing.
ยากเลย
Spike down. Defender spawn.
อ๋อถ้าบูจะไหลมาขนาดนี้
Oh,
ไม่รอบูไปเลยวะ
surprise, but Jesse came back through. with the kill. And for GX, a 4th round on
วันนี้
the
วันนี้
board
ทีเคส
at
ให้เวอร์ครับ
long last. Let's not
วันนี้
forget
ทีเคส
they
ให้เวอร์
started this out by losing the pistol in half one and then fighting back in the second. It's about as good of a start to a half as you can get. And from there, they went from 1 to 2 rounds, took the lead, and that's pretty much where the story got boring because Heretics just started winning.
Because the curse of the comms has helped them get another round.
That's true. Another point for Jack. It is getting a little bit out of hand now.
Can we get a separate bit on the scoreboard that says
โอ้ย
Jack
ไม่ต่อแล้ว
round
วันนี้
4?
พี่
Jack
จริงๆพี่ต้องไปนอนแล้วครับผม
Exactly.
พี่
Chooses which squad he
ต้อง
wants to
ตื่น
win.
ไปทำธุ
Listen
ระ
to
ตอน
him
10 โมงครับ
with the other. Respectable.
He seems to like an underdog.
แม่ง
I'll
ได้มา
give
ตรง
him
กับ
that.
วันนี้พอดี
Because he always listens in to the
แจ็คพอต
favorite,
เลย
and then they lose a round.
I
We'll
won't-
see.
I won't tell you what he's just said in the talkback. We'll leave that one out.
Enemy marked.
Either way, it's now a buy up for Heretics.
เฮ้ยโอ้โหดีนะนั่งหลบ
Has
เมื่อ
been
กี้
on fire,
ยืน
but
แล้ว
he's
หัวขาด
walking into. Well, I was going to say a contact play, but they flash him. He falls back, and then they use the paranoia as well. So they've kept the ground, but they haven't managed to
ทำอะไรเล่นแรงมา
get much off the back of it. Now Flickless does have his ult, so that will probably be the next layer. But in the meantime, Heretics are walking into the Odin. Maybe going to try and split towards B.
Putting that pressure on, but
Oh,
Nat's
la-
still spotting. He's heard the move towards market. Backed off in accordance to reveal fire through. Going to be broken early, or in fact, not broken, but ignored. And Flickless catches Kosh. A trade out more than worth it for the run it back. Now on the site, still Cypher utility to contend with Westside.
Oh, okay.
The biggest
Westside.
danger of all. He's taken a double and left GX in the lead, but a post plant might be needed. In fact, they're getting ahead of it. They're running it down, and Benji is put under pressure right off rip. He'll get nothing, leaving Boo all alone. They think he's towards the backside, so he finds one for free. And now he knows where both of the final players are. Isolates Jesse, but a man who had a very slow start to this map might have woken up just in time. 5 rounds for
ไอ้
GX.
เหี้ยวางสวยด้วยนะ
It's always going to be more difficult to get those rounds on the attack. We've seen the same struggles out from Heretics at times, but ultimately they've got a lot of
Pico,
runway
Benji.
to play with. Flickless doing well at least.
ลามใคร
deal with
มีใคร
Kushmaris.
สอง
I
คน
think
ในทีม
Kushmaris swings there because he knows one of his teammates going to get killed in the back. if he
รอดู
doesn't
นี่ดีกว่า
deny that run it back. So
โปแลนด์เนี่ย
try and help
แม่ง
ends
โคตร
up
เดือด
falling, but again it's
อิน
West
เก
Side
ม
who's
อิน
able
เกมก็
to
ดี
hold on to the site. For this round, all they can really hope for is getting orbs. The best case is Wu gets his Blade Storm. So I wouldn't be surprised if
ถ้า
we
โป
see at
แลนด์
least
แชมป์
one
โล
of
กนี่
these
จะ
orbs challenged for
ไม่สง
by
สัยเลย
the defensive side, just to try and make sure that can't happen. But for now, at least, it doesn't look like there's any interest from the attacking side.
Well, we just can't see Team Heretics make
ก็
this
เวส
close
ไซ
if
ด์
we
คัด
want
จาก
to believe in that
ส
bounce
ตาร์
back.
โซ่
If anything, this is the round that it feels like
เดี๋ยว
they'll
นึก
win
ก่อนใคร
much
อีกสอง
more
คนจะ
direct.
จำได้ว่า
Point
ตำแหน่ง
more
5 คนคือ
aggressive.
แน่นหมดเลยอะ
Ara stands in their way for the first pick. Stands
โป
in
แล
the
นด์
smoke,
โปแลนด์
shorty
เดือ
in
ด
hand. He thinks about
โป
going
แลนด์ก็
through
เดือด
it.
ไม่
I'm
แพ้
not
ตุ
sure
ร
that's
กี
the right play. But with
ใครอีก
Flickless
2 คน
down,
นะ
the
ที่คุยนะ
pressure's
ตอน
on.
พี่
Now
ลืม
they
อ่ะ
need to get in there and help Jesse, who's
เอ
being
อ
shut
คาโม
down up close. The
มีคน
damage
เนี่ยเดือด
already
เงิน
done. And the plant that could be found any moment now, a real dangerous
คาโม
trade.
คา
Keep
จัก
things in favor for Team Heretics. Ara
สตาร์โซ่เวส
striking
ไซด์
again. But it's only to put
อ๋อ
them
โปร
even.
เฟก
Boo's being tagged so desperately low that the shorty will make quick work of him. And Ara will
ชิบหาย
deliver
ละอารา
a
ตื่น
6th round to GX and a
แล้ว
lifeline
ทำไง
of a
นี่
pickup for him.
It's good to see him back on the board. They're definitely having a quieter
สวย
game
ละ
so far. So at 4Ks,
2 วินเองเฮ้ย
definitely an important one. It's a little bit nerve-wracking that it needed to be an important one. You're up against the pistols. I think the mid-rounding there from Heretics was really good. Realized where the isolated player was. Boo calls the forces towards him to try and clear out that backline, and even having the updraft to basically bait Net into a fight. But this man looking in form once again versus those weaker players that he can kill off with that weapon. Either way, it is going to be the timeout coming through. That's the moment. And it's something I mentioned that I felt like we waited a very long time to see the Giant X pause. It looks like Web is being much more proactive with it. Maybe spotting some of the signs that, like, okay, my team is starting to make silly mistakes or let things slip. I want to squash that early. It's interesting as well that considering the last half, there was only that singular pause in the penultimate round for GX. At no point did Pipson feel the need to jump in.
Yeah, I think the pauses, I'll say Pipson's pauses in general, I still remember that round 3 split a long time ago on the attack side, and they go 0-3, and he's on the panic button right away.
Yeah, I'm okay with early ones. I like early pauses.
Early ones better than not using them at all, I'll give you that. But I do think as well that there is definitely some merit to when you hear that the right things are being called. It's not always the case where you just call it for the sake of it, right? Just to get in there, to level nerves. You got to know your players, and sometimes you can just let them make those patchwork solutions. For GX, you say it's worrying in that last round that it has to be a big one for Ara, and of course it is. That could well have been Heretics on 12, even though they were on a low buy.
อารามันละเมอเฉยแล้วก็นอนต่อ
to outbrain Heretics. Based on what we've seen here today, Heretics have played the tighter game. If
คิดกระดุม
GX
ครั
are
บ
going to win this, in my mind, it's off those individuals. And Ara
ต้อง
stepping
ต้อ
up
ง
here
ต้อง
is
ส
one
ลั
of
บกัน
those
ว่ะ
win conditions that I could see having
พี่
the
ว่าดูเอล
effect.
ตัวแรก
That
ให้ดุม
means
ดี
he's
กว่า
gonna keep stacking these wins on wins. We talked about West Side on the Phoenix and how impactful he's been. Well, now we need to see that from Flickless.
ตอนนี้
This is the moment to step up for GX.
ถ้าเป็น
They will
ดูเอล
find
ไม่ให้ดุมมาก
themselves
กว่า
down a couple rungs in the power rankings with the bottom of the board locked
เสีย
in
ดายถ้ามีเอ็นดอทนะโห
for Heretics.
เอ็นดอทคู่เอ็นดอทเดินคู่พิมมี่จบง่ายเดียว
Still gets away with the kill there.
ตัว1ตัว
Net should have had him dead to right.
2สู้ได้หมดเลยอะ
Instead, okay. West Side has done well to turn it. Now
ทำ
spots
ไมผม
out
รู้สึก
Rian's
ว่า
an
5-5 มัน
advantage
จะ
that
โหด
will be
มากๆ
kept
เลย
at least for now.
ในเพย์อิน
ต้องรอ
So I was about to say he's got to be careful of the timing of him making a move forward as he was about to be
เหมือนมีคน
revealed
แบบ
Ara's deep position.
พอได้สปอน
Might be a
ใจมา
nasty surprise.
อ๋อ
But it could also be a problem. We've seen this split before, but this
ตอนเนี้ย
they
ตี
hold
ใจ
on to
มา
a lot
ตอน
of
เนี้ย
control and Ara is in form.
และเจสซี่ใจ
And that is what we wanted to
หายละ
see. Ara keeping that performance rolling, a 4K into a
เกม
3K.
3 ปะล่ะ
And for
ยาว
GX, 4 rounds in the difference now. This becomes
ไม่3แล้ว
a much
3
more
ไม่ตี
workable
5เลยนะ
position. There are, of course,
ไกลขาดเลยนะ
a lot of ultimates online for Heretics. When the full buy is there, the
คน
run
ที่
back
ยาว
will be
ได้
online. In fact, they could come in with all 5.
30 seconds
And
left.
even a
PC
blade storm
really,
on
oh
Bloom
my
has
God.
been enough to win some of the previous rounds.
ได้เลยไอ้โค้ดอีกคนไปไหนอะเฮติก
Straight
นั่น
after
ดิ
the
มันเหลือคน
pause.
เดียวนานแล้วตอนนี้
Heard what Weber
เอาเหรอ
has to
ใช่
say
เหรอ
there.
อืม
It's not a good
ใครโดน
sign
เตะ
for
ไปนะ
Heretics, but this is
ไอ้
GX's
อะไร
opportunity
เนลซิน
to
โย
take
อะไรวะ
advantage of
ไปเลยเนี่ย
the
ซินโย
bumps in the road.
Ừ.
Their
Cái
opponents
khốn
are
lặt mình
facing
thôi.
another much
Ừ,
more
mới chờ
direct play coming in on the low
This is
buy, though.
ults. Yeah, there's a lot of ults to play with though.
เฮ้ย
I fear if Woot gets anything, we might see that Hunter's Fury come through
Oi.
already. Benji's going to find the first. Jesse at the back of the side. They've got this crossfire
Oi.
in 2, and it's a quick
Jesse
swing.
ตื่นครับ
I like the reaction from
ชิป
GX.
หายละ
Get in there, get the gloves off, and batter Team Heretics out of the round. They tried something fast, but GX were faster. A string of rounds coming together now for this defensive side.
โค้ช
Setting
ผ่า
when
ตั
they
ด
played
เอ
versus
เซียลขาด
Eternal Fire. It's a 7-1 defense
ทำไมนี่ทีม
after a dead even first half. And now they're starting to build into this one, and Woot, the man who was carrying,
ทำไมนี่
has
ทีม
slowed
รี
down
เพ
a
ย์
little
อิง
bit. Like
ทีม
it's
สุด
not
ท้าย
like
แล้ว
he's
เนี่ย
fallen off completely, but
Mà
he's
thì
not
như này.
able to just drag them through rounds as he was in the first half.
Yeah, and you can't expect him to, but
อ๋อ
Ara
เพย์อิน
filling that
4
role
ทีม
for GX now. Finding a lot of momentum in these last couple of rounds. He's confident, and he's going to step into this angle looking to charge a price of blood. And it's Woot to pay in full. Hunter's
โอ้โห แล้ว
Fury
วินบายด้วย
hunting them down
เป็นเรื่อง
and Heretics,
รู้เรื่องวันนี้
they come in
รู้
with
เรื่อง
the
เลย
full buy, with the ultis, the run it back in the Hunter's Fury. But those will be saved for another round. This looked like a distant dream for GX. But in fact, this is becoming a reality. The comeback is most certainly on, and one thing that will help it is the fact that their credits are sky high. Heretics won't win a round and close
อย่า
it
บอก
out
นะ
right away. For GX,
ใช่ใช่ไหม
this is the form we wanted to see from them, and that we had been missing.
Yeah, no, the fantastic start from Ara again in the round, but then just off the contact, knowing there's another couple of players, you see that Hunter's Fury come through, and that's round over. That was 2 players dropped. An attempt at the double up of that B play, and well, I'm almost starting to wonder if we'll see the second pause
น่าจะจบแค่นี้แหละ
because these rounds haven't been particularly
3 ไม่ไหว
close,
แล้ว
whether it's been
จะตื่น
explosive,
ไม่ไหว
whether they've slowed
เพราะ
it
ว่าพรุ่ง
down,
นี้
whether
ตื่น
they've
เสร็จ
tried
ก็ต้อง
to
กลับมา
go
ดู
either side of the map, challenge into mid. Nothing's
Pacific
really
ติด
been working
ตายพอ
for
ดี
Team Heretics. And I would say that there were at least moments for GX where they get the plant and they lose a silly clutch or someone whiffs or makes a mistake. This is just them getting destroyed.
Yep. They got pretty much the path back, the golden path. Players stepping up individually, that being Ara, and now clean rounds. They don't care if they lose players here. Giving Old Orbs is the worst that it could go, and Rian's has already got his ulti, so that kill means nothing. Only a benefit for GX. The money that they have is more than enough to sustain those losses. And again, there's not that many rounds to play with, so buying for 3 rounds in a row doesn't really matter. When losing 2 means game over.
What are you doing, man?
And this is tough. You've had that timeout 2 rounds ago. It clearly has not gone well. We hear it in the coach comms from Weber, and now another timeout. For Heretics, think about the position that the players are in. Think about when your ranked games go like this. You've got a huge lead, then mistakes start to be made, then the game plan's not being followed, and suddenly an unlosable game. You're wondering, I wonder if my favorite restaurant's still open when we're done this. And now all of a sudden, you might be going to a map 3. In fact, if we're to look at the last couple rounds, everything's pointing to it. It's time for Heretics to refine that spark, but the morale gotta take a hit seeing those timeouts called back to back like that. They know that they're making a mistake.
Yeah, I think they
เฮ้ย
probably knew it was coming as well. Like, if
ไม่มี
I could sense it after the way those rounds
ไม่
have
มี
gone,
แบ
I
บ
think the
3 ครับผ
players
ม
can probably hear
ถามเป็นลาง
Weber breathing down the back of their neck, and I think it's a necessary one. Ara's been getting away with absolute murder. They could have even closed this out in the round where he was able to clutch it out with a 4K. So this could be a done deal with them doing their media, maybe doing a little post plant. And then on
ถาม
their
กัน
way
ใหญ่
back
เลยแบบ
home,
ถามไป
instead,
ทางไหนนะไม่มีครับผม
still in this matchup. Heretics still with the lead. Both pauses have been taken with them.
โลตัส
in the lead, but it is diminishing
โล
at
ตัส
a
คอร์ส
rapid
มัน
pace, and
เล่นอะไร
now
วะ
there's no more opportunities for Weber to call a pause unless they hit 12.
เอ็นเอก็เริ่มแล้วนี่ตอนนี้
Do it on their own. Things didn't go well.
ไม่ได้
after
วัน
the
นี้ไม่ได้
last
เพราะว่า
pause.
พรุ่งนี้มีธุระเช้า
Coming into this round, as we said in the previous, they took a big hit to the economy. Left down to a lot of pistols. Running back for Kosh with the bandit. Yeah, it's probably not going to be
ชิบ
put through here.
หายละ
But we've seen Heretics almost win and indeed win these rounds on low buys. The Bladestorm being a big factor, but Woot does have a rifle. Might make up for that difference. Boo with a rifle on the other side. They will be the sergeants leading the charge, and now it's time to push forward. Ara blinded up, hunted down. He's made it out. He's gotten out scot-free. Flickless with a double. Leaves Woot with a lot to do, but that is a lot done indeed. He might not have caught Ara, but he's put them into a 3v3, and with the Hunter's Fury, this round could get very dangerous for GX.
There isn't really a position right now for him to utilize it. The spams. It's actually caught Woot instead. That wasn't the target, but they've managed to clear a man that I don't even think they knew was there. Instead, Blue versus West Side. This is everything and well, nothing. And now Rian's left in a clutch. It's not been his best day. We've seen him dominate in these moments before. First kill is easy, but the next 2 incredibly difficult, and Net waiting with the Odin will close it out. Woot did what he could to get them in, but it just didn't go their way from then onwards, the Odin being the star of the show.
Excellent escapism from Ara as well. I mean, his movement there, quick reactions, blinded up. He hits that updraft dash out. They knew he was hunting him down, but look at this. A slippery snake. As he escapes that fight, Woot still got that impact, but this could have been a much, much worse situation for GX to fight and face back into. 10-11.
This goes here.
A remarkable fight back into this. They said they picked this map for the defense, and I was joking. I did not believe in the bounce back, but here they are. For GX, you have to wonder, how have they made this work? Well, wonder no more. Let's take a peek behind the curtain.
I have full B, everyone running shorts, one. I see on camera. No, flash of my cam if you want.
I'm shocked.
Nice. Reveal garden.
ไม่เคยครับผม
It's only one. Running. Phoenix.
Cypher could look mid. Watch out mid, guys.
Only blow shorts. Inside. Phoenix inside. Inside Phoenix. Jet on mid dead.
Nice. Split mid side.
Nice. Inside one. No on side, guys.
Could go
On
market.
side. Can you smoke A main? No on side. One A main.
I think Cypher's looking mid. Could go market.
They can cross now, Westy. They can cross. I don't see. Yeah, crossing one. It's over, man. I'm ready to plant the Gen after. One is garden, one on sides. Gen. Yeah, I'm holding Gen. Spiders, yeah. I'm ready to blind. I have Gen. You can blind.
มันก็ไม่กล้าเดิน
Fridge one fridge, bro.
I'm finding this guy, bro.
I'm coming to you.
เฉียบมากเวนจี้มีอันตีหรือเปล่า
Can you blind Gen?
ไม่มี
I'm flashing.
ผม
I'm flashing.
48 วิโยกได้
One mid. They're gonna pivot. Watch short.
Inside running.
Cypher could be all the way at mid, guys. He could be up. 100%.
I'm with you, Jesse. I'm just taking duels.
You can close market.
Yeah, still be the Cypher. Come. Can be market still figured out.
I think you guys beat them here. Be main. You can fight B main.
They come. Let's speak.
30 seconds left.
I don't know if top mid still.
Market.
Omen top mid.
Kill this guy, bro. Kill this guy. He's alone. Kill him. They're both A. Run A. They're going A. 100%. Expect them to take fast
ไอ้
position
เหี้ย
short.
พี่วูดวิ่งกลับเอ
You guys go heaven. Fuck garden, bro. Go heaven. I'll call planner.
You broke garden. Yeah. I don't think it's it. Come here.
You guys can go together.
Yeah. I'm gonna just
One close door, one.
Let's go. Let's go. 3, 2.
Dice.
Side to planner.
Again, dice.
Planner.
I don't jump.
Go together.
Smoke.
One jump.
Come left. I jump. 3, 2.
Jen.
Don't jump. Just hold
Wait. He's gonna peek.
Anti boys.
All good. Hey, it's all good. We played it well.
All good.
It's good.
Right,
พี่เหรียญ
well,
จัด
I
ให้
want to
อ่ะ
clear
พี่
one thing up. Nets the
พี่
best
เหรียญแม่งสุด
IGL
ยอดว่ะ
in a long
เฮีย
time, and how dare you tell me he's not IGL?
แม่ง
And
เอ้ย
he's the only one talking.
ไม่เคย
His
ทำให้
calls
ผิด
are
หวัง
perfect. He sees everything they're doing, even at the end. He said, wait. He's going to swing, and he did swing, and he killed them both in individual fights. A mistake, despite his best calls there. I gotta say, I really am impressed by what he's bringing to the team. For GX, it was not enough, and they have fallen at the last hurdle again. The Jack Igo comms curse. I don't know what it is about County Mayo, but here we are. 2 rounds now for GX. They have to get them back to back, but they have looked very good
โหแล้วมาบอมนี้เจอโอดิน
thus far. One bump in the road shouldn't be enough
เย้
to send them into the ditch. But Heron, oh my God, Woot's already on them. He's already up close, but Arrow was ready. Trying that again.
แย่ว่ะ
Takes a lot of damage from the Molotov, but look at the defensive setup.
แล้วในไซด์มันเป็นโอดินอะ
Ready to go. Benji's had a good couple of rounds. The last round, a lot of it came down to him.
โอ้ย
He's
ได้แค่
looking
1
to try and
แจ๋ว
close this. Puts it into
รู้ตำแหน่งหมด
the 3v3. The spike is yet to make it across. That is a bit more of a problem. They're gonna
เฮ้ย
have to fight
โอ้โห
this. They need
ส
to
ไป
fight
ตก
now. Kushmaris has at least turned 1, but Flickless is waiting. And now Benji Fishy is all that remains. The economy of his team on the line, and Flickless backs
เบน
out.
จี้มีกล้อง
It creates an almost perfect
อ้าว
crossfire. He might get a chance versus Jesse, but the second he does, there should be a response. Paranoia's not going to connect. And they're just waiting on this. They know that he has to cross into one angle or another, and that time ticking away should make this almost an impossibility. Needs to swim. Benji Fishy between a rock and a hard place, and he crushes it to diamonds. A Red Bull clutch. That is insane.
What a way to close this out from Heretics. It was nothing
ไอ้เหี้ยมันขัดได้ยังไงวะ
number
เอ
1.
อ
And yes,
จริง
GX
มันไม่ควรจะ
found
พลาด
their
เลย2
footing
ราวติด
here on the finale, but it was never to be a map 3.
มันขัดได้ยังไงวะหน้า
มึงคอดกันยังไงให้แพ้จริง
But
ไอ้
Benji,
เหี้
who had
ย
a rough series, a rough map, well, he certainly made up for it with that
ไอ้
showstopper
เบนจี้
of
เวอ
a
ร์ก็ไม่
final
เท่าไหร่
play.
คือจีเอ็ก
Beautiful work for
ได้ยัง
Heretics,
ไง
and well, we wanted to see them find that dominant form, and they have certainly done it in this series, but they've done it against the team that's bottomed out the group.
Yeah, it's sad for GX.
เมื่อกี้ตัวสุดท้าย
As I
เจส
kinda
ซี่
said
ไง
earlier, you're going into the play-in
วันนี้
area.
เจสซี่มันเจสซี่มันหลุดคนเนี้ย
I think they
ที่
showed
น่า
at
จะบอก
least
เอ้ย
a bit
กู
more
ไม่
on
อยาก
this
เล่นแล้ว
map, but
ใช่มัน
they're not gonna get
มันไม่อยากอยู่แล้ว
versus other teams for the
กู
Heretics.
ไม่
It's
อยา
an
กอยู่
opportunity to go that
เนี่ย
little
ส่ง
bit
กู
further
กู
into
ไป
the
ดี
play-in.
กลับบ้าน
But yeah, it was a map made by Woot, but this clutch is
ดูดิ
just ridiculous from Benji Fishy.
ไม่เอาสักบาทเลยดู
ไม่
ดิ
มั่นใจเลยดูดิ
มันจะไม่เอาสักบาทเลยอะดูดิ
So his first flick is to the right side, and he adjusts just in time. Glorious work.
ดูดิ
But Woot was
เซ็
the
งจัด
star
อะ
of the show
โคตรเศร้า
all throughout this map.
โอเคทุกคนเจอพรุ่งนี้3 โมงครับวันนี้ฝันดีทุกท่านเจอนะ
Well, you got to talk to me about this. Was it you and Koshmaris agreeing like we each get a turn on a map?
เอาตัวไปพักก่อน
Yeah, we had the agreement before the game. Whoever kills like most in one map will pay the. No, other guy will be paying the food. in the dinner.
That's good to know. I wasn't keeping track there at the final end, but incredible map from you. Take over there. What were you thinking though when Giant X were coming back, when they were making a real game of that one?
I mean, I think like as a like duelist, I can say that it's like
สวัสดีครับน้อง
it's like harder to
เม
play
ฆ
T side.
น้องบาส
Like
น้องเกต
obviously, I had a lot of like good moments in like city side, and I think it was really nice. I was reading well, but in T side like you